We now move on to the afternoon's debate. We now come to the motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition on the UK-EU Summit. I inform the House that the Speaker has selected Amendment A, tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I call Alex Burghart to move the motion. Alex.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion that stands in the name of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, myself and other honourable and right honourable members. Madam Deputy Speaker, it gives me enormous pleasure to open this debate about one of the subjects that has been central to debate in this House since I was first elected in 2017. It's a debate that is necessary this week because we know that next week the EU and this government are going to meet in London to discuss the next steps in our arrangements. And it is very important that this House receives some clarity before that agreement on what this government is fighting for, what it stands for, and what its red lines are. Because even at this late stage, this House is unaware of what its intentions are. And I don't know if you remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a very good TV programme in the 1980s called Quantum Leap. And in it, an American scientist, Dr. Samuel Butler, Beckett, I stand corrected and I'd apologise to the House. Dr. Samuel Beckett stepped into the Quantum Leap accelerator and vanished. And he awoke to find strange new forms that were not his own. And every time the Prime Minister speaks, I think, which body has he leapt into now? Is it the Prime Minister that spent his early life chastising all immigration law on the grounds that it was racist? Or the Prime Minister who has a newfound love of strict immigration rule? Is it the Prime Minister who promised to protect winter fuel payments? Or the Prime Minister who immediately cast them away? The Prime Minister who promised to protect farmers, but then immediately did the opposite? The Prime Minister who said he knew what a woman was, but then changed his mind? The Prime Minister who said he would not put taxes on working people, but then promptly did? The Prime Minister does not know what he stands for or which way he looks, and that, in negotiations, is a very, very difficult thing. Our position is simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. There can be no going back. This side of the House fought long and hard to take control of our laws, our borders and our money. And with those powers, Madam Deputy Speaker, it succeeded in securing 70 new trade deals and the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe. And the naysayers and the gloomsters and the dismal voices on the other side of the House said it would come to nothing. But in 2015, UK trade, I look forward to correcting the honourable gentleman who charges from sedentary position. In 2015, UK international trade stood at just over £1 trillion a year. But by 2023, it stood at £1.6 trillion a year. All of this, Madam Deputy Speaker, in spite of Brexit. The concern that we have is that this government has proven itself to be a terrible negotiator, a really terrible negotiator. We've previously heard the administration. We've previously heard the administration talk about the need for ruthless pragmatism, and one can only wonder whether it's the same ruthless pragmatism that gave us the Chagos deal. When I was a history teacher, we used to say that the worst deal in history was the deal that the Lenape people of northeast America did with the Dutch settlers when, as you'll recall, they gave away Manhattan Island for 60 guilders and a handful of beads. But at least they got 60 guilders and a handful of beads, Madam Deputy Speaker. They didn't spend £18 billion of their own money giving away their territory as this government has? Is it the same ruthless pragmatism, I wonder, that immediately gave out £9.4 billion in above-inflation pay rises to the unionised sectors in return for nothing? In return for nothing at all. Return for no agreements on productivity, no agreements on reform at all. Was it the same ruthless pragmatism that saw the collapse of the £450 million AstraZeneca deal? The same ruthless pragmatism, perhaps, that saw the botched steel mess that we all had to return during recess for? Or was it perhaps the same ruthless pragmatism that gave us the missed opportunities of the US tariff arrangement the other day? Our concern, of course, is that this will happen again. What we have heard is... Yeah, I'd love to give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm ever so grateful to the honourable gentleman. I wish I could say I was enjoying this, but that would be stretching it a bit too far. But I don't know why he's presenting all these false disagreements. Does he not understand and appreciate there is just hard Brexiteers as he is? How much damage does this Brexit have to do before both of these parties decide that this is far too much and they start to look at this seriously?
Well, I always, have respect and time for the wisdom of the honourable gentleman, but I feel I must correct him. The opposition are not hard Brexiteers. They're just Brexiteers today. Tomorrow, who knows? Well, what we know is that they were against leaving the EU, and then they changed their minds. And those people who change their minds on such fundamental issues may well change them back, may well turn on a sixpence and do it again. The fact of the matter is that the government has entered these negotiations with no clear objectives and with red lines so thin and washed out as they can be quickly discarded. But today is an opportunity. Today is an opportunity for the Labour Party to come clean about what it wants, about what it's doing, because it will have to vote on our motion, which sets out, it will have to vote on our motion, which sets out our red lines, which are very clear and very precise, and in keeping with the will of the British people. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank him for giving way. The honourable member talks about the official opposition's motion being precise. It's factually incorrect in that it conflates freedom of movement with youth mobility. If youth mobility is good enough for Australia and Canada and Uruguay, it doesn't run against the red lines and against freedom of movement. Does he not understand that?
It's freedom of movement for young people, isn't it? And what we're asking is today is for the EU, is for the Labour Party to set out what its clear position is, and I'll come to explain in a moment why that's very important. The fact is that what we've seen up until this point is chaos in these negotiations. And I'm sure it's easy for the Labour Party to understand, because on the 24th of February we'll have heard the Home Secretary rule out a youth mobility deal. You're not going to do it, not looking into it. But then, at the beginning of March, the Postmaster General of Westminster Hall debate suggested that he was open to it. But then, on the 24th of April, the Postmaster General ruled it out. Paymaster General. Postmaster? Would you like to be post? Okay, Paymaster General. He again ruled it out. But then, at the beginning of May, the Paymaster General once again ruled it in. And it did not end with the youth mobility scheme. The pan-European Mediterranean area, on the 23rd of January, Labour ministers ruled it out. But 3 days later, the Chancellor said that they were looking at it. And then on the 3rd of February, the government ruled it out again. The government does not know what it is doing. It does not know what it wants to achieve, it has no objectives, and it has very blurred red lines. There is an emerging sense that this will be a good deal. It will be a good deal for the EU, that the balance of benefits will run against the UK, because it seems, despite the fact that the government do not wish to give a running commentary, they're content to give a running commentary to the press, that the EU's demands are being met in this negotiation, but because the UK has no demands, its demands cannot be met. I'm very happy to give way to the honourable lady.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Of course, he quotes Quantum Leap, and the point about Sam Beckett is he kept leaping back into the past because he couldn't cope with the future. That does seem rather apposite, because I hope the honourable gentleman will agree with many of us on this bench is one of the important things about next Monday will be the security and defence partnership that we'll be able to move forward on. Given the threat posed by President Putin, can he at least put aside his blindness to the benefits to this country of cooperating with Europe and agree that that would be a good thing to secure?
Well, I'm glad to be the one to break it to the honourable lady. We already cooperate with Europe on defence. We have done for a very, very long time. And she will know that the cornerstone of our defence is and has always been, since the Second World War, NATO. And today is a very apt moment to remember that, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is the 85th anniversary of Sir Winston Churchill's first speech as Prime Minister, given from that dispatch box, in which, that dispatch box before this chamber was bombed. And he gave his blood, toil, tears and sweat speech. And it's obviously incredibly important that we cooperate with our European partners on defence. But that's why we do. It's why we spend over, 2.5%. It's why we spend 2.5%. This side of the House would like to spend 3% and more on our defence, largely to help defend Europe. And there is no reason, because we know of no reason, because the government has not set out what. We know of no reason why NATO is insufficient for that task. How do you give way?
We have British firms in this country that are calling for cooperation with our European allies so they can invest in the increased defence spending across Europe, including my constituency in Stevenage. What would the Shadow Minister say to them when his government's calling for a security deal? Does he not agree we need to have one with the EU?
I would say to him that if the terms of that deal are that the UK has to pay in order to access that fund, we must ask very serious questions of our European allies about why we should have to contribute when we are already committed to their security. It is for the government, if the government chooses to go down that route, to explain why that should be the case. The truth is, NATO must continue to be the cornerstone of our defence. Must continue to be the cornerstone of our defence. But of course, there were reports in the Sunday Times over the weekend that the EU may be inserted into our chain of command. And that would be a very, very significant change. Now, from a sedentary position, Paymaster General says it's absolute nonsense. I'm pleased to hear that. But he has not yet had an opportunity to tell the House that that is the case. And it's clear that it was clear that somebody in government or somebody within the EU was briefing journalists over the weekend that this might be the case. I think the honourable gentleman needs to take responsibility for his special advisers. But if there is to be a defence pact, it's for the government to set out why it would make us safer.
I'm grateful. The one thing always slightly puzzles me about this particular position the government's taken, a bit like the Chagos Islands, really. We already own the islands, and then we went into negotiation to give them away and rent them back. So this position, Europe threatens us that we can't talk about other matters until we sign up for this defence deal. But we already have a defence deal, and we already cooperate. I mean, we built weapons with France and with Sweden and various other countries. So what is it that we actually gain from this rather than what they would lose?
Well, my right honourable friend has a great deal of experience in these areas, and he makes a series of very important points. But it is for the government to set out why this would be in the United Kingdom's interest. But we have the in a moment. This summit is next week, and so far the government has not yet done so. Happy to give way to the honourable gentleman.
I think it's important to recognise that the last government reduced our army to the size that it was last seen under the Napoleonic era, so we should take no lectures on defence from them. But the people who will benefit are the defence contractors in my constituency that have been struggling to sell their components to the EU since Brexit and have had to cancel contracts which are affecting jobs all over the West Midlands.
When I first arrived in this House, the leader of his party was advocating leaving NATO and giving up Trident. So I'm going to take no lectures from his side of the House. And my party has committed to 3% defence spending. I think the defence contractors in his constituency would very much like to see a Conservative government have some of that money spent on his patch. So we have no... Happy to give way.
I'm most grateful, but would my right honourable friend like to disabuse honourable members opposite, who seem to be under the impression that whatever money we put in, somehow our defence contractors in the UK will get more out of the fund than we're contributing. But the history of defence procurement in Europe is that France and Germany invariably make sure they get more out of it than they put in, and we're always the losers. And I don't think we're suddenly going to become winners when we're not a member of the EU.
Well, my right honourable friend's experience in these matters speaks volumes. The truth is, we have to be absolutely certain that this will not just be another scheme for funneling money into French defence companies and keeping them away from defence companies in other jurisdictions. Happy to give way.
Very grateful to my right honourable friend. Does you share my hope that in the negotiations next week, the government makes it abundantly clear to our European partners that over decades this country has contributed to our collective defence way above our economy or our population or our size would dictate, and that Europe has benefited from that. And whilst I'm in no way recommending a Trumpian approach to these things, nevertheless it's important in these negotiations that the government makes it clear to our interlocutors the scale of our contribution to collective defence.
I fully agree with the remarks made by my right honourable friend. The fact is that the UK has made a disproportionate and necessary contribution to European defence over many decades. And I think it was right, we were right to do so. And I would support us doing so into the future. But it's only right that our friends recognise that contribution and do not treat us as an external power coming to parley, but rather as a close and long-term friend whose loyalty has already been proved many times over. It would also be good today to get clarification from the government's position on EU lawmaking. I was lucky enough to have a call with my right honourable friend, Sir William Cash, this morning. And it's an unusually brief call, and it only lasted 20 minutes. And Sir Bill put it very clearly to me. He said that in any new arrangement with the EU, it's very important that we see no EU lawmaking, that we see no jurisdiction for the European Court of Justice, and we see no attempt to reapply the principles of EU law in our courts. And that's because, in 1 second, that's because one of the principles of our departure from the EU was that we would take back control of our money, our borders, and our laws. And with that, I give way to my honourable friend.
The honourable member is quite right to say there must be no further surrender to EU law. But in the same vein, is there not a need to recover territorial integrity of the United Kingdom? I represent a part of the United Kingdom where in 300 areas of law, it is not this House that makes the laws, it is a foreign parliament. So should the starting point of a reset not be recovering the territorial integrity of this Parliament over the territory of this United Kingdom?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a very good point, one which he's made often in this House, and I look forward to him making it to the Minister in a few moments' time. On fish, we are clear. There should be no multi-year deal, because to do so reduces the UK's leverage in future negotiations with the EU. We should have 12 nautical miles exclusive access. That's what our fishermen want, and it's what the Conservative Party supports. And there should be fair distribution of quota schemes and no trade barriers during dispute. Yeah, the Shadow Secretary of State for the Environment, Farming and Rural Affairs has been very clear on this, that this is an opportunity to defend UK's fishermen and to build on the deal that we had from the Brexit negotiations previously. We should not be giving up freedom for our fishermen.
Give way on that point.
Happy to give way.
It's important to remember the history here. There was no common fisheries policy until the prospect of British joining the common market arose, and then they created one simply so they could rip us off.
Well, and ain't that the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker? Here is an opportunity for the government to to give guarantees and securities to our fishermen. Happy to give way to the Honourable.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He's talking about fishing rights, but under his government, UK catches, I believe, dropped by 80%. Is that correct? So will he now apologise for the damage he and his party did to the UK fishing industry?
We are the party that took fishermen out of the common fisheries policy, which is something that the fishing communities wanted, and we very much hope that this government is not going to concede the rights that were hard won in those negotiations. Happy to give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. I wonder whether he's quantum leapt into a body in which Brexit has been a huge success. Could he say I'm
well, if he had heard my opening remarks, he would have heard that in 2015, the volume of UK trade was just over £1 trillion. By 2023, despite Brexit, that had gone up to £1.6 trillion. And I think sometimes the people who were on the other side of the argument, many of whom had understandable concerns. We were making a big change, big constitutional change that had not been made in over 40 years. Many of them seem, I think, trapped, like Dr. Samuel Beckett, in the past, unable to realise that there have been significant improvements in the UK's trading position because of the freedoms that we acquired and because of the 70 trade deals that the previous government brought in. So, if the honourable gentleman wishes to change his altered reality, there will be an audience for it in this House. On the emissions trading scheme, we know that carbon prices are higher in the EU than they are in the UK, and that there is a great concern amongst certain industries that if, as has been trailed in the press, that the government is planning to sign us up to the EU's emissions trading system, there will be a heavy price to pay in, particularly in the ceramics industry. 2 weeks ago, we saw. One moment. Fair enough. 2 weeks ago, we saw a ceramics factory in Stoke-on-Trent close, citing high energy prices under this Labour government. Happy to give way.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, actually, citing high energy prices is a continuation of the policy of his own government, which had 4 industrial strategies, all of which promised significant help for the ceramic sector, and it never materialised. But one of the biggest problems for the ceramic sector is making sure that the food contact regulations that they have to comply with in the European Union to sell their wares match the British system that we will have here. So what's he going to do, if he were in power today, to make sure that the trading arrangements that we have allow for that free trade arrangement for the goods that my city makes and it sells into Europe?
Well, it'll be irrelevant if all of the businesses shut down because of high energy prices. He can talk about the previous administration, but it was his party that promised to cut fuel bills, energy bills, by £300, and instead they continue to go up. And all of the market expectation is that energy prices will continue to rise under this government, and that will be very bad for other ceramics factories, like the ones in his constituency. There are a range of other things, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we could go into, because if there's going to be negotiations with the EU, there are plenty of things that we might that might be raised, but we don't know whether the government has raised them. The arrangements over illegal migration with France, mutual recognition of food standards, the certification of UK conformity on social centres, touring musicians, rules of origin, and so on and so on and so on. The point is that the government has not told us whether it wants these things, whether it's pursuing these things, whether it's negotiating these things on our behalf. We, on this side of the House, are clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are clear. Following the referendum, this country turned a page, and it's very important that his party does not turn it back. The fact is that we are on the brink of witnessing yet another disastrous Labour deal, because we know that when Labour negotiates, Britain loses. And to leave the House in no doubt, if and when my party is back in power, we will reverse any handover of power, any imposition of EU law, any new rights for the ECJ, and any new budgetary commitments. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my party that took the country out of the EU, and it's my party that will keep it out. And I commend this motion to the House.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Minister, Nick Thomas-Symonds, to move the amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the amendment standing in the Prime Minister's name on the order paper. And I should say, first of all, what a pleasure it always is to debate the honourable gentleman across the dispatch box. But I should start by saying that discussions with the EU are ongoing. And I'm sure that members across the House will understand that I can't, in the course of the afternoon, preempt what will be unveiled at next week's summit. We will not provide a running commentary on negotiations, nor would this House expect us to. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, after the summit has concluded, we will of course use the earliest possible opportunity to update members across Parliament on what has been delivered and the impact any measures will have. But today I want to focus my remarks on how this government is improving the lives of working people, making the people of the UK safer, more secure and more prosperous. And I am grateful to the opposition for giving us the opportunity to talk about how the government is doing exactly that. Because what we've heard from the opposition today, Madam Deputy Speaker, and from the Leader of the Opposition in recent days, is the only thing that's been surrendered is the credibility of the Conservative Party as a party of opposition, let alone a party of government. The only quantum leap that we've seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the Conservative Party that's gone from government to irrelevance. And 2025 started so well, didn't it? The Leader of the Opposition was turning over a new leaf, taking responsibility for her mistakes. And she said of the previous government, and I quote, "We were making announcements without proper plans. We announced we would leave the European Union before we had a plan for growth outside the EU." And yet today, with negotiations ongoing, they go back to rehash the arguments of the past. No analysis as to where the United Kingdom's interest lies in the mid-2020s. They simply don't believe in Britain's ability to win, and perhaps that's no surprise given the 14 years of failure they delivered for our country. This government, Madam Deputy Speaker, was elected in July 2024 on a mandate to deliver change for working people. And we are delivering on the promises of our manifesto. And if the right honourable gentleman doesn't know about the objectives of the negotiation, I suggest he reads the manifesto. A manifesto that delivered 411 Labour members of Parliament and overwhelmingly rejected the party opposite. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman for Harwich and North Essex.
May I just, I'm grateful to him for giving way, but may I just point out that the Conservative motion stands by the result of the 2016 referendum. The Labour Party amendment doesn't say that. Is the right honourable gentleman saying that a one-term mandate in one election trumps a referendum result, or does he respect the referendum result of 2016?
If you respect the referendum result, and if the honourable gentleman bothered to read the manifesto, he'd discover that there are red lines. We will not go back to the single market. We will not go back to the customs union. We will not go back to freedom of movement. And let me say to the party opposite, delivering on our manifesto promises will unlock huge, in a moment, will unlock huge benefits for the United Kingdom, reduce barriers to trade, accelerate economic growth. It will keep us secure in an uncertain world, safer, more secure and more prosperous. That is what this government is working towards. I'll give way to the competent.
Thank the Minister for giving way. In the Labour manifesto, which he's referred to several times in a few minutes, did it say anything at all about accepting dynamic alignment or becoming a rule taker? Yes or no?
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, the objective to negotiate an SPS veterinary agreement so that we can have agricultural products, food and drink more cheaply traded between the UK and the EU is in the Labour manifesto, and we have a mandate for it. And what the government will do is put more money in the pockets of working people and greater long-term stability and security for the British people. Now, apparently, in a moment, the opposition is against that. Now, so apparently, so I hear, are reform. Though, to be fair, the honourable member for Clacton says he thinks the current deal with the EU can be improved. But I'm afraid they've never exactly told us how, and we wait to find out. Now, since last July, this government has been getting on with the job, resetting our relationship with the European Union in a number of important areas. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Right now, the young people of this country are confined to this island. They can't live, work, love freely across a continent. We have discussions about a youth mobility scheme. Will he now commit himself to securing that youth mobility scheme for the young people of this country?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't describe the honourable gentleman as confined to any island, really, but just to say that I've already spoken about smart, controlled youth mobility schemes, of which the previous government agreed a number. But what this government is doing is exercising diplomacy in our national interest. And you only need to take one look at the trade deals we signed with the United States and indeed with India in the last fortnight that's delivering for the British people. I mean, they shout from a century position about the US deal. Tell that to the workers at Jaguar Land Rover whose jobs have been saved by the trade deal that we have announced with the United States. And on the issue of our trade deal with India, and I say to the honourable gentleman from the Scottish National Party, I was in Scotland yesterday talking to the Scotch Whisky Association about the enormous benefits for Scotland of the India deal. He should be welcoming that deal, not criticising the government. Britain is back on the world stage, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's no thanks to the carping from the opposition. And on that note of carping from the opposition, I will give way.
Minister very much for giving way. He mentioned he was in Scotland yesterday, which is wonderful. I mean, I'm in Scotland every week as a Scottish MP, and I actually meet with distilleries quite often too. The distilleries I've met recently have actually said that they are suffering because of the family farm tax that the government have brought in. Reason being is that their farmers are downsizing, not investing, reducing their supply of grain going forward. Is the Minister and the government proud of that legacy and that contribution to the Scottish Whisky Association?
So I'm very proud, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the extra £25 billion we put into the National Health Service. And apparently the ludicrous position of the opposition, they are in favour of the investment, but they won't tell us exactly how they would raise the money. And I do put it to the opposition. I mean, is there any country they actually want a British business to trade with? Now, in government, they promised an India trade deal by Diwali. To be fair, they didn't say which Diwali. But they did deliver absolutely nothing for the British people. We secure an India trade deal, they're complaining about that. We secure an economic deal with the United States, long promised by the last government, never delivered, and they don't like that. Now, can I just make, because I like to be constructive. So, can I just make a suggestion to the honourable member for Arundel and South Downs? Maybe he should change his title and become the Shadow Secretary of State for No Business and No Trade, because that is their position in terms of the trade deals that we have negotiated. And whilst self-employed, actually, so I would be careful about making remarks without knowing the facts. And whilst the opposition continues to turn inwards on itself, this government will focus in delivery. And our priority now is translating that strengthened relationship with the European Union into a long-term UK-EU strategic partnership that improves the lives of working people and puts more money in their pockets. I'll take my honourable friend. I know the honourable gentleman's been trying to come in for a while, so I'll come to him. But I'll take my honourable friend.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister here will have heard what the Opposition Shadow Minister had said in terms of the pride in Brexit. And it seems to me that the Opposition is proud of the terrible Brexit deal that they delivered and completely unable to bring forward any constructive ideas. They have managed to set out 5 red lines. But does the Minister agree with me that the Opposition have nothing to be proud of about the Brexit deal that they brought forward, nothing to be proud of making Britons poorer, nothing to be proud of making trade harder, and will he share with us some of the framework that he's going to be discussing going forward?
Well, I mean, the problem that the party opposite have is they sit there defending the status quo as it is, and if they bothered to speak to any businesses trading internationally, they would know that that status quo is not working for Britain. I did promise the honourable gentleman so.
The Minister has spoke about UK deals with India, UK deals with the United States, and next Tuesday will be a UK deal or reset with the European Union. Can I ask him, where is Northern Ireland's place in that? Because when we have asked where Northern Ireland can get the benefit from the UK-India trade deal, where Northern Ireland gets the benefit from the UK-US trade deal, we've got no answers from the government benches.
I'll say to the honourable gentleman, I've obviously, as a minister, visited Belfast more than once, listened very carefully to businesses in Northern Ireland about their priorities. What Northern Ireland does have is dual market access, and I'm absolutely supportive of Northern Ireland taking the greatest possible economic advantage of that. And I would say specifically in terms of the Windsor framework and indeed the level of checks that there are on the Irish Sea, that if we are able to secure a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement, that will obviously reduce the necessity for the level of checks on the Irish Sea, which I hope is something he would be able to support. Now, on safety, the trade and cooperation agreement that was agreed by the party opposite left a gap in our ability to tackle crime and criminality and stopped opportunities to work together with European countries to close loopholes that allowed illegal migration. We have to improve on this. And on security, because that was a matter that was raised by the honourable gentleman, we are responding to a once-in-a-generation moment for the collective security of our continent through an ambitious UK-EU security and defence relationship. And in the shadow of the 80th anniversary of VE Day and the powerful historic reminders we all saw in our constituencies up and down the country, securing our collective future is paramount. And when it comes to NATO, can I remind the House this was a creation of that great post-war Labour government of Clement Attlee and Ernest Bevin, and it is and remains the bedrock of our security over 3/4 of a century after the treaty was signed, and that will not change. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, a new Defence and Security Pact strengthens European security and strengthens NATO, and to suggest otherwise is irresponsible. The United Kingdom is rapidly increasing defence spending and is playing a leadership role on Ukraine. The only person who would benefit from talk of division across Europe is Vladimir Putin. And on growth, I will in a moment. On growth, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's central mission. We want to slash red tape at the border, making it easier for UK businesses to trade with the EU and cut costs for businesses and consumers. What I will do is I will take my honourable friend, then I will take the honourable lady, because I know she's been asking.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'm so pleased that he's trying to negotiate a new SPS deal and work to remove that red tape, because would he agree with me that businesses in my constituency, like Triwall in Monmouthshire, are absolutely desperate to remove that red tape so they can increase their exports again, like they did before the botched Brexit deal?
Absolutely right. There will be businesses up and down the country that will benefit from that reduction of trade barriers, and I will give way to the honourable lady.
Minister,
He's making a good case. And would he agree with me that the closer UK-EU defence ties, they don't diminish our role in NATO, but they complement it, especially at a time when transatlantic security simply cannot be taken for granted, and that securing access to programmes like the Security Action for Europe Fund would also be a win for British manufacturers and our strategic capability.
It is absolutely right that it is in the UK's interest, and this would be the worst possible moment to start fragmenting defence across Europe. Let me just say that on the three pillars of this negotiation, safety, security and growth, this government will deliver for our country's future, reducing the cost of living and creating jobs. And frankly, I will give way in a moment. And frankly, today's opposition motion is stuck in the past. Everybody else has moved on, and frankly, it's time for them to move on too. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
For giving way. He raises the important point of the cost of living, given the dire economic impacts of Brexit, including food inflation being 8 times higher than it would have otherwise been, and the cost of leaving the EU amounting to £1 million an hour in 2022, according to ONS data. Will he agree with me that it makes total economic sense for the UK and for the people within it to use next week's summit to start discussions with the EU on what the process of rejoining might look
I doubt our respect for the result of the 2016 referendum, but let me just say to the Honourable Lady, exactly what she is saying in terms of the cost of food is precisely what an SPS agreement on agricultural products, food and drink would seek to deal with. I would hope to see her party supporting it. But I just say to the party opposite, the defenders of the current status quo is what they now seem to be. If they bothered these days to speak to traders, they would know that that status quo is not working in the interests of UK businesses, big or small. As one member of the House said, the existing trade deal is, and I quote, not a very good one. That was actually the Honourable Member for Clacton. It's not often I agree with him, but there we are. But as a result of the last government's failure, companies have been enduring significant delays at our borders, having to fill out hundreds of pieces of paper just to be able to import or export to our nearest neighbours. And I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. Like me, I'm sure he's concerned about small businesses who particularly could benefit from an agri-food deal. Would you like to say a little bit more about the benefits for our small businesses?
My old friend is absolutely right, and there will be particular benefit to small and medium-sized businesses that simply haven't had the capacity to deal with the additional red tape that we've seen in recent years. I will give way once more, and I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman of South Holland and the Deepings.
Last time we exchanged comments in the Chamber about Asquith, I think, but I can't match that today. So the Ombudsman is making sensible points about trusted traders, about easing barriers at the border. But he will know when he speaks of safety and security that our key security relationship is the Five Eyes relationship with America, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. Of course we cooperate with Europe, but any changes to our relationship around security with Europe would endanger the security of this country if we compromise that core relationship. In particular, when you talk a bit about defence and defence procurement, because those Euro enthusiasts on the continent have always wanted a pan-European army and a pan-European security policy.
Just to say, first of all, there is absolutely no compromise on the core principles of our defence that we've had since NATO was founded in 1949. And far from any weakening, this produces the opposite. This would be the worst possible moment to fragment European defence. That is not what this government is doing. And I dismiss any suggestion of the European army in the way that I think the Right Honourable Gentleman is meaning it. This is about a crucial moment for our continent. It is about leadership and peace on our continent, and it is about strengthening and complementing NATO, absolutely not weakening it in any sense. I hope you will take that reassurance. I have to go back to the point around businesses, because businesses themselves are speaking out. Businesses like M&S have been upfront about how real those challenges are. Their head of food said recently, and I quote, "Paperwork takes hours to complete and demands detail as niche as the Latin name for the chicken used in our chicken tikka masala. But it's not just M&S. All supermarkets have said the same, as recently reported in the Financial Times. Just yesterday, I was in Edinburgh, hearing from businesses about the difficulties they face, difficulties we could resolve with some ruthless pragmatism and a better deal. Meanwhile, a few weeks ago, and to make some progress, more than 50 energy companies and organisations highlighted the need for closer energy cooperation with the EU to drive down costs and to drive up investment. All these were voices that a Conservative Party of the past might have listened to, but not, it seems, this lot on the front bench here. And there is an opportunity in front of us that the opposition doesn't even want to try to understand. It will make a difference in growing our economy, in boosting our living standards, and eradicating the barriers to trade that limit trade with our single biggest trading partner today. The Conservative, I'll just make a bit more progress. The consequence of the Conservative position today is they are defending a status quo that is failing businesses and failing working people. Their view, and let's be clear about this, their view is that the trade barriers holding businesses back should stay in place. It impacts the cost of living and it impacts the number of jobs. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman. I will give way to Donald. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Does he agree with me that at the heart of this debate is that this government is taking proactive engagement with our nearest and largest trading and security partner, which is a quantum leap from the failed positions of sneering resentment of the party opposite?
He is absolutely right. It is a quantum leap of improvement from what we saw from the party opposite. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman for Bridgewater.
All to the Minister for giving way. The SPS and the energy deals that he has in mind, will this be on the basis of a mutual recognition of standards, or does he envisage the United Kingdom accepting EU standards now, being dynamically aligned and placing ourselves under the jurisdiction of the European Court?
Just to be clear, I mean, on the issue of energy, on the issue whether it is in terms of an SPS agreement or indeed whether it's in terms of employment rights, this government is interested in a race to the top, not a race to the bottom. And, Mr. Speaker, they feign interest in the details of the deal next Monday. The Leader of the Opposition didn't even want to look at it before she ran out on the weekend to try and make up her mind about it. That is not the behaviour of a serious opposition party, let alone a party of government. But that's where they are now. Very happy to carp on. Very happy to carp on about what they are against, not caring about reducing bills, not caring about people's paychecks, not caring about people's jobs, forever trying not to spell out an alternative. They haven't listened and they certainly haven't learned. And on the issue of learning and listening, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
To the Honourable Gentleman. I just wanted to check on something. Look, we can debate whether or not a trade deal can be improved or not. I'm sure all trade deals can be improved, whether it's the American one or what is an extensive one with Europe, probably the greatest one that's been negotiated in the past. But the one area, as they go back into this discussion that they take, needs really to be very clear. I was looking at a paper produced by the Centre for European Reform, and they make this point very, very clear as the government goes into this negotiation. They say, Labour's red lines do not extend to ruling out dynamic alignment or a role for the ECJ in dispute settlement. Are they correct in the fact that that is the position of the present Labour government?
Yep. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, having been for some years in this House with the Honourable Gentleman, I never thought I'd find him quoting the Centre for European Reform in a parliamentary debate. But clearly there is someone on the other side who is moving on, even if the front bench are not. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, driven by our ruthlessly pragmatic approach, next Monday's UK-EU summit will be the first of annual summits between the UK and the EU. It will be a day of delivery. Delivering on our manifesto, not returning to the customs union, single market or freedom of movement, or revisiting the arguments of 2016. On the subject of revisiting the arguments of 2016, I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Honourable Member for giving way. I can understand why he didn't want to answer the two questions from the opposing party on dynamic alignment, but surely he, given the third opportunity, will commit this government not to in any way having any dynamic alignment. So, of course, we can benefit from trade deals around the world, a great Brexit benefit.
But in the last few weeks, we are absolutely benefiting from trade deals around the world. And nothing that we are doing with the European Union is stopping it. If he wants evidence of that, he can see the UK-India trade deal that this government has agreed in recent weeks. He can look at the deal with the United States that this government has agreed in recent weeks. And nothing that we are doing with the European Union cuts across this. Our position has been we will not choose between our allies. The UK's national interest lies in deepening our... There's nothing dynamic about the party opposite. Mr. Speaker, it is deepening our trade relationship with all our partners that is in our national interest. And I have to say, I've given way a number of times now. Trade, security, defence and other areas of our relationship should never be treated as a zero-sum game. It is possible to deliver on all fronts, and that's exactly what this government is doing. So I look forward to turning the page next week, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we forge a new strategic partnership with our European friends, making Brexit work in the interests of the British people. We are stepping up and meeting the moment, making people safer, more secure and delivering growth. Delivering, Madam Deputy Speaker, in our national interest, which is what this government will do.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when Amendment A has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the original words stand part of the question. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, James MacCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my thanks to the Conservative front bench for bringing this motion, which reveals, if nothing else, the sorry state of their party. Not a vision for Britain's future, but a stubborn fixation on a failed past. Their botched Brexit deal has left us not flourishing, but floundering, not prosperous, but poorer. The Tories' dreadful Brexit deal has been utterly ruinous for our economy. While they cling to their Brexit dogma, British businesses, farmers and fishers across every corner of our country face the harsh reality of their record of incompetence. Britain deserves more than hollow promises and endless excuses. Britain deserves better. Their motion today, the Conservative motion, is a checklist of their own failures. What was once a pro-business party of open markets and free trade now cowers behind trade barriers. There is only one Liberal party speaking up for British business in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that is the Liberal Democrats. Businesses that were promised a bonfire of regulation are now buried in paperwork. The Tories didn't deliver the streamlined trade they promised. They created a bureaucratic nightmare. Instead of course...
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way and giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of one of my constituents who started a business importing organic produce from the EU. They have to pay to recertify the organic produce in the UK at their own cost, which is killing the business. Is this the type of red tape introduced by Brexit that the Minister should remove?
Honourable friend, and absolutely, and it speaks to the nature of the deal that was agreed when we left the European Union, far from creating the streamlined trade the Conservatives promised, and instead of boosting growth, they strangled it. Our farmers were promised golden opportunities, but have ended up poorer and weighed down by yet more Tory Brexit bureaucracy.
Would you give way on that point?
Certainly.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The previous Conservative government undermined farmers and our rural economy by botched trade deals with Australia and New Zealand. And indeed, the former DEFRA Secretary slammed it by saying the UK gave away far too much for far too little. And does my honourable friend agree with me that this government shouldn't allow our farmers to be thrown under the bus again?
I thank my honourable friend, who is a strong advocate for farmers in her constituency and across the country, and I absolutely agree with what she just said. And likewise, our fishing communities have also suffered. In my own constituency, I heard from local fishers in Newhaven who fear their livelihoods are close to collapse. Elsewhere, there is the example of offshore shellfish in Brixham, represented by my honourable friend, the member for South Devon. For every shipment of mussels, they now need a vet to sign 17 separate documents by hand. 17, Madam Deputy Speaker. Missed the deadline at Calais? The entire catch goes to waste. That's not taking back control. That is losing the plot. The Tories have thoroughly botched our relationship with Europe, but Labour's overcautious approach risks, in a moment I will, risks cementing this failure. We acknowledge their recognition that this Brexit deal wasn't working, but their approach falls a long way short. Where Britain needs bold leadership, they at times offer nothing more than reluctant half measures. Where we need decisive action, they offer excuses and red lines. And I'll give way to my...
He raises a very interesting point about the shellfish, because the day we left the EU, the environmental standards and the hygiene standards we applied to our shellfish remained exactly the same as they were when we were in the EU. And it's the EU that's applied all that bureaucracy and requirement for wet stamps. Now, under the World Trade Organization rules, if you have equivalent standards, then you are obliged to allow goods to enter your jurisdiction unchecked. Why does the EU breach this international law so wantonly, and why has the government become a supplicant to the EU to try and gain favour with them so that they remove these illegal barriers?
Yeah. Thank the honourable member for his intervention. I think that he would acknowledge that it is not just the regulations you speak about that are barriers to export in this country. I mentioned Calais. The Port of Dover currently sees massive delays in getting any goods through the port because of the additional bureaucracy and security that's had to be put in place by Brexit. My own port in Newhaven, which I know very well and I would humbly suggest know possibly better than other honourable members, has had to spend millions of pounds simply putting in place more barriers to move goods through the port. And that is what is slowing things down. So he makes a fair point about equivalence, and that is a point, but at the end of the day, it is not the only output of Brexit that is harming our industry. I'll come just a moment if I might make a tiny bit of progress. So back to where we were, and Labour's half measures that I was talking about, they at the moment seem so afraid of their reform-shaped shadow that it rules out bold measures to set British business free and stimulate growth. Britain cannot afford such timidity. Our businesses cannot afford it. Our young people who face a future with fewer opportunities than their parents absolutely cannot afford it. And I will give way to the honourable.
I'm very grateful. I assume the honourable gentleman is not advocating returning to the common fisheries policy. The common fisheries policy, with its ludicrous quotas and equivalent, effectively was bad for fish as they were discarded live, and bad for fishermen who were limited by quotas. It was a disaster. It had a detrimental effect on fishing the industry across the whole of this country. Surely he doesn't return to that.
I don't remember for his intervention. Absolutely not. The Common Fisheries Policy did a lot of damage to British fishing, as the Common Agricultural Policy did to farming. Yes, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. It's possibly worth noting that the honourable member for Clacton attended only one fishery committee meetings in the European Parliament out of the potential 42 which he could have attended, thereby never speaking up for British interests, which is potentially why the Common Fisheries Policy wasn't to our benefit.
I thank my honourable friend. What we have advocated for around all of these areas is a new relationship with Europe, which would involve a new discussion around fishing. It doesn't involve, unlike the Conservatives apparently cannot cope with the idea that we can actually move forward in the world and have a different arrangement. We don't have to go back to what we had before. And the Liberal Democrats have a very clear four-step roadmap to rebuild our European relationships. In a moment. First, the fundamental reset, rebuilding trust trashed by years of Conservative recklessness. And I do acknowledge here the positive work ministers have absolutely done in this regard. Second, rejoining crucial European agencies that directly benefit British people, like Erasmus+, the European Aviation Safety Agency, and Horizon Europe, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, back in 2023, the Conservatives agreed to pay over £2 billion a year to rejoin, due to the enormous harm that leaving that programme had done to our critical research and innovation sector. They even recognise the necessity of such programmes. To turn around now and in this motion demand that the government rule out paying for access to other schemes that could benefit the UK is the very height of hypocrisy. Third, negotiating practical arrangements to slash red tape, culminating in a UK-EU customs union by 2030 that gives British businesses the oxygen they so desperately need. And finally, as Truss rebuilds, pursuing single market membership, unlocking maximum prosperity for businesses and maximum opportunity for future generations.
Will the member give way?
I thank the honourable member for giving way and thank him and welcome the comments he made about the common fisheries policy. Will he join these benches and go one further and urge the government not to give up any sovereign fishing rights that the UK currently benefits from in order to give away fishing to France for other seen-to-be benefits from a wider deal? Can he be strong? Can he urge the government, like these benches are, on fishing?
And I can promise you I will never join those benches and can rule that out definitively. But absolutely, I mean, I think that what we're seeing here, what we should not be doing is, as has been, I have to say, slightly hysterically speculated in a lot of the right-wing press, trade away fishing rights for a defence deal, for instance. That is something that Liberal Democrats have been very clear about, and we continue to be clear about now.
Will the member give
of
way?
course.
The member, thank you. The member is making some excellent points, and to his credit, he set out those 4 clear points, which is more than the government or the main opposition party have done. But I heard members across this House talk previously of a democracy fails to be a democracy if people do not have the ability to change their mind. Does he rule out ever rejoining the EU?
My thanks to the honourable member for Arbroath for that point. It is impossible to rule out anything in the future. I mean, if you had asked me 20 years ago if I would ever have considered it possible we would leave the EU, I would have said I thought that was extremely unlikely. So who knows what will happen in the future? We may have a very different government of a different complexion one day that chooses to take those steps. But right now, that is clearly not something we're talking about. Of course, on the other side of things, the EU must show flexibility too. Britain is no ordinary third country. We're a major economy and an indispensable partner on defence, security and trade. The EU must make space for bespoke, pragmatic arrangements. Alongside this, the government must immediately introduce a youth mobility scheme. Our young people deserve the same European opportunities previous generations, many represented on these benches, enjoyed themselves. The Tories obstinately refuse this common-sense approach, and Labour has so far flip-flopped on the issue. We have existing schemes with Australia, Japan, New Zealand and Canada, but not with our nearest neighbours. Our young people don't deserve this short-sightedness. They deserve access to opportunities across Europe. Madam Deputy Speaker, as global threats multiply, Putin's brutality in Ukraine, Trump's economic recklessness, Britain's security demands strong European partnerships. A comprehensive UK-EU defence pact isn't just desirable, it's essential for our national security. We are no longer part of Europol, meaning we've lost access to crucial intelligence sharing and vital databases that help track criminals and terrorists across borders. That's not taking back control, that's making British people feel less safe and less secure. And to those who claim that a UK-EU defence cooperation would somehow weaken NATO, let's be clear, it would do exactly the opposite. Greater mobility for personnel across Europe strengthens NATO's ability to deploy forces, particularly in the east. Access to EU procurement mechanisms allows us to purchase more equipment more efficiently and boosts British defence firms. Madam Deputy Speaker, stronger cooperation on European defence not only bolsters the alliance, but also improves our shared operational effectiveness. The Conservatives are undermining British security and spreading scaremongering by suggesting otherwise. With Trump in the White House, the world has been plunged into a trade war. Britain's exports to the EU reached £356 billion last year. That's 42% of everything we sell to the world. Imagine how much higher that would be and how much more money the British people would have in their pockets had the Conservatives' disastrous deal not shrunk our economy by 4%. By contrast...
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. In my constituency of Bicester and Woodstock, many workers at the Cowley mini plant tell me they're worried about the future of the plant. And one of the principal reasons they're worried is that the Conservatives botched Brexit deal has introduced so much red tape that the just-in-time delivery of component parts across the European network that BMW operate is threatening the plants. So will my honourable friend agree that this is just one example of the ways in which this particular Brexit deal does damage to our economy rather than supporting our core industries?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention and sticking up for his local businesses, as he always does. And absolutely, the effect on supply chains in particular has been an element that is not always obvious, but has been detrimental to many, particularly larger and complicated businesses. Not at the moment. By contrast, the much-vaunted trade deal signed with India last week is worth just a fraction of our former deal with the European Union, around 20 times smaller than the economic boost we gain simply by aligning with the EU on goods and services.
On that point? Thank you.
Of course.
The whole House will have noted he clearly failed to rule out a second referendum because he didn't much like the result of the first one. But can I ask him directly, like the government, as is obvious from their evasion this afternoon, are the Liberal Democrats prepared to accept a process of dynamic alignment where we effectively become a passive rule taker from the European Union? Yes or no?
You actually made two points there, one at a time. The first one was about, you mentioned a second referendum. I find this fascinating contention. Elections happen every 4 years. In the last election, we returned a Labour government. By this argument that there was a referendum in 2016 which must be in perpetuity what the British people do, no matter what the British people think of it, suggests to me that everybody should join the Labour Party, should they not? Because now we have a Labour government in perpetuity too. And perhaps honourable members on this side might want to give some consideration to that. The second point was you used this term rule taker, was it? Yes. Okay, I find this also a fascinating thing, and it was something that was quite noticeable from the Conservative negotiations on Brexit, was this, how enthralled they became to the philosophy of cakeism. And how it became the mantra of the Conservative Party that you could absolutely have your cake and eat it, and that modern trade deals apparently don't require any give and take. The recent India trade deal, which has been so trumpeted by members on that side, and of course was started by members on this side, does involve the UK having to take some things as well. That is what a trade deal looks like. And it certainly looks like that when you're talking with the largest trading bloc on the planet. The key question you should be asking, the honourable member should be asking here, is not that. Is what benefit would it bring to British people? That ultimately is the job of any government and any politician. What will benefit us?
Yes.
I'm pleased you agree with yourself. So, by contrast, my honourable, if I might resume, my honourable friend, the member for Honiton and Sidmouth, tells me of an engineering firm in his constituency that now, due to the mountains of Brexit red tape, finds it far easier to trade with South Korea than with Europe. This is not just damaging, it's frankly absurd. Yet the thing the government won't do, the one thing is guaranteed to deliver growth, is negotiate a bespoke customs union with the EU. Yet they are hiking national insurance for businesses, stifling investment and refusing to support the most vulnerable in our society by not scrapping the two-child benefit cap or safeguarding PIP payments. If I might just make a little bit of progress, because I'm conscious of the amount of time I'm taking up, only a customs union can give businesses the long-term certainty they need, all helping to shield British jobs from the looming threat of Trump's trade wars. I'll take the honourable gentleman first and then my honourable friend.
He told us that he has a constituent who finds it easier to trade with South Korea than with the EU. What does that tell us about the EU? Isn't that one of the reasons why people voted to leave? It's because of its excessive bureaucracy and its protectionism. Why is it easier to trade with South Korea than the EU if it wasn't for EU bureaucracy?
If the honourable member will allow me, just to be clear, it wasn't one of my constituents. I was talking about one of my honourable friend's constituents. But is the trade barriers put up by the Conservative Party as part of the Brexit deal? It is as simple as that. A protectionist party putting up trade barriers, and they continue to advocate for it. My honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on the point of red tape, Epsom and your constituents are facing preventable delays on essential medication for conditions such as diabetes, ADHD and mental health. So does my honourable friend agree that now is simply not the time to play politics and that we must urgently seek a comprehensive mutual recognition agreement with the European Medicines Agency to cut the red tape that is detrimental to the health of all of our constituents?
Friend, yes, it's a really important point, and we've seen shortages of key medication. She mentioned ADHD medication, which has detrimental impacts on the lives of children and parents, and insulin and other key medications. So if I might continue, the Liberal Democrats understand that Britain belongs at Europe's heart, not on its periphery, isolated and diminished. We recognise rebuilding these ties requires patience and skilled diplomacy, but unlike the Tories, we will not bury our heads in the sand. Unlike Labour, we will not settle for tepid tinkering. As such, we will abstain on the government's amendment. We believe in Britain's potential, we believe in Britain's future, and we believe that our future is brighter, stronger and more prosperous when we work closely with Europe. Today, the Conservative motion offers no solutions, only distraction from their disastrous record. Britain deserves leaders who will properly rebuild relationships, deliver genuine prosperity and restore our standing in the world. This is the vision that the Liberal Democrats offer, not Tory and reform fantasies and not Labour fence-sitting, but practical solutions, clear direction and an unwavering commitment to Britain's best interests. And let's be honest, many on the Labour benches agree with what I'm saying. They know this fence-sitting won't cut it, but they're not allowed to say so. But fear not, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will. The Conservatives have nothing to say on Europe. Labour have tied themselves up in red lines. The public know that our country's future is European. For businesses, for jobs, for our nation's security and for our children's futures, it is time to put the divisions of the past behind us and act in the national interest. We will vote against this nonsensical motion and stand ready to work constructively with the government to build a closer, more pragmatic relationship with our European friends and neighbours. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It may come as a surprise to many people who are still, as I am, after 10 months of being a Member of Parliament, finding things, as a result of the mess left by the previous government, to be a little bit gloomy and challenging. So today, I'm incredibly heartened. It's probably the happiest day I've spent in the House yet, because we have a real opportunity to be hopeful and positive about the future of this country. The ideology and the chaos that have caused so much damage with the Conservative government running frit from the Reform Party is giving way to a party which is pragmatic and has proven itself to be competent. And I'd love to congratulate the government at this stage on its tremendous securing of trade deals with India and with the USA, and I'm looking forward to having a hat-trick, securing a trade deal with the European Union that's even bigger and better than either of those, and all in the British interest. Because what is absolutely clear to me, and what everybody knows in the Labour Party, it runs through everything the Labour Party and the Prime Minister said, is this country has to get growth. After the last 14 years in which services have been decimated, every time we open a cupboard as a new government, we find it bare. We have to rebuild our public services. And the swiftest way, I'll just finish my point, and the swiftest way of us getting the economy and the growth in the economy that we need is having a good trade deal with the European Union. There is nothing that will guarantee swifter growth for the economy. Happy to give way.
Analysis of why growth projections have been halved since Labour's come in.
Can you say again?
What is his analysis of why growth projections have been halved since Labour came in?
So I find it very hard to hear anything that the Conservatives opposite are saying would take it with any degree of seriousness. What is their explanation? What is their explanation of why, after 14 years, we have public services on their knees, collapse in the economy, and we even have a front bench spokesperson who says there was growth over the last since leaving the European Union, despite Brexit. So despite Brexit, even your own side admits that it was a disaster. So nothing will deliver the growth that this country needs faster than signing a good deal with the European Union. And slashing red tape, and reducing regulation with the biggest market on our doorstep. Opening up markets, kick-starting growth, boosting exports and investment, reducing prices at home. This is a prize that anyone who is not a crazy ideologue would welcome. And we on this side of the House are not crazy ideologues, prisoners of our past, whether it's a television programme from the past or the actions that we took, that people opposite took, while in government, which have so damaged the British people. The businesses across this country, businesses in my constituency of Chelsea and Fulham, they want us to sign and get a good deal from the European Union. No, in my constituency, they do not want us to rejoin. I'm not talking about rejoining. They would like us still to be in. They think the damage it's done them, the importer of wine in my constituency has to pay £160 for every consignment he now brings in. He would like us still to be in, not face that. But they don't want us to spend the next 5 years renegotiating the deal. So, yes, happily. Thank you.
Can I just congratulate my friend? He is making an excellent speech. Yeah. But just on the point of our constituents, like mine in Battersea, small and medium-sized businesses are crying out for this Labour government to come forward and renegotiate a good trade deal to ensure that those businesses can thrive. So does he agree with me that this government is taking the right pragmatic approach in terms of wanting to deliver growth for our country?
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for stressing that point. She is, of course, absolutely right. We have a government which has replaced chaos and ideology with cool-headed, pragmatic determination. We have a trade deal with India, we have a trade deal with the US, we're going to get a good trade deal with the European Union. This is why it's a day for rejoicing, not a day for the gloom and doom, for people rehashing the past, not a single of one of them, except the opposition front bench who accepted that, despite Brexit, the country grew a little bit. Sorry? Keep going. Oh, sarcasm. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't have to speak, not allowed. So I'm very pleased, and I think many people here, with the government for being cool-headed, common-sense approach, and we're going to reset our relationship with the European Union, and we're going to put Britain first. And putting Britain first also has to mean putting our young people first. And so I'm excited by the opportunity of the young people in my constituency and everyone's constituency having the opportunity of a time-limited, controlled, visa-based youth experience scheme, as we already have with a dozen countries. And in a time... Yes, of course.
He will know that there are thousands of young people, perhaps not in Chelsea, but certainly in most of the country, who are NEETs. Young people not in education, employment or training. That number is actually growing. Why should those young people, desperately seeking access to education or jobs, have to compete with large numbers of people from abroad? Is that what the people in Chelsea and Fulham really want for the people who live in the most of the rest of real Britain?
I'll tell you what the people in Chelsea and Fulham really want. They don't want a Prime Minister, as the last one, bugger business Prime Minister, who said that we would level up to help people across the country and did nothing about this. What they want is a Prime Minister, as said yesterday, who is going to invest in increasing skills and apprenticeships right across the country. And that's what we need, and that's what we're getting now.
So on that point, because rhetoric's important, does the member agree with Lord Dubs, who said what the Prime Minister said yesterday was outrageous, or does he agree with the Alternative für Deutschland leader, who agreed with him?
I have to say, when you come to Lord Dubs, you strike a...
I didn't ask the question. Continue.
The honourable member, when he mentions Lord Dubs, touches a soft spot with me. He's a great friend and a doughty campaigner in my constituency. Lord Dubs, of course, will have his views. I was talking, and I will continue to talk, about the Prime Minister setting out an absolute commitment to increase the skills of young people right across our country. And that is in no way undermined by the prospect of a controlled, visa-based youth experience scheme. In times such as we have at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, which are very unstable, it's also right that we should be seeking a closer relationship with the European Union that will strengthen defence and security, alongside our commitment to NATO. And also an agreement that I'm very hopeful the government will pull off, that will, as honourable friends of mine have raised already, will bring new jobs in the defence industries this country. We are facing the starkest, most serious defence challenge that we have faced for decades, and we have to meet it together with the European Union. And yes, I'm sure, having spoken to many ambassadors here, I know they're welcoming Britain playing its full role in defending our shared continent. So that's what we're doing as a government, and it's why it's so disappointing with all the prospect and the excitement ahead of us, to hear the Conservatives and the Reform Party putting ideology first, still putting ideology first, ahead of growth, ahead of security. They are failing to say what they would do instead. They just want to continue with the status quo. The status quo, my honourable member for Lewes talked about the chaos that is brought to Kent, where trucks backed up for miles near Dover because the infrastructure for customs checks was never ready and fresh produce rotted in the queue under the Conservative government. They jeopardised car manufacturing in Birmingham, the West Midlands. That was a region that relies on just-in-time EU chains. It was hit with rules of origin checks, rising costs, delayed parts, thanks to the Conservatives. You sold out Cornwall's poorest communities by moving them out of the millions of European structural funds that was available to them and replacing with a shared prosperity fund worth far less. That was the Conservative government's failed Brexit. They're not very good at Brexit either, that's another matter. They weakened Paul Talbot and the South Wales steel industry. They made exports harder and reduced competitiveness in what already a very challenging global market. That was the Conservative government's Brexit. And they undermined Scottish farmers and distillers by erecting barriers to their largest export market. This is all the record that the party opposite is delighted to defend. I would not be delighted to defend it, but they are. So much so that they have brought this ridiculous motion here today. Well, I'm delighted by the amendment that the Labour Party has put down, that the government has put down. This is the contrast of our pragmatic, cool-headed approach could not be starker than with these ideologues. So it's refreshing. Yes, I will. I'm coming to an end, but I will.
Criticised the opposition for bringing this motion today, but to give them their due, at least they've turned up. That they delivered Brexit, but the architects would usually be sitting here. None of them have shown up today, and doesn't that just go to show the contempt that they hold us all with, and the voters as well?
Yeah. I agree with the honourable member that if your entire shtick for getting elected is that you're anti-EU and that you think you can defend the British interests better by continuing the chaotic, unfavourable system that we have, and that's your entire reason for existence, I do think it's not okay for one of the Reform members of Parliament to ask a couple of questions and skedaddle off. And as for the honourable member for Clacton and Florida, I don't know what he's doing today, but he really ought to be here. In conclusion, sorry. So it is refreshing, I think. I think we should be cheered. It is refreshing. Let's look at next week. Let's be a little bit more optimistic. Let's not say we're always going to be outdiddled by the French and Germans. I mean, it's a council of despair. It's pathetic. We are perfectly capable, as we've shown in negotiating trade deals with India, with the US, and as we're going to be doing with the European Union, to get the best for the British people. And that's what the people of this country voted for in the last election. An end to failed ideology, applied common sense, cool-headed, determined, and as a result, at the end of the meeting next week and in future years, the British people will benefit, and we should all be delighted about that.
Jenkin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to follow the honourable gentleman for Chelsea and Fulham in his flowery optimism for the future of this country, that somehow we're realigning ourselves with the European Union without actually joining is a terribly good thing. It just makes me wonder about all the debates I've attended over 33 years in this House about our relationship with what used to be called the Common Market, and then was called the European Communities, and then was called the European Union. That this debate has a ring of familiarity about it, is that there are two sides in this House that tend to completely misunderstand each other. Only I think that on this side we now understand the truth, because the truth came out in the referendum. Is that what the referendum demonstrated was that the House of Commons was completely out of alignment with the population on the question of our membership of the European Union. And the whole Brexit story was about a battle within this House as to whether the pro-EU majority was going to assert itself and somehow negate the referendum, or whether the referendum itself would be respected. And that is why I think my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and her shadow cabinet colleagues are absolutely right to put at the front of this motion the importance of honouring the referendum result. The fact is that a referendum result represents a superior mandate to a single term of election for an elected government. Because that referendum takes place on a single issue, and I don't think anyone would pretend that the European Union was the main issue at the last general election. And therefore, for anyone in the government, or indeed in the Liberal Democrats, to try and use the general election result as a mandate to circumvent the result of the 2016 referendum is playing a very dangerous political game. We don't have a written constitution. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I said to my honourable friend that, of course, this was reversed on those of us who had concerns about Europe for 40 years. We were told that, of course, exactly his point, that a referendum was superior to continuous elections. Yeah. We had made the decision after the last referendum. That was a generational move. Yeah. It's hardly generational after the few number of years that we've had since the referendum.
I think the important point is we don't have a written constitution. I agree with my honourable friend. But we do have in our minds a hierarchy of legitimacy on which, in the end, the credibility of this House, the democratic credibility of this House, depends. And the fact is, as I was saying, a referendum represents a superior mandate on a single issue. And with a great struggle, the pro-EU majority eventually aligned itself with the decision that the British people have taken on our membership of the European Union. I'll give way to my
I'm extremely grateful, Mr. President. Since we're straying to the area of political ideas and philosophy, isn't the point that the democratic legitimacy we enjoy in this place is on the basis of popular consent? There is no more direct expression of popular consent than a referendum, which is why its result has to be honoured.
No, I agree. And that is why I thought it was an extremely ominous portent that the Minister from the dispatch box refused to answer my right honourable friend on the question of whether there would be alignment or subjection to the European Court of Justice. Because if the referendum was about one thing, it was about taking back control of our laws. And in fact, there were many of us in the Leave campaign at the time who argued the British people do understand sovereignty. And certainly by the end of the referendum, they understood sovereignty.
Very well.
And getting into a permanent alignment of regulation or subjecting the meaning of laws applied in the United Kingdom to the scrutiny and jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice is giving back control. And that is a very dangerous thing for a government that was elected on the principle of honouring the referendum result and is now playing dog whistle politics with immigration. For that government to be backsliding in secret and behind a sort of with a sleight of hand into allowing jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice and permanent alignment back into our law is a very dangerous thing for the government to be doing and pretending it's not happening, which is exactly what the Minister did at the dispatch box this afternoon. I give way to my honourable friend, but I've got another point I wish to make.
He will well remember that during the referendum, a booklet was circulated to every household in the United Kingdom that famously said, "This is your decision. The government will implement what you decide." The people decided to leave, and some people spent 3 years in this place trying to frustrate their decision. In that context, is he very concerned that today the government and the Minister 3 times blatantly refused to answer a straight question about whether or not the government would concede dynamic alignment at the summit? Isn't that the sort of duplicitous behaviour that made the public so angry in the first place?
My honourable friend. But there's another very dangerous game being played by another political party, and that's the Liberal Democrats. Because my right honourable friend for Rayleigh pressed him on whether there would be another referendum because he wants to rejoin the European Union. And he didn't say that there would be. Now, the idea that you have a referendum to leave the European Union and you wouldn't require a new referendum in order to rejoin it would be absolute incendiary politics for this country. I mean, why have people become disillusioned with their politicians? It's because they seem to agree to one proposition and then do something completely different from what they actually voted for. I hope we could all agree on one proposition that there could be no possibility of a proposal to rejoin the European Union, or to accept dynamic alignment, or to accept the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, except over the limited areas where it will eventually expire, without a further referendum. Yes, of course I'll give way. It's a very serious matter.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and you talk about people losing their trust in politics. Would you agree with me that would the honourable member agree with me that the promise of £350 million a week to go to the NHS, which was broadcast on the side of a big red bus during the referendum, might have somewhat reduced trust in your party?
I'm very happy to point out that since the referendum, after the referendum and since we left, we're spending way more than £350 million a week more on the NHS than we were before, and our contributions to the European Union have fallen dramatically, in fact much faster than was expected under the withdrawal agreement. So the benefit that was on the side of the bus has turned out to be correct, although I personally believe it was a statistical sleight of hand to use that particular number, and I disowned it at the time. But have no doubt that if we're going to get drawn back into the European Union, we'll have to start raiding the NHS to make payments to the European Union again. And I don't think that's what the British people voted for. And that brings me back to this fund. I mean, this fund, this great fund, which I think is actually going to be borrowed, but are we going to have to borrow some of that fund as well? Because it was going to be borrowed through some mechanism through the European Central Bank. Or is it going to be taxed? But I mean, it's all government borrowing. Are we going to add to our government borrowing by participating in the borrowing or funding of that fund? Or are we going to, wouldn't it be better if we just remained aloof from it in order to concentrate on spending money on our own defence? And the point that was made, that the money that we have committed to defence over the years is far, far greater than the vast majority of other EU countries over the period since the Second World War, and indeed since the end of the Cold War. And we mandate our nuclear deterrent to the protection of the whole of Europe. We play our part in the defence of Europe. And the idea that you can deploy troops more quickly through free movement of people. I mean, what planet are the Liberal Democrats on? I mean, it's just utterly ludicrous. Utterly ludicrous. And I come back to the point about this defence fund. There have been defence funds in Europe before, but I can assure you the game that every country plays is what they put in, they get out. And the French are past masters at this, because they'll participate in a multilateral programme, but if they don't get the lion's share of it, they pull out. They pulled out of the Eurofighter when that was meant to be part of their deal, because they weren't getting enough work out of it. And so the idea that this is a freebie for British defence companies to participate in the fund and get extra money into the British defence industries, I mean, that simply is not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And in any case, this is a fund that is not about creating war-fighting capability this year or next year, which is what we need. This is about the very long-term big programmes that the defence industries want. This isn't going to rescue us from the absence of America from NATO, if that were to occur for more than a few months or a few years under Donald Trump. And let's just remember that Donald Trump's not going to be there forever. He's got 45 more months to run. Let's not do more damage to NATO by making it look on the other side of the Atlantic that we're going to take care of our own defence in Europe from now on, thank you very much. This is a very, very dangerous thing. I remember Madeleine Albright, a Democrat Secretary of State, railing against what was then called the European Security and Defence Policy, because she warned that it represented the 3 Ds: the duplication of NATO assets, which was wasteful and unnecessary, the discrimination against non-EU members of NATO, like Norway and Turkey and Canada and the United States, and the decoupling of American and European defence policy. Now, is that what we want? Is that what this House wants? Is that what the Labour Party wants? No. The Labour Party says that NATO is the cornerstone of our defence, and rightly so. But what signal are they sending to President Trump?
My friend?
Just a minute. What signal are they sending to Donald Trump by suggesting that we're going to have an EU defence policy which excludes the United States? What signal does that send? Exactly the wrong signal for this moment. I give way to my right to
I'm pleased that he's raising this point. It's something I want to elaborate on further. But the real point is, J.D. Vance, the Vice President, came over here at Munich and ripped a hole through the Europeans, including ourselves, for not having spent enough, although we were on the top spenders. And since then, they've gone on and on about this. But each time, you get the sense that actually they're keener to decouple. So isn't what we are about to do to give strength to the argument that we don't need them any longer, and therefore they need to look somewhere else? That is the danger of what this is, because NATO wasn't just about defence of the West. It was making sure the US never goes into isolationism again.
Yes, and that promise of creating an EU defence capability has been on the table since the San Malo Declaration of 1999, when defence, in the aftermath of the Maastricht Treaty, which first introduced the word defence into the EU, when the EU when France and the United Kingdom, under a Labour government, declared that the EU was going to have autonomous military capability, separable but not separate military forces from NATO. So we still have this absurdity where the armed forces of the United Kingdom, or the armed forces of the EU countries, are allocated to NATO tasks, but at the same time, they're ready for EU tasks. And there's had to be a very, very complicated deconfliction arrangement to try and make sure that an EU defence mission does not conflict with a NATO defence mission. And we finished up with something called the Berlin Plus arrangements, which Turkey has never accepted, because Turkey is not a member of the EU, but is a member of NATO. And there's always been an impasse between NATO and the EU on these two questions. And it's all completely unnecessary, because NATO has a military headquarters, it has a political committee, it is an international organisation that has contributed the most successful military alliance in the world, by the way. Why is the EU trying to duplicate it just for itself? Because actually the EU is more interested in statecraft and state building rather than in defending our own continent. And the anger with which Ursula von der Leyen and Friedrich Merz have attacked Trump reflects this latent anti-Americanism that's always been there, which we can do without at this particular moment. I give way to my
friend making a profound argument, because what he's highlighting is the difference between the EU, which sees itself as a supranational body, and NATO, which is by nature anything but that. It is a confederation of sovereign nations. And that tension lies at the heart of the disdain which the EU has for NATO, ill-concealed and now evident. And sadly, whether the government is careless of that or unknowing of it, I don't know. But they're either complicit or ignorant. I wonder which my honourable friends think they are.
Well, sadly, what European Union defence has always done is promised far more than it actually delivers. It was meant to galvanise all the European states into spending more money. It failed. It just didn't do that. And when there was any serious military operation required, it was NATO. Now, to EU's credit, there are some EU military operations taking place now, but they're of very limited scale. And if you ask me, the British and the Americans need to be reinforcing the Balkans now, because the Europeans are not committing enough on their own, and they're incapable of doing so. But even if this time there was going to be a rapid growth in EU military capability to address the crisis that we now face, it would take decades to replicate what the Americans currently provide.
Yeah, exactly. Tactical
nuclear weapons, air cover. Why does the EU need to have its own air defence policy when that's exactly what NATO does? It does European air defence. And we need to be bolstering NATO. We need to be putting, and I think it's very encouraging, the force planning for the possible peacekeeping force in Ukraine has all been done at NATO. Not in the EU Crisis Management Centre or EU military headquarters, whatever they've got. It's because only NATO has the capability to plan large-scale military activity. And the Honourable Gentleman's shaking his head. What does he know about it? I'd be very interested if he was to challenge me.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. Does he not see the fragility of European defence, which is dependent on key items of American hardware, that he correctly identifies we do not have, that he correctly identifies will take decades to replicate and to operate and to train and to integrate with our systems? Does he not see the fragility of our defence if President Trump or another incoming US leader says, actually, you're on your own. Actually, we don't care about the defence of Ukraine.
Remind members that when I'm in the chair, interventions will be shorter than that. Sir Bernard Jenkin.
I'm very glad he's made that point. But what I would suggest to him would be the best thing for all the European nations to do is to say, not that we're going to try and build our own EU defence capability, but actually we're going to strengthen NATO. And the argument that somehow, we're only doing it through the EU so that it can strengthen NATO, I don't think that's what the ambition of the bureaucrats in Brussels really is. They want to they have a flag and a parliament, and they want an army, a Euro army. That's what people periodically talk about, particularly the Germans and the French. They want a Euro army. And that would send the wrong signal to President Trump. So yes, we need to develop those capabilities, but let's develop them through NATO. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Isn't the Right Honourable Member's point put beyond all doubt by the actual wording of Article 42 of the Treaty of the EU, which expressly says that the purpose of cooperation is to arrive at common defence? Isn't it therefore perfectly clear that the EU is setting itself up for its own sovereign defence capability?
And the European Defence Agency and all the mechanisms that have been created are... I mean, the European Defence Agency is an embryo European Ministry of Defence, and that is what it's intended to do. But let's just suppose in the ideal world that they live in the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, that this defence capability comes about. The fundamental problem that they have is the European Union was never originally conceived as a defence and foreign policy organisation. There are many countries in it with very different. No, it was functionalism that drove the foundation of the European communities, and it was about trade, and it was about creating a single market. Defence was never in the minds of the early founders of the European Union, and it's very ill-suited to this task because the institutions were not designed for this purpose. It's not in the culture of these institutions. And to rely on these institutions for your defence and for your security is an extremely unwise thing to do, unlike NATO, which is very, very well suited to this task already and doesn't need to be duplicated. But to put it mildly, the political disunity in the European Union, particularly towards Trump, okay, that afflicts NATO as well, but it's not an instant solution to the political problems that exist in NATO, if that's what the European Union is seeking to resolve. So I think we should dispense with the idea that making a defence pact with the European Union is somehow the great the great panacea for all the problems we're facing on our continent because of President Putin. On the contrary, I think it's likely to make things more complicated and might make them worse, make them more bureaucratic, and probably make our defence industries less competitive because they will be cocooned inside this fund instead of competing on the global stage with the Americans. And incidentally, our defence procurement cooperation with the Americans remains absolutely essential. They have the lion's share of the technology, way, way ahead of the European Union when it comes to technology. So why is the government then using this? I mean, I think they've always been religiously committed to this idea of EU defence. They introduced it in the first place in the Sao Paulo Declaration. But why are they so devoted to doing this now? Well, because, of course, it's what the European Union really wants. We are the supplicant in these negotiations. We are asking them for concessions. And this is the one thing that would really make them feel good, to draw the United Kingdom into the defence arena of the European Union. Meanwhile, what concessions are we getting from the EU? I don't see any. It'll be very interesting to find out. I mean, I don't think they're going to instantly reduce all the trade barriers because we're not in the single market. We're not going to be in the single market. They'll still apply the checks, the antiquated wet stamps applied to forms certifying the fitness of shellfish. Wet stamps are so last century, and the EU is still using wet stamps on customs forms. That's how backward they are. When there are electronic frontiers between African countries where there are no barriers. Incidentally, that's the answer to the Northern Ireland problem. So I fully support the opposition's proposals, which is to question everything that the EU is going to demand of us, and which the government might receive, and to reserve our position to tear up those agreements if they are not in the national interest, and the government has no monopoly on national interest. We know that the national interest is actually a subjective term. The national interest in the mind of one person may be different from the national interest in the mind of another person. As far as I'm concerned, we left the European Union in the national interest because we wanted to remain a sovereign democracy in charge of our own laws, and to be like most other countries which aren't in the European Union, and they're fine. They get on fine. And as my right honourable friend on the front bench pointed out, the economy is still growing, or was growing until the government hit it with their budget. We have every opportunity at our feet. I mean, one of the reasons we left the European Union, sorry to relitigate all these arguments, but we left a slow growth. We left the slow growth, high unemployment, high regulation, high tax trade bloc, so that we could make deals with the high growth, low regulation, high employment parts of the world, which in the end are going to provide us far more business with the EU than we get from the EU. Actually, the majority of our trade is outside the EU. Yep. The vast majority of our trade, and particularly our services trade, is outside the EU. People forget that. And by being obsessed with trade with the EU, we actually drive our economy into a straitjacket which we are well out of. So I think the government should take away from this debate a warning. They know they're being attacked by reform voters that will probably never vote Conservative or less likely to vote Conservative than vote Labour, but they're going to reform because they can sense the backsliding that's going on in this government. And if there was ever to be another referendum, I would hazard a guess that it would be against rejoining the European Union. So there can be no rejoining by stealth, which seems to be the government's policy. And we will stand by the British people, and we will dishonour any agreement the government makes with the European Union that is not in our interests. And indeed, there are parts of the withdrawal agreement that we may need to visit, for example, in the Northern Ireland Protocol, where the technology has moved on, and we can move to a frontier-free trade frontier across the a barrier-free frontier, electronic frontier across the north and south border, without the need for checks on trade between the United Kingdom, between the Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. One of the founding principles of the Act of Union was that there should be frontier-free trade within the United Kingdom as a whole. And if the continuing development of the Northern Ireland Protocol continues to impose those checks, then those checks are not in the national interest, and we should reserve the right to jettison the protocol and replace it with something better.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and can I commend the Honourable Member for nearly half an hour of staying on his feet. That is quite an impressive feat. It's an honour to follow the Honourable Member who was elected 33 years ago when I was aged 9. And over the last 33 years, I imagine he's seen a lot of history. I imagine he's seen a lot of history over the last 10 years, nearly 10 years, since the referendum too. And in thinking about what some of those main features of that history are, I think it's indisputable that we live in a new world. We have the illegal invasion of Ukraine, Taiwan as a test point. We have NATO and the UN at risk. We have authoritarian populism rising and risking democratic backsliding, be it with the undermining of institutions, concentration of power in the executives, dismissal of checks and balances, growing electoral interference, big tech captains who are involving themselves in democratic politics like never before. It's economic inequality on an unprecedented scale, risking democratic instability here and around the world, with wealth concentration, tax haven networks unaddressed, social inequality rising, people feeling left out, questions of development, aid and debt relief gone from our political discussions. It's the rise of technology risking democratic threats, AI and social media creating the potential for deep fakes, automated disinformation, cyber attacks, the development of lethal systems without human oversight. It's the question of health challenges like the global pandemic that we've gone through. It's the question of climate change, which continues to go on unabated, unaddressed on the scale needed, creating the possibility of resource conflicts, climate refugee flows, and stresses on our natures and wildlife. Now, if that's not convinced you that I'm a fun time down the pub, I don't know what will. But the reason I say this is because these are the major threats that have emerged in the last 10 years. That's not an exhaustive list. If I carried on, I actually think you would want me to sit down faster. But we have to face reality. All of us in this place were elected to behave like grown-ups, to face the facts, to debate on the basis of reality, and to come up with common sense solutions. And when we face these kinds of threats, and again, I wasn't even talking about the lion's share of these threats that are in the UK, I would say as the result of an inheritance from the last government, it is no wonder that people outside the walls of Westminster feel like we go too slow, that we don't focus on the things that people actually care about. There's no wonder that people are succumbing to hopelessness, that people feel like politics is not meeting their needs. And so the question was put earlier, what was on the ballot paper? I accept that the European Union was not on the ballot paper as an existential question. But what was on the ballot paper was the quality of life in our country, the state of our economy, the possibility of generations that have been locked out of our democratic agreement and our social contract from having a fair chance at life. And what we are saying on these benches is that trade is a solution to some of those challenges. As I was saying, people outside the walls of this palace feel frustrated by the slowness of our debates in here. I will come to you shortly. And so we have to recognise the importance of urgency. And that's why I'm genuinely extremely pleased that we have a government which has moved forward in recent days and recent weeks with two significant trade deals. The first with India, achieved within 10 months after 8 years of the Conservatives saying they would get a deal. We rolled up our sleeves and we got a deal which will put more money into people's pockets, will create jobs here and will benefit our economy. The trade deal with the United States. It is not the trade deal that we could have got had Kamala Harris been elected president. It is the trade deal that we have got with Donald Trump elected as president, and I think it shows realistic, common sense negotiation. I will come to you. It shows realistic, common-sense negotiation to put money into people's pockets, to grow our economy and to create jobs. And now we have the prospect of a third potential trade deal with the European Union, a really important trade deal that's on our horizon. And that's so crucial because if we don't actually foster the conditions of trade in a world of global insecurity, we are going to create further problems in our democracy here and around the world. I think Sir John wanted to be interviewed. I apologize.
Oh. You twice, not Sir John. It's a very long established convention that we do not refer to right honourable and honourable colleagues by their name. Sir John Hayes.
Extremely grateful. I'm extremely grateful to my namesake for giving way. He's making an interesting speech, and he's right about how global power and its growth is making people feel they can't affect decision-making. I think that's a profound point. But the point about that is that you need to root power closer to people, not to detach it from them in the way that occurs when you give over power to foreign potentates, whether they be in any part of the world or in the EU.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I agree with him, which is why as a sovereign, independent trading nation, we in this place are able to shape the debate and the conditions of trade, so I agree with him on that point. And with that prospect of an EU trade deal in front of us, we have to grasp it, because if we don't, we will see our country fall further behind. And I think here there are some areas of possibility for that trade deal. If we think about energy, we have the need for the transfer and exchange of clean energy between the UK and France and the European Union on a larger scale. I had the privilege of visiting Gosport recently to see IFA 2 and to see the subsea interconnector there, which is exchanging clean energy between the UK and France, ensuring that we can keep the lights on here, but also in France and across the European Union. Surely energy security is an important feature of our democracy in an age where we're being threatened by Putin and other dictators, and I give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He talks about us being a sovereign nation and being able to choose our trade deals. I assume from that point we'll get a vote in this place on the shape of a future trade deal with the United States, so that we are able to examine it and have a vote and exercise our parliamentary sovereignty.
I thank the honourable member for listening to some of what I said, which is my saying that we in this place have the right to speak in debates such as this, to shape the conditions of trade, and clearly, with the government minister on the front bench listening very acutely to all that he says and everybody else says, that message is being carried into government, and the government minister is nodding profusely, in which case we have that democratic accountability. Thumbs up. We now move on to the other areas of potential EU-UK relationship improvement, and defence is obviously a core part of that. NATO is the cornerstone of our collective security, but we must also recognise that a strong UK must sit alongside strong European countries. With the UK raising its defence spending to an unprecedented level, and with our efforts to grow our defence industrial base, we obviously need to do that for our own security and security of democracies, but to set an example to European countries about raising our own defence spending and working alongside them to grow our collaboration. And on that question of trade, all of us in this House, whichever party we represent, will have small businesses that have come to our surgeries, who have told us about the red tape that they encounter as a result of the Brexit deal. They did not vote for that Brexit deal if they voted for Brexit. They voted for something very different, and I think we can all recognise that, because if we don't, we aren't staring our constituents in the face when they come to our surgeries and they tell us their truth very clearly. By reducing red tape, we can help to grow jobs in our economy, we can open up our borders to more trade, and we can smooth our exports, which is absolutely critical if we're going to achieve the government's #1 goal of growing our economy. Because without growth in our economy, we will not raise living standards. We will not be a country at ease with itself. We will not again be confident on the world stage. We will not be able to be a leading democratic voice in a world of strengthening democracies. I will give way.
Chambers.
I appreciate the honourable member giving way. Does the honourable member agree with me that joining a type of customs union would achieve all those aims of reducing red tape?
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I do not agree with him on that. We're talking here about a very different proposal, one which is meeting the needs of our constituents. And then, in the interest of allowing more members to speak in this debate, I'm going to take no more interventions. After 30 minutes of speaking, I think he's probably said everything that he needed to say, and if he didn't, we have a serious problem in this House. On that question of expanding opportunities within the UK-EU relationship, I am particularly struck by the need for a capped, controlled, balanced youth mobility scheme. Around our country, in my constituency of Bournemouth East, we have young people who are suffering generational challenges that their predecessors did not face, be it their inability to buy a home at an affordable amount, be it their inability to have secure work, be it their inability to get the education that they want, be it the fact that they've gone through a cost of living crisis and a pandemic. Surely we owe it to our younger generation to provide them with some of the conditions that will allow for a better life, and a capped, balanced, controlled youth mobility scheme is key to that. But it's not just beneficial for the youth of the UK. I have in my constituency a significant number of English language schools. I had the privilege of visiting Beat Language School in my constituency last Friday for a round table that was hosted by them and joined by other important language schools. They have talked to me about the difficult financial circumstances they are all in as a result of the Brexit deal that was negotiated. They have talked to me about the difficulty keeping the doors open because of that damaging Brexit deal. So surely with a youth mobility scheme, we can put money back into our English language sector. And this is critical. We are living in an insecure world. Britain's soft power is so critical to ensuring that we are respected around the world. By bringing people to the UK, and particularly to sunny Bournemouth, for 1 to 2 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks before they go home, they get a sense of how wonderful, how open, how accepting we are as a country, to take back to their families, back to their home countries, in order that they can grow an affection for this country, come back repeatedly, spend money here, and grow our tourism sector. BCP has the highest concentration of English language schools in any borough or any local authority in the UK. It contributes £400 million to the BCP economy. English language schools contribute £44 billion nationally. Imagine how much better we could be if we had a youth mobility scheme and support for our English language schools. And I want to conclude, in order that more people can speak in this debate, by talking about not just the importance of the UK-EU reset as a way of delivering trade in its own right between the UK and the EU, but actually the benefits of trade. In an increasingly protectionist world, we need to be talking up the benefits of trade. Trade brings people into closer and more harmonious and profitable relations with one another. It brings down the walls and the barriers between nations. It makes war less likely because it binds people in peace. It doesn't just put money into people's pockets or create jobs in our communities. It grows our economies faster and it raises people's living standards. Trade has its challenges, we know that, but done well, trade deals can help to make sure that our countries prosper. Because really, at the heart of it, the EU-UK reset should be about trade, it should be about our economy, and it should be about our businesses. It should not be a question of identity, of culture wars and scaremongering. It should be about grown-ups in this chamber gathering together, talking about what's important to our constituents on the basis of the facts, rather than rehashing old-tired debates, scaremongering. We need to face the future, and I'm pleased that we have a government who is finally facing the future.
Sir Iain Duncan Smith.
It's good to follow the honourable gentleman, to be reminded how old he was when I first came here. There you go. Well, I hope, maybe I don't hope that he stays here as long as well. That means we'll be on this side forever. Can I just say that today's debate is important, I think, because the main point that I really want to get to, and there's been some very good interventions already, but I just want really to get to the bottom of really what the government wants out of this negotiation. And it's been a little bit tepid in coming forward on these key issues. I mean, the reality is that, you know, Brexit And I welcome, by the way, the government's negotiations in India, finishing off a trade arrangement deal, whatever it was, their government. I welcome the idea that they've been able to, it's not a full trade deal, but to even begin to negotiate with the United States. By the way, you wouldn't have got a trade deal if the Democrats had got back in, because they rejected it for 4 years. Actually, President Biden said there'll be no trade deal with the UK. I make the point, let's not just observe because they're not Trump, somehow they were going to give us a trade deal. You know, I have my problems with the President, but President Biden absolutely did not want trade with us, as simple as that. And it was a mistake on his part. He had a real opportunity, because the trade deal was pretty much all done, and then it was binned. So I simply say that the fact that we are able to do these trade deals, which represent that part of our economy in our exports, which is larger than the European Union, which is the rest of the world. And the more we do with those, and we did 73, some of them were mopping up the ones that we'd had before, but 73 trade deals in the time that we, after Brexit, with the UK government. And as I say, I stand ready to congratulate the Labour government if they use that, which Brexit gives them, to get more trade arrangements. That's what we're here for. I might want to press them more and say they can get a lot more out of the US, but that's another debate altogether. And I don't disagree that even the deal that we did with Europe, the European Union, is not able to be improved. Of course it is. I think they put up many barriers in the course of that. They weaponised Northern Ireland distinctly, and that was a grave error on their part. They actually risked some of that process of peace in Northern Ireland by making it a critical negotiating tool that could leverage the rest of the negotiations later on, and we've been left as a result of that with a problem in Northern Ireland, and I do encourage the government to have a very good look at that. I did not vote for the Windsor Agreement because I thought it did not solve the problem by any long chalk at all, and has left them still in the same position they were in before with a couple of small modifications. So this today is really about getting to the issue here. And I just want to say to the honourable gentleman, the European Union did not play straight about phytosanitary from day one in the negotiations, and they still don't play straight. The fact is that our standards here in animal welfare and product health are above those of the European Union, and they always have been. The European Union knows that. And so the reality that somehow they had to decide that phytosanitary had to be going through all these particular checks and changes, and they're desperately keen to get dynamic alignment now, because that makes it for them a rule-based order coming from them, is what they've always wanted to do. The truth is, they don't have that arrangement with other countries around the world. You take New Zealand, for example. They're quite happy to have New Zealand vets check their products before departure, and they go in through Rotterdam without any checks other than checking the fact that they came from that area. They know which vets they authorise, and they do it. They could have done that here in the UK. I actually sat down with Monsieur Barnier, with a group of people, to have that long discussion when the negotiations had broken down as a result of what was going on here in Parliament. And I very much remember we talked about trusting each other's regulations and working with that trust to get an arrangement that made it as easy as possible to get across the border with your goods. He accepted that in that discussion. He said, providing we could trust each other's veterinary authorities, then we wouldn't need to have the rules on phytosanitary as they are proposed at the moment. It was only later when my party in government came back and did a terrible shimmy with him, and he then thought he had it all, so he took it. But the reality was they knew all along, from the very word go, that it was easier to do this than they made out. So phytosanitary, I've always felt, has been a peculiar objection of theirs, because they could sort it out very quickly. Our standards are higher than theirs, and our vets are quite capable of checking different producers to see whether or not they fit within European standards. That's all. Are they up to European standards, and are European standards up to ours when they export to us? Very simple. And that could be done, as could be done in every trade deal. And they already do it, as I say, in other countries that aren't even part or ever been part of the European Union. So the idea that somehow, to get this sorted, we would have to go into dynamic alignment to accept their rules over our products, which will make it more difficult, by the way, to do future trade arrangements if we are rule takers from the European Union and cannot negotiate these areas ourselves. Which brings me back to the point that I made. Before I come to that, I just wanted to raise the point. The trouble is that the argument I heard was made that a phytosanitary arrangement, an agreement which would involve dynamic alignment, would address the price of food is literally absurd. It's patently absurd to make that claim. If SBS checks actually concern the price of food, we could unilaterally relax them. They don't have to be where they are. That's our decision to take. It wouldn't change or lower the price of food. If anything, it's more likely, as a result of that, to block us off doing a number of things, such as gene editing in food, work that we want to do, which the European Union does not want to do. All these things put at risk where we may be when it comes to future trade arrangements and our own direction of where we want to develop farming in this particular country. Before I do, I just want to make a couple of points on this one and then I'll give away. So the point about this is that we've known, and everybody outside around the world knows, that the EU puts up very hidden tariff barriers. Now, America is right about this. One of the reasons why they complain about the way in which Europe does this is because it does find all sorts of little regulations and problems that they link so that they cannot break in with their products or with their goods. And that's happened for a long time, and it's happened with us. And it was even happening when we were in the EU. We know that. We are by nature a free trading country, and there is no way on earth that we think that the EU as a construct is as free trading in that sense. They want to protect their markets more than anything else rather than open up to the rest of the world. I can't remember who wanted to give way. Yeah.
I'd like to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Welsh food and drink exports have fallen by 18% since 2018. So doesn't that evidence the damage that has been done by these deals to Wales?
Well, it's not about damage being done going and exporting to the European Union. I've said earlier on, these are about what the attitude of the European Union is to protectionism in the European Union. Their trade with us hasn't fallen away on that basis. Why? Because we didn't set up those barriers in the first place. So my argument to him is very simple, that the European Union wants it all. That is the reality of what we're dealing with. They want it all, and they negotiated in bad faith from the word go. We have an agreement. I actually think it's a pretty good agreement, as trade agreements go. It's one of the largest trade agreements that we have, but it can always be improved. I don't disagree with that. But the reality is that you need to deal with an organisation that is as relaxed about being fair to you as you are to them. And that has been our biggest problem from the word go. I just want to make a couple of other points about this, which is really important. So on phytosanitary, I simply ask the honourable gentleman, who we have debated and discussed and agreed with each other on many, many times. He knows that. And I laud him for his stance on Russia and everything else. No question at all about that. But I just want to return to this little document that I came across for the Centre for European Reform. I only say that, by the way, it's very complimentary to say that I actually read things that I don't agree with. I do tend to do that quite a lot, strangely. That's a bad habit, I know of mine. But I just want to say to him, here is a little quote from this document. And this document is very close to how the European Union sort of heads of departments all think. It says, Labour's red lines do not extend to ruling out dynamic alignment or a role for the ECJ in dispute settlement.
There you go.
So I ask him this simple question, are they correct? Does the government's red lines rule out dynamic alignment or do they not? And I would give way to him right now, because I'm generous like that. I would give way to him because he probably wants to come up and answer that question. So I tempt him to come to the dispatch box. Do the government's red lines rule out dynamic alignment? And will they and could they agree to dynamic alignment and ECJ rules in that? I'll give way to him now because I see he's beginning to move. He's not. What a pity. What a pity. Shall I? No, with respect to the honourable gentleman, he's got a little while to go before he heads up on that dispatch, in front of that dispatch box. I'm after the government, not him, but we'll get to that in due course. The reality is, therefore, that they do. No denial on that, which means essentially that the government is going to go to this negotiation, know full well they're so desperate on phytosanitary that they will give way on dynamic alignment. That's exactly what the EU wants, and that's it. But my real worry is in all of this, we know what's going on. I'm just moving on to something else, and then I want to sit down and give others a chance to speak. The reality I'm worried about, most of all, is the way in which, in bad faith, when we talked about improvements, and I'd be fair to the government, they did to the European Union, what did France do almost immediately when we talked about, and to be fair to the Prime Minister, showing some leadership over Ukraine and trying to galvanise the others together? That's his role. His role is to hold America and keep it to us. He's been doing that. I don't have any criticism of that. But when he got involved in how Europe should form a coalition of the willing and how he wanted to drive that further forward and to get some kind of agreement on it, what did France say immediately? France just said, no, before you give us access to the fishing. That's it. In what world did fishing have anything to do with defence? And yet they weaponised fishing to block off the UK in, I think, a generous position to say that they want to galvanise Europe to do more. The problem here is that Europe spends collectively, if we take out the countries that joined since the Ukraine war, Europe, across the board, spends half in dollar terms of what the United States does on defence. Half. We have more people in Europe and we have more industry, and yet we spend half of what America does on weaponry and defence. That is a shocking position to be in if you are a member of NATO, that we have not stood up. We have done better, but still not good enough. But the rest of Europe has been shocking in terms of what it's done. And by the way, the country that just told us we don't get any discussions unless we have fishing on the agenda, I have to say, has been one of the worst spenders on defence in the European Union, let alone in global. Yeah, way less than us and less than most of the others. They're at the bottom of the scale. So I simply say to the government, he's right to press on defence to get the European nations to step up. But as my honourable friend said earlier on, we have a mechanism for that. He's right to do it through NATO. We must not allow Europe to slide away from NATO as their defence, because if we do that, and I watched as many of the leaders when Vice President Vance came to Munich and lectured the European Union, which shocked the European leaders, as it was meant to do, and quite vindictively, I thought he laid into Europe, fair enough. But what I found with all of this, which is now where we're heading, somehow to encourage them peculiarly to form some kind of European Union defence organisation, is exactly what will give the American administration the permission to say, well, you can do this yourselves. We're already halfway there, by the way, because we're forming a coalition of the willing, but America isn't willing. And we are at odds with the United States over their relationship with Ukraine. You know, we agreed about the ceasefire, but America has now changed its position, and they're going to have negotiations before a ceasefire. I think, by the way, that's wrong. I don't think you can do that. I say that personally as a big supporter of America, but I think they're mistaken on this particular point. And the government is right on this. But my point is, we put all of this at risk, the whole of NATO at risk, for a phytosanitary and fishing deal. In what world does anyone do that? In what world do we do that for? And the answer is because we're too desperate to curry favour, it seems to me, with this organisation that really, when push comes to shove, when it comes to defence, needs us more than we need them. The reason they need the UK locked into this is because we are the key to so much of what they need to do with defence. And I say to the government, you have much stronger tools in your hand, much stronger tools than you may think for a minute. We have key persuasive powers on defence. We should not sell them on the basis that they should become European and we should destroy NATO or damage NATO simply because we want to do some kind of adjustment or improvement which includes dynamic alignment and the loss of possibility of future trade negotiations.
Jake Richards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unlike many of the members opposite, my constituents have little appetite to relitigate the Brexit debates from 2016. Back at that referendum, 66% of my constituents voted to leave the European Union. There is scant desire for us to rejoin, and there's even less for a return to embrace freedom of movement, and I will always put my constituents first. And these are red lines that I understand, I honour and I respect. But my constituents also see the changing world around us and recognise that the world has been transformed immeasurably since 2016. And the terms in which we left the European Union do not match the global moment we face today. President Trump's tariffs have rocked the international economic order. War has broken out in Europe, and there is a need for dramatically increased defence spending and new methods of working with international colleagues. A new wave of mass migration from the Middle East and Africa and a small boat crisis in our channel can only be properly handled with further cooperation with our international partners. And ultimately, Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents are patriotic. They want their country to be resilient to new threats and prosperous in a chaotic world. And while any future deals with the European Union must respect critical red lines on controlling borders, protecting ultimate sovereignty in Westminster, there is now scope for a new thread, a new relationship, to embolden our security and economic interests in a volatile world. Indeed, this new approach can and should and will, in my mind, overcome the increasingly desperate, archaic, old-fashioned attacks from some of the members opposite about the so-called Brexit betrayal. And the British public know this. Polling by the Good Growth Foundation shows 73% of the British public support significant cooperation with the EU on trade and the economy, defence and security. More than twice as many adults say the EU is the UK's most trustworthy ally, rather than the United States under the current president. And around 60% of all of the public say it is imperative that we have a closer deal with the European Union going forward. So a new, better deal with the European Union is popular because few think the current relationship is working. Many feel that the execution of Brexit, while supporting the principle and voting in favour in 2016, but the execution during the chaotic Conservative premierships has been disastrous. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this public desire for change is a reality that the Conservative Party cannot seem to wake up to. The Conservative has been a great party, a party that I disagree with in principle and fundamentally, but at their best, the Conservatives have been successful in modernising the country in line with global trends. They brought us into Europe. They were the party who played a pivotal role in building the single market that so many Europeans enjoy today. And it is a sad sight, given this track record, that they seem to oppose the notion of negotiating a new, better relationship with Europe. The party of Churchill and Thatcher, who once led on the world stage, now left to hark from the sidelines like talk radio commentators from a bygone era. And the leader of the opposition is busy denouncing every post-Brexit deal this Labour government signs as inadequate or betrayal, including those that she herself failed to get over the line when she was Trade Secretary. Yeah. On this, as with so much of the Conservatives' current fixations, the public has simply left them behind. They are fighting yesterday's battles. So whilst the themes which won such support in the referendum cannot be ignored, change is required. Any entanglement of political structures or the notion of increased immigration or a lack of control will rightly be met with outrage by those who supported Brexit, but the benefits of a closer deal are now clear. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his tribute to the Conservative Party. It has indeed been a great party and remains so. On his fundamental point about entanglement, he makes a valid point about cooperation and collaboration. That has always been so. Of course we must work with other countries. But the core here is authority. Entanglement means granting authority to a power outside of this country. Surely this movement of young people, which is a dressed-up form of free movement, is just that.
Richard.
I reject the characterisation of the policy that the Honourable Member set out. I'll come on to that specific policy in a moment in my speech, but the characterisation I think is unfair. And I remind the Conservative Party, I'm not in the habit of giving advice to the Conservative Party, but my understanding is that at the last general election, amongst voters under the age of 35, the Conservative Party finished 5th. Maybe some looking in the mirror, thinking about how they've ended up in that position might be a good, worthwhile way to spend some time. The benefits of a closer deal are now clear. A unified carbon and electricity market can raise billions in revenue for the Treasury. More collaboration on defence would ease the pressures and enhance capability and support joint procurement and R&D in key areas. There is also scope, this goes to the Honourable Member's point, for a capped UK-EU youth mobility scheme to be part of this deal. But it has to be negotiated. The devil will be in the detail. There should be tight limits in terms of numbers, access to services and duration of stay. And it should be part of an agreement whereby the EU help the UK with many of the challenges we face in the immigration. This is part of a relationship which doesn't stop at one moment. It doesn't stop at one deal. This is an ongoing relationship. And the approach this government taking is open, negotiating, listening, and getting the best deal for Britain. And it's one that I support. Yeah. As so often is the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, the political class is always lagging behind public opinion and often fighting the last battle. The Brexit paradigm that certainly defined British politics between 2016 and 2020 is now history. And the government is right to now be looking to the future and pursue a better and deeper relationship with our European partners to improve living standards, offer economic protection and ensure our country's security. I'm pleased that this government appears to be willing to seize the moment, and in the coming weeks I look forward to supporting their efforts in that endeavour.
Now, I don't intend to put a time limit on, but members will be aware that there's in the region of 25 people left wishing to speak, so they might like to consider how long they're going to spend on their feet so that as many colleagues as possible can get in. Rachel Gilmour.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, this House recognised the 80th anniversary of the Allied victory in Europe. So I find it somewhat strange that today the party of Churchill is calling for a debate that seeks to drive a wedge between us and our friends and allies on the continent. Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak on behalf of the young people, farmers, fishermen and small business owners of my constituency. Yes, it's plural. Hard-working people who have felt the consequences of our severance from Europe. The bungling of farming and fisheries policy since Brexit has led to supply chain disruptions, reduced access to export markets and financial uncertainty for our producers. Our farmers, once able to trade freely with Europe, now find themselves bogged down in paperwork, losing out to competitors who enjoy smoother trade arrangements. Despite the turbulence of Brexit, the European Union remains our largest trading partner. To undermine this reality seems, to my mind, to be a curious act of economic self-harm. Grand promises of scaling back of Brussels bureaucracy were made, but precisely the opposite has occurred. More red tape, delays and headaches for our businesses and traders. Very briefly.
Mullen. As was put to the Lib Dem spokesperson at the initiation of the debate, the red tape is coming from the EU, not us. Why is it the Lib Dems' ire is never directed at the people responsible for introducing the trade barriers?
Rachel Gilmour.
I simply don't accept what you say. Big corporations may be able to adapt, shift operations. Do I have to be quiet for a minute? Shift operations and sidestep the chaos. But for our small businesses, the backbone of our economy, this is not merely an inconvenience. It is a catastrophe. I asked my constituent, Becca James of Willerton, what she has made of the Brexit fallout, having run a superb au pair agency, which folded. As an MP representing many SMEs in my constituency of Tiverton and Minehead being on the sea, hence the fishermen, I hear daily about their struggles to keep trading and to navigate new regulations. Conservative governments have hung them out to dry, to fend for themselves in a post-Brexit economic landscape riddled with uncertainties. Talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. We must swerve the temptations of dogma and pursue policies that benefit our economy, our people and our future. Coming to terms with the fact that forming a new customs arrangement would offset much of this harsh impact and would be a sign of more grown-up politics. I and my party are looking eagerly at the government's big reset in the weeks to come. Without a comprehensive trading arrangement with the EU, it will be clear that reset just means rebrand. Fisheries have not fared any better. Grandstanding notions of reclaiming British waters turned out to be hollow, as coastal communities have seen dwindling profits, complicated licensing and deals that have left them materially worse off than before. If only the Honourable Member for Clacton had attended more than one of the 42 EU Parliamentary Fishing Committee meetings which he was paid to attend, maybe our fishermen would be on a more even keel. We must embrace the EU Youth Mobility Scheme. The West Somerset area of my constituency sits at 324th out of 324 on the Social Mobility Index. And while there is no overnight panacea to this, I believe that those from disadvantaged backgrounds have access to opportunities on the continent can only be a good thing. The Youth Mobility Scheme would remove financial barriers that typically make travel and work abroad an option only for the privileged. It would be the democratisation of European travel, if you like, empowering talented young people who may have skills but lack the financial means to access the same opportunities as their more affluent peers. Why should this be reserved for a few? It is my firm belief that travel and broadening one's experiences can be one of the best forms of education. Why would we deny our young people that golden ticket? To live, to work, to study, to build lifelong friendships in Europe. Indeed, this is not entirely an argument of economics. For what monetary value can be placed on broadening the horizons of our young people, wherever those opportunities may lie? It's a peculiar irony that young people from nations on the other side of the world, the likes of Australian Kiwi friends, are part of this scheme, while the UK, across that small body of water known as the Channel or La Manche, remains on the outside looking in. I'm going to end with the words of the preamble to the European Union. Nous sommes unis dans notre diversité, notre histoire commune, nos valeurs et notre avenir partagé. I will give you a translation if you need one.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As this is the debate in the name of His Majesty's opposition, I think it's only right that I share some personal reflections on the record of the party opposite when they were in government. Now, I'm feeling generous, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure the House will be pleased to know that this will be a brief speech, but I'm also feeling generous because I want to begin with 3 simple and constructive suggestions for the Conservative Party on its future approach to the European Union. Number 1, I think a good place to start would be by accepting that the Brexit deal signed in 2020 has done substantial damage to our economy. Fundamentally, it was a deal that put up barriers to trade. And as the OBR has concluded, the UK economy will be 4% smaller than previously expected. That means the country is on course to be £100 billion poorer than it otherwise would have been. I'm very happy.
Very grateful. It's not the first time this 4% figure has been referenced. Is he aware that was based on the assumption that UK-EU trade would fall and there'd therefore be a hit to our productivity? In fact, EU-UK trade has risen since Brexit, so the whole basis of that assumption is wrong. Will he please acknowledge that?
For his intervention. It's curious, isn't it? Because I have seen front benchers from the Conservative Party talking up the OBR when it's convenient to them, but actually on this case, when they don't agree with it, they decry it and say that we mustn't listen to it. But look, I think step 1, advice number 1, it's time to accept that it was a deal that made the country poorer and that it must be looked at again. Suggestion number 2, my second tip would be to apologise to the business community. He's no longer a member of this House, so perhaps it's time to fully disown the former member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip. And as well as saying sorry for his language towards the business community, it might be time to say sorry to the 60% of companies that have told the British Chambers of Commerce that it has become harder for them to trade as a direct consequence of the deal that was signed. Number 3. Now, the highlight of the speech from the Shadow Minister was his reference to Quantum Leap. He talked fondly of it, but I think it's time to jump back into the present. And my advice is that the party opposite should listen to more podcasts. And I know for a fact that the Shadow Chancellor and the former Chancellor, the member for Godalming and Ash, do listen to a certain weekly political podcast featuring the former Chancellor, George Osborne. And I know they listen to it because I've heard the voice notes they've submitted as questions in recent weeks and months. And I think it's an excellent podcast, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I fear that while Conservative MPs are tuning in, they are not really listening. Because George Osborne could not be more clear. The European Union is our single biggest trading partner, and if we're serious about growing the economy, it is time for a new and more ambitious deal. On this, he and his co-host Ed Balls are united, and they are absolutely right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a pro-European and an internationalist. In my short time in this place, I've already had the opportunity to speak at greater length in other debates on why now is the time for a substantial reset in the relationship with our largest trading partner. Today, I will not revisit those arguments at length, but we are less than a week away from the UK-EU summit, and I am very hopeful that we will see a comprehensive deal that makes progress on security, trade, and a visa-based youth mobility scheme. This isn't 2016 or 2020. And while the Conservative Party in Parliament may want to replay the old debates, public opinion in this country has moved on. In an uncertain and volatile world, there is no more important relationship for the UK than the one with our closest neighbour and biggest trading partner. People want to see progress. They want to see a deal that makes a material difference to their lives. And I'm confident that is exactly what this Labour government will deliver, starting with the summit next week.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's wonderful to hear from the benches opposite from our acclaimed globalists, both on the Lib Dem side and on the Labour side, who can't wait to bring us back into the EU. But I would like to, for the record, state that I am opposed to doing so, not only because the British people voted the opposite way, and we should honour the referendum, but also we negotiated a trade deal, which is, it seems like from the benches opposite that the Labour Party has forgotten that we actually negotiated a trade deal with Europe. And what I'm interested in is the evasive nature of what the minister said from the dispatch box, which committed us to nothing other than resetting our relationship with the EU, which actually I'd like reassurances on what that means. What strategic partnership with the EU is the minister referring to? What concessions is the minister planning on making? And is there some kind of new EU treaty renegotiation that's going to come out of this? And what kind of active or passive role is the UK planning on being in this summit? Because none of that has been made clear from the in a moment when I make some progress. None of that has been made clear, but from the backbench Labour MPs, we've heard quite a lot about saying that we're going to have a wonderful new trade deal, we're going to have a great new visa system for young people, and that gives me pause that either we're not being told fully what's going to happen at this summit, or there is just such anticipation for backdoor EU realignment that the Labour Party cannot contain itself but tell us what they are planning on doing. And I will in just a moment. Let me just make some more progress. My biggest concern on all of this, and forgive me for wanting the reassurance from the dispatch box, is that I'd like a guarantee from the floor of the House that the outcome of this summit involves no concessions of jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice, nor the application of any of the principles of supremacy of EU law. No question of European Court of Justice brought back via the back door through EU realignment and dynamic realignment with EU law. And I just want to be clear, and I'd like to hear reassurances from the minister, from the dispatch box, that nothing is going to be discussed or renegotiated at this summit. And because that would actually tear apart all the work that we did through our withdrawal agreement, through the retained EU law bill, and all the work we did to make sure that our laws had supremacy over the EU. And that was the point. Many of us voted for Brexit because we wanted to see our sovereignty restored. We wanted to see our borders restored. We wanted to see our laws brought back into sovereignty. And making sure that we honour the commitments that we made, both with the retained EU law and the withdrawal agreement, to move forward with the EU. And I'm fine with trade deals all over the world. I welcome that. I want us to be as successful as we can be. And I praise where praise is due. I'm happy to praise the Labour Party. If you get it, the Labour Party has a trade deal, fine. I'm happy to acknowledge that and say, well done, because I think we should be trying to get trade deals with any country that we possibly can. But the reason why I'm asking for assurances from the dispatch box is I have seen the Labour Party change their view on Brexit, change their view on Trump, change their view on so many things, change their view on scrapping winter fuel, change their view on energy bills. And so forgive me for needing reassurances and national insurance. So forgive me for needing reassurance from the dispatch box that the minister is not going to come back with some 1984 sort of doublespeak and expect us to enjoy that. Yes, I'll give way.
And her scepticism is well founded, because of course many on the benches opposite, I don't say all, could barely sustain the result of the referendum. They regarded it with outrage. The people had spoken and contradicted the long-standing prejudice of the liberal bourgeoisie. That's why they tried to block Brexit. That's why they tried to block Brexit. The Prime Minister tried to block it 48 times. So she's right to be sceptical about the party opposite.
Thank you. And my honourable friend makes an excellent point, and I think we need to protect our Brexit freedoms, but make sure that we hold the Labour Party to account. We were told from the member from Chelsea and Fulham, we heard quite a lot, or Kensington and Chelsea. Yeah, we heard quite a lot about all the things that the member has planned for our free trade deal and all these wonderful things, but I am concerned that we are going to rewrite history. We are going to ignore the British people again. We are going to allow for dynamic backdoor realignment with the EU without giving Parliament a say, without giving the British people a say. And once again, you did have a long, the member did have quite a long say. I will give way one time.
Well, lady, I very much appreciate her giving way, even though I took a third of the time her honourable colleague opposite took. But I'm most grateful to her for giving way. Can I understand properly, is she genuinely suggesting that we should tell this House now what we will be negotiating in Brussels next week? We should give the full details of our negotiating strategy away. And maybe that's the sort of attitude the Conservative government took when it was doing the trade deal with Australia, which led to the former Conservative Environment Secretary saying it was a poor deal which let farmers down. If she takes that approach, no wonder.
The gentleman opposite should actually allow us to commit to what we've already committed to the British people, which is that we have a trade deal already in place, we have the retained EU law in place, we have those negotiations in place. So unless there's going to be a new negotiation, what exactly is the purpose of the summit? And we would like clarification on that. And interestingly enough, I was going to stop, but now I've been inspired by the gentleman opposite, that the motion that the Labour Party talks about is NATO-related. NATO has nothing to do with the EU. It is a completely separate entity. And to talk about dynamic realignment with defence, that has come after the 2017, actually after we left the EU, and that has always been part of the plan of the European Union to have an ever closer union through military, policing, and social policy, which is welcomed if you're an internationalist or a Lib Dem or Labour. I'm sure you would love to have another way of binding us to the EU, but NATO is a separate entity. It has one document that has been agreed on since post-war. No, I will not. Since the post-war, and that is something that gives us that alignment in military terms, which we need to protect and foster. And one of the Lib Dem members mentioned about, our technical capability or military capability. It isn't about that. It's about the cost of who bears the cost of our military capacity in defense of Europe and defense of the free world. And it was created post-war in a time when we had the Cold War and we needed to have that strategic protection in Europe. And that has held true and is still holding true today. So why would we disrupt that? And why would we muddle the waters with this motion that brings in NATO, which is a separate entity than the EU, to talk about something that has to do with the military and bringing it into EU jurisdiction? So I will finish and then allow others to make progress in this, because I'd like to hear from my colleagues as well on all benches, because I think this is a very interesting debate. And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for your time. And thank you all. And, you know, I'm really going to enjoy hearing from the Minister when they return from the summit, and to hear what exactly they have in mind for us and the EU. Thank you.
Catherine Fookes. Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to join this debate, and I was really pleased to hear the Minister's earlier speech from the dispatch box saying that at the EU summit we will be focusing on safety, security and growth. And boy, don't we need growth, having been through 14 years of chaos and disaster with the party opposite. And since leaving the EU in 2020, businesses in Monmouthshire and across the UK have had to fight the many barriers that resulted from the Tories' botched Brexit deal. I've got to declare an interest. I'm a big fan of the EU, and no, that doesn't mean, like the member opposite just said, that I want to rejoin the EU, but it does mean that we need to get a better trading deal for our farmers and for our businesses in Monmouthshire. And I'm a big fan because I was lucky enough when I was at Middlesex Poly many years ago to do the Erasmus scheme and go to Europe for 2 years and study in France and learn French and do all my finals in French. And that cultural exchange and that ability to go to another country is so, so important for our future and for our young people. And that was even before I met my Catalan husband. So now I have lots of family in Barcelona, and it's so important that we can have those close ties with the European Union. So, as a member of the UK-EU Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, I was delighted earlier this year that we were received with open arms in Brussels. Our trading relations with our nearest and largest partner are too important to be taken over by playground politics from the party opposite. I am so pleased that the new Labour government is seeking a more cooperative and mature relationship with the EU. And as one MEP said, thank goodness the grown-ups are back in charge. Wales has a unique relationship with the EU, especially regarding our world-famous and delicious and best-tasting in the UK Welsh lamb. And what farmers have told me and what NFU Cymru have told me is we need a new SPS deal. In 2023 alone, Wales exported £600 million worth of food and drink to the EU, and a large proportion of that was red meat. But UK exports to the EU overall were down 19% in 2023.
Well, Frank, give way.
I will give way.
On the subject of lamb, thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the subject of lamb, will she forgive me if I ask her to reflect again, as I did my honourable friend member opposite, on the fact that the previous government negotiated a trade deal with Australia, which the previous Conservative Environment Secretary described as a disaster for our farmers, and not least those farming lamb?
Absolutely, I remember that well. Thank you for the intervention. And we know that the problems of reduction in exports is mainly due to the increased paperwork, form filling, checks and barriers to trade that now exist. And some companies have just simply given up because they have had such a difficult time dealing with the red tape. And they've also had to put up prices, which of course has impacted consumers. So for farmers, businesses and consumers, we need a strong, beneficial SPS agreement. And I'm so pleased that the Minister is working hard on this. Our government's #1 priority is economic growth, and this will be supported by growing cooperation with the EU. Recently, I met businesses in my constituency who export to the EU to have a proper discussion about what Brexit has meant for them. And sadly, I was unsurprised by what they had to say. I've already mentioned the increase in admin, which has hit their productivity. They're doing more work for less reward. Requirements for product information and documentation are creating a time-consuming and costly burden. And once the paperwork's all done, there's another set of challenges. One business I met said the delays at Calais were borderline unmanageable for them. It's impacting the SMEs of Monmouthshire, especially.
Hear, hear.
The biggest, one of the businesses that I spoke to at the round table said the biggest issue currently is that inspections at Calais for our products are very slow, and at the same time we're restricted in the time spent at the port due to dangerous goods that are included in the load. This is a balance that is barely manageable for us. another company. What a disaster Brexit was for the import-export business that I run. Although through the agreement we are now back to zero tariff, the net result is simply a huge increase in admin and transport costs for which ultimately the consumer pays. One final example from a company in my constituency. Exhibiting in the EU is much more complex and requires greater admin. For example, if you even take so much as a screwdriver to an exhibition now in the EU, you must fill in a form for that screwdriver, even though it's just to be used to put your exhibition stand up. Every single piece of equipment must be accounted for. It must be counted in and counted out. So overall, 3 strands emerged from my roundtable. We must remove trade barriers. We must have dynamic alignment of standards. And I would really like to see, and the businesses in my constituency would like to see, a return to some kind of youth exchange scheme that I managed to benefit from. But trade is one of the most pressing issues at hand as we seek to rebuild our relationship at the summit next week. Removing barriers to export will be essential for farmers, businesses and consumers in Monmouthshire as government pursues its vital mission of economic growth.
Danny Kruger.
Very grateful to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just a few words about the context of the debate and to reflect on some of the points that have been made. It is clearly the case, and we're accused of this as if it's a negative, that the campaign for Brexit, and those of us who supported it, were doing so in a sort of nostalgic spirit, a sort of backward-looking spirit. And there is something in that, because we were about restoring British sovereignty. There was a sense in which something good had been lost and needed to be brought back. And all good revolutions are, in a sense, backward-looking, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bad revolutions are the progressive ones. Good revolutions restore what was lost. And that's what Brexit was about. Nevertheless, despite that point to which I do concede, it's also the case, and more fundamentally, that the case for Brexit was forward-looking. And it was about actually putting this country in the best possible position to meet the challenges of the 21st century. What the 21st century demands is agility. It demands the independence that sovereignty can allow. Obviously cooperation, obviously working closely in partnership. That Britain has always been an outward-looking country. But the nimbleness and the agility that will be needed in this very highly contested new world that we're in. That was what Brexit was about. And we have already seen in a number of hugely significant occasions and moments since Brexit why our independence was so necessary. We saw it in our COVID response. We've seen it in the context of Ukraine and our defence policy, and we're seeing it now, we've seen it since Brexit, in terms of our trade as well. We've seen it indeed in relations with the negotiations with the US compared to the EU in recent months. And on trade, I've made the point in an intervention earlier, this point, the challenge is often made that Brexit has harmed our GDP because of a loss of productivity. The reverse is the case. Trade with the EU has grown since Brexit, and it is not the case that we have suffered detriment because of that. Trade is growing between the UK and the whole world, including with the EU, but it is growing more with the non-EU countries, which makes the point about why it was so necessary to reclaim sovereignty over our trade policy. And I share the concerns raised by colleagues on this side of the House about what is being planned next week in terms of dynamic alignment on trade. And I echo the call to the Minister to absolutely rule out a backdoor alignment arrangement with the EU. We've already seen very worrying hints in that direction, so I look forward to his response. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the case for Brexit wasn't primarily about trade. It's a very, very important matter, of course, but really fundamentally, let us acknowledge, I think we all do, that really people were voting to take back control of our borders and our laws. And those two vital questions remain contested because this government never believed in Brexit. It didn't understand the call of the people for independence and sovereignty in those two key respects. So on borders, on immigration, I recognise the case for a kind of a youth mobility scheme. In principle, the idea of reciprocal arrangement of young people being able to spend a few months or a year working in another country, obviously I recognise the abstract case for that, and it is a good thing. The Honourable Lady who spoke earlier said in her case it was a nice thing to be able to do. Nevertheless, what we're talking about when we see the value of these sorts of schemes is when there is a reciprocal arrangement, when comparable numbers are coming and going. It's the same that applies to the argument about the Indian the Indian trade deal and this reciprocal arrangement on national insurance. The fact is many more people will come to take advantage of these so-called reciprocal arrangements by coming to the UK than going either to India or to the EU. And so it's not the case that we'd have a level playing field. Yeah. What we would have is another way by which the arrangement that we previously with free movement, now this youth scheme, would mean many, many more people coming into this country, undercutting British workers, and continuing the stagnation of wages that we have suffered from for so many decades. And then on the case of laws and taking back control there, very concerned about the threat of ECJ oversight over these trade arrangements, and potentially as part of the new veterinary agreement or deals on meat and dairy. So I very much hope the Minister can absolutely definitively rule out any extension of ECJ engagement oversight. The fact is, and we see it from the kind of rather mealy-mouthed amendment that they posed to the motion today, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour don't believe in Brexit. Their heart really, and I really honour the Green Party for the amendment that they have tabled, because there you see the true voice of the pro-European movement. I mean, it's almost a parody, suggesting that free movement and rejoining the EU are what the country needs or would be in the national interest. And indeed, they suggest that it would be a way to counter the hard right. Have they seen what's going on in Europe? Yeah. Where the extension of these principles of ever closer union, of deeper alignment, of a concentration of power at the European level is stoking the far right across Europe. That's it. The fundamental point that was why the Conservative Party has always been so successful historically is because we spoke for those people who otherwise would be outraged, and that is why Reform have been doing so well. I don't associate them with the far right, but what they do speak for is those outraged members of the public, many of whom used to vote for us, many of them used to vote for the party opposite, who feel that their parliament has let them down and politics has left them behind. And that is what happens across Europe in a much more dangerous way. So if we are serious about countering the danger of the right, we should be absolutely clear that there will be no suggestion of any return into the EU. And lastly, let me finish on Reform, because they're not here anymore. But there we go. I mean, they've got a rather amusing amendment to the motion, which simply replaces the words Conservative Party with the words Reform. Which, I mean, I honour that. They're kind of piggybacking somewhat on our good work in desperate search to be relevant and to catch up with the Conservative Party, leading the way in this agenda. But it does rather demonstrate, not only, it's a bit of a problem, two things occur to me. One is they can't even write an amendment of their own. They have to rely on us.
Order. The honourable member might reflect that these were amendments that weren't even selected, so he perhaps shouldn't be debating those. Okay. Danny Kruger.
Well, I was going to end just by saying that the amendment they did table, and I appreciate it wasn't selected, demonstrates we're on the same page with them, and I deeply regret their opposition to what we're trying to do.
That didn't work.
Happy to give way to my... No? Anyway, Madam, happy to give way.
All I was just referring to, they're not here, so I'm going to answer on their respect. They're not on the same page as us because theirs didn't fit and it wasn't a proper amendment.
The right honourable gentleman is a very experienced parliamentarian and should know that he should be addressing actually the chair, not the back of the chamber. Danny Kruger.
All sorts of things going wrong when we mention Reform, so best leave that topic out. I want to pay tribute to our front bench, who I think have put forward a very important and principled statement of the declaration that our party will stand for. We support the decision of the British people to leave the European Union, repeated in multiple general elections. It is a great shame we cannot hear our party opposite make the same pledge, but I'm happy to give way quickly before I sit down.
Just trying to understand at some point if we will hear anything from the leading opposition party about what they actually think could be improved in the Brexit agreement, which has been so bad for their party. We're talking about getting a better Brexit agreement than the one that they negotiated. Are they saying what they did was perfect, or can it be improved on? And if so, how? Because it was just negative, everything else you're saying.
do better on Northern Ireland, but let's leave that whole topic to another day. No, the Brexit agreement that we negotiated was absolutely right. The problem is the EU. The problem is the way they, of course, because they are a protectionist bloc. They are a protectionist bloc. And we decided to leave because we believe in sovereignty, we believe in leaving a declining quarter of the world's economy. The problem is the trade barriers that they erected, unnecessarily harmful to both parties. I'll leave it there.
Well,
Stella Creasy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start with a warning to my colleagues elected after 2024. Many of us who were here in 2017 to 2019 have been deeply triggered by this debate today. Rerunning the debates of old, rehashing the old, the scars on all our backs. I warn you, do not go down that rabbit hole. No good can come of it, and I wager the member opposite is laughing because he himself knows how much... Well, of course I have to give way to my neighbour.
Grateful to my neighbour giving way. If she wants to tell everybody not to go down that rabbit hole, she should be talking to the government on the front bench.
And lo, Bugs Bunny did appear. We've also heard from my former, in fact, the man I started arguing with 33 years ago as a young campaigner about the merits or otherwise of working with Europe, who was on the other bus, it appears, in the debates about Brexit. And that is exactly it. For our constituents who might listen to this, they would be horrified to see us going backwards again, acting as if the last 10 years hadn't happened, as if there wasn't evidence about what Brexit means. So avoidance of doubt. For avoidance of doubt, if I will, because I do not want to try the patience of the Deputy Speaker who's had to sit through many a lengthy speech. Must be, oh, I will go on. When I was 15, he was like this as well.
Trying to take us back to the past. It's the government. It's Brexit that gives this country its new future, and the government is trying to turn the clock back. That's what's wrong.
I hate to warn him, but I have a horrible feeling if he were to compare the speech he made today with many of the speeches he made between 2017 and 2019, he might find that he would lose the Just a Minute competition about repetition, because that is going backwards. This country deserves better. So let me start with a very clear statement of intent. Brexit has happened. We've left. I'm not here to prosecute the argument to rejoin. We have not got time for that. What we need is a salvage operation because of the damage that it has done. Especially in a world with so much uncertainty, where tariffs are now part and parcel of the everyday conversation and the damage that is being done to our constituents. We can fight many things in life, Madam Deputy Speaker, but geography really isn't one of them, however hard some of the members on the opposite benches try. We heard from the member for East Wiltshire that continued myth that somehow the isolation to our status that Brexit has brought would bring us strength. The last 10 years, indeed the last 6 months, have shown how clearly that is not the case. In fact, we are uniquely isolated and at risk as a nation. That is why it is absolutely right what this government is doing, getting on, signing trade deals, trying to sort out the damage that's being done, and looking indeed for that hat-trick. But I have to say to the members opposite, there is no conspiracy here. Because those of us who were here in 2019 remember exactly the details of that deal and the fact that written into it was a 5-year review process. So all you're seeing next Monday is not some secret negotiation. It is part of the trade incorporation process. I know. I hear the member chuntering, hang on. I see his tinfoil, but I really beg him to look at the details of the bill, which said very clearly that there would be a renegotiation point. There would be a point where we would review whether or not it was working. And I'm sorry that the Shadow Minister is not in his place, who tried to claim affinity with Sam Beckett, because frankly, I suspect he's going to be more like Jim Trott from The Vicar of Diddley. No, and then having to say yes.
Because the summit is not the end, it's the start of the process of reviewing the trade and cooperation agreement and looking at what is in the best interest of this country. Now, let me be clear, I absolutely am committed to the idea there should be parliamentary scrutiny. My colleagues on the front bench will know that I have been concerned that the European Scrutiny Committee was deleted, that I think we should be able to discuss these matters. But I do think there probably ought to be a summit first in order for us to actually have something to discuss. Indeed, that's why, and I hope Madam Deputy Leader will account for me putting in an advert for the Backbench Business Committee that myself and sadly the member for Skegness is not in his place, which is a shame because I know how strongly he feels about these things and I'm sure he would want to talk about the benefits of Brexit and other mythical creatures. We're going to have on the 22nd of May a debate after the summit so that we as parliamentarians may properly examine what comes out of it. But the summit is about the starting gun. It's not the final deal. And it's really important to look at it in that way because then the test for the motion today is the opposition really telling us that the Trade and Cooperation Agreement is perfection. There is absolutely nothing in that Trade and Cooperation Agreement that they wouldn't wish to amend, to revise, to refine. Is there absolutely nothing in what it has delivered in the last 5 years that they're not troubled by? The fact that there are 1.8 million fewer jobs in our economy because of the Tory hard Brexit, a figure that the academics who study this recognise will rise to 3 million by 2035. The fact that trade is down 27% with the European Union, a bloc that we do 5 times more trade than we do with America, that over 16,000 businesses have given up trading with Europe altogether, because the truth about Brexit is it was just paperwork. Reams and reams and reams of it. And small businesses in this country have sadly had to up sticks. I declare an interest as the chair of the Labour Movement for Europe, and I'm standing here not arguing for rejoin, but I am a red against red tape. And what I see is the amount of paperwork. I'm loving the fact that the members are chuntering from a central position as if there's some revelation. Again, perhaps they can borrow some tin foil from their other members about the idea there's some conspiracy. They would do better perhaps to reflect on the impact of the border trading operating model, an entirely self-inflicted wound by the previous government on British farmers and British food supply chains, pushing up inflation because they were charging for pallets of food coming into the country, creating more and more paperwork. So unless the members opposite are genuinely telling us that they think chef's kiss for the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, then actually it is right to look at whether there are things that we can do to deal with the problems it has created for our constituents, like the £6.95 billion of additional cost to households. And indeed, to account for some of the myths that have been created. And again, the member for East Wiltshire, he'll accuse me of being obsessed, but let's look at what he talked about. He said that somehow being out of the European Union made our response to COVID better. Well, he might want to go and talk to the UK COVID inquiry that found that it was the reverse, that actually found that it was our failure to prepare that was increased by the fact that we were dealing with a no-deal Brexit, harmed our COVID response. He might even want to reflect on the words of the UK medicines regulator, who said that we could have used the emergency processes to bring forward our own vaccine, which I'm sure is what he was talking about. He also talked about Ukraine. He might want to reflect, as he thinks about that summit on Monday, about how hard it was for us to make the case about the importance of standing with Ukraine outside of the room, that those who were less convinced, who were part of the European Union, would have heard our message more clearly if we were inside the room, particularly about gas imports. So we championed Ukraine, but we had to shout from outside rather than being part of the conversations from the start. This summit needs a strong agenda, and that is exactly what this government is talking about. And it's an agenda focused on fixing the problems that this trade and cooperation agreement has created. And that is what the public want. They agree with us. They don't want us to spend time looking at 10 to 5 years of treaty renegotiation, the possibility of rejoin. They want us to salvage this country from the damage that Brexit has done. 2/3 of this country say that Brexit is bad for the cost of living. 65% say it's had a negative impact on the economy. Again, members opposite might want to reflect on the fact that's nearly twice as many people who think that immigration is bad for our economy. The British public are not daft. They are very wise about what needs to happen next. They understand the value of a defence deal. They understand that in a world with Putin, at our doorstep, with the challenges that we face, and yes, the uncertainty in other parts of the world, it is absolutely right and proper, and it will complement NATO to work more closely with our European counterparts, to indeed increase investment in the UK defence industry, to collaborate on crime. Those of us who used to have constituents whose needs were served by the EU arrest warrants know the damage that the previous government's deal has done. Those of us who want to see us stepping up the way in which we collaborate on international aid know that we need to get round the table with our European counterparts. That is the best way to tackle those people who might be fleeing persecution and becoming stuck in a boat, is to try and stop the conflict at the source. That's what collaborating on international aid with Europe could offer. Yeah. That they understand the value of an SPS deal, as my colleague from Wales talked about, the value of the Pan-European Mediterranean Convention that deals with that paperwork, because it's about rules of origin, that every time you bring a tomato into this country to make a pizza in the Wirral, there now comes extra paperwork with it, thanks to Tory hard Brexit. Yeah. They would want us to look at the VAT rules, because now small businesses are struggling with 27 different VAT regimes. And yes, they would want us to sort out the carbon border adjustment mechanism, because that's also how we save British steel, because British steel will be affected if there is a divergence. So we need to look at how those emissions trading schemes can be linked, and we can save British business £800 million in the charges. They also want us to look at mutual conformity assessments to try and reduce the duplication. They want common sense on regulation, because the previous government tried to bring in separate regulatory regimes, and understandably British business said that's twice the cost. They want to be able to sell to their neighbours. They don't want to have extra pieces of paperwork. The previous government tried to have us have separate regulations on airline safety, as if an aeroplane taking part in London would need to follow a different set of regimes if it landed in Berlin. It's bonkers. Understandably, we walked back from it. We shouldn't go back to those kind of arguments just because those on the opposite benches have a blindness about something to do with Europe. This government has got its head on. It's looking at what it can do to help the chemicals industry. It's looking at what it can do to help supply chains. And yes, of course, it's looking at what a deal on youth mobility might look like. Because this is a summit. It's about having the conversation, looking at the details, looking at how we can support apprenticeships through youth mobility. Clearly youth mobility isn't freedom of movement. Otherwise, I'd have heard from the members opposite complaints about the fact we have a freedom of movement deal with Canada, with Australia, with New Zealand, with Uruguay. Well, I can see the member opposite saying, yes, indeed. I presume she's going to call for the abolition of freedom of movement from Canada then, because that would be consistency. We also could do more to help our creative services, our financial services, and yes, resolve some of the tensions in Northern Ireland. Many of us feel deeply how the people of Northern Ireland have suffered the most as a result of the Tory hard Brexit. And yes, we could do a deal on fishing. We could sort out the fact that our fisheries industries felt sold out by the last government, and we could support them to be sustainable. All of these are issues we can return to in that backbench debate, but we cannot do that if we don't have the summit. And we cannot walk into the summit saying no, 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 no. We need to walk into the summit saying what gives, what are the opportunities here, how do we solve some of these challenges. One of my next-door neighbours many, many years ago was Winston Churchill. We on this side have become the defenders of his vision of ending conflict in Europe, because the members opposite are spending all of their time fighting with each other and fighting a ghost. We need to talk about the future. We need to get away from the fantasies that somehow Brexit will deliver and start getting back to actually the cost of living crisis in our communities and how we can help them. I can't resist. I was going to sit down, I promise.
I can't sit down when she does that. Winston Churchill had a few battles within his own party, she might recall. She talked about conflict within the Conservative Party. Churchill was not averse to that. Sometimes you have to stand up for what's right, which is what Brexiteers in this party did. But does she really think that Winston Churchill would have supported the shape of the EU as it currently is? Does she really think he would have supported what the ECHR has become? How can she possibly claim Winston Churchill for the politics that she stands for? Go on.
I actually think Winston Churchill will probably be turning in his grave to see what the Conservative Party has become, and the way in which the Conservative Party's libertarian wing and that proud defence of our ability to participate in international organisations, to speak up for freedom, to speak up for shared interests and the national interest, has diminished
as a result of the way in which the previous government approached Brexit and now how his benches do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to draw to a close. The world is changing. We are living in a world where trade, where security, where cooperation, where climate issues move at a pace where many of us could not have predicted. Remember, it's only 120 days since President Trump was elected. What could happen next? Never more have we needed good relationships with our neighbours. Monday is about being good neighbours. So we see the world might be changing, but this is the same old Conservative Party and indeed the same page as Reform, because that's all they seem to care about. We care about the British interest. I look forward to hearing what comes out of the summit, and I look forward to people participating in the backbench debate to discuss it accordingly. That really is taking back control.
Yeah. Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's good to be contributing to this. And on the matter of Churchill, I am, of course, one of the successors to Churchill in Dundee, who was defeated by the only prohibitionist ever elected. And it was after his defeat that, of course, he went on to make his speeches about Europe after he joined the Conservative Party. Madam Deputy Speaker, in a moment I suspect I'll slip into the same levels of exasperation as were expressed by the member for Walthamstow. I hope she doesn't mind me saying we agree on so much. But before I do that, let me thank the Conservative Party for bringing this motion today. I have to say I must salute their, how should one put it, their courage in bringing this today. Because there is nobody saying that their Brexit has been a success. And to that end, I very much feel they're leading with their chin today. Nobody's arguing that we're talking about something that's gone well. Nobody's arguing that this is something that has become a triumph. But rather, we are debating and discussing today how to tackle a problem. And it is a problem that has been well set out by the government. And Brexit, I'm sorry to say, continues to cast a spell over the political classes at Westminster, and when we've heard a rerun of some of the arguments today and some of the falsehoods, I'm sorry to say, that have been spoken about the European Union. But let's talk about the evidence. And I'm going to talk about it briefly, it's well covered. The 4% drop in GDP that the Treasury have outlined to us, the 15% drop in trade that was part of the budget documents. The UK has now lost more than it ever contributed financially, with absolutely nothing in return. The loss of jobs, the loss of regional structural funds that were never ever replaced despite the promises, the loss of opportunities for SMEs, and critically, the loss of opportunities for our young people. Is it any wonder, and does nobody ever ask themselves? I can remember when the Brexiteers told us that lots of countries would follow the UK out the door. Nobody has followed the UK out the door, and I wonder why. And it leads into that sense of British exceptionalism that we hear time and time again. The UK has been left impoverished as a direct consequence of those arguments that have been made, and I have to say, and I've heard the warm words from the Labour benches about wanting to be closer to Europe, but they are fundamentally grabbing a hold of a hard Tory Brexit. And I fail to see why it is a Labour government does not stand up for Europe more. And rather than try and imitate failed Conservative policies and failed Reform policies, and let's not forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, Reform have a track record, and it's not a good one. Take them on that track record. And on that, and before we move on to the Treasury, before I move on to some of his points, I'll give way to the Honourable Member.
I'm extremely grateful to the way. He's pointing to an empty bench when he pointed to Reform, by the way, because they haven't turned up. But on the issue of structural funds, I know that he wouldn't want in any way to say something misleading. In my constituency, after Brexit, we attracted funding from government of something like £60 or £70 million for roads, for a new leisure centre, the regeneration of our town centre. And on this issue of money, does he know that the last year we were in the EU, it cost us £17 billion to be a member? What's the price of that?
17 billion is less than half the amount we've lost to public finances. Not my figures, the Labour Mayor of London's figures. 17 billion, he says, without getting anything back in return. And on that point, 300 million lost to the Scottish Government in terms of money that's just not come from regional structural funds. Now, let me take the point of devolution and of sovereignty. The EU is a union fit for the 21st century. The UK union is barely a union fit for the 18th century because it has not been modernised since. We've got a Brexit settlement that ripped up the devolution settlement, imposing deals, an act which Scottish Labour and others spoke out against, which they've now imposed, imposing a deal on the devolved administrations that the EU could never do on its member states. And I will remind members, I will remind them that not one of the 27 independent sovereign member states of the EU consider themselves any less independent, any less sovereign for being a member of the European Union. Not one of them. Just one does. And it's this exceptionalism, that British nationalist exceptionalism, that is so damaging, that is so utterly damaging to everybody in the UK. And it's particularly, you know, the most sovereign country in the world is North Korea, the most sovereign country, because with deals we give up a tiny little bit of sovereignty. So all these other states that see themselves as sovereign, he talks of Ukraine that wants to join the EU. He talks of democracy, the Democrats in Georgia and Moldova, who drape themselves in European flags because they see that as a future to the rule of law, they see that as a future to democracy, and they see that as a future as greater wealth for their country. Because we know every country that has joined the EU got better off. The one country that left got worse off, and its citizens had fewer rights. On the questions of security, we all have to recognise that the EU is a security actor, and a majority of European states now see the EU and NATO as the twin pillars of that security. Those sovereign states see that. Now, while I welcome the UK government's utterly steadfast support for Ukraine, both and previous administrations as well, and I'll acknowledge that, we are not realistic about the challenges that we face. Putin's Russia fears the EU. That's why we saw the initial war in Ukraine in 2014, because of the EU accession agreement. We know that. Everyone else gets it, except those in the United Kingdom. The EU provides food security for its members, energy security for its members, and sitting outside leaves us more isolated and less secure. Why is it that the UK is so utterly exceptional? What makes the UK so special that everybody else has got it wrong, but the UK has somehow got it right? It is a piece of nonsense, and a piece of nonsense that is damaging us all. And let me come on young people. I'm getting tired of hearing Labour people talk about a youth mobility scheme. First of all, I'd like the Minister to tell me whether or not a youth mobility scheme has taken place, and then how does that compare with the free movement that we all enjoyed at that time? That we are leaving younger generations with fewer rights, fewer opportunities than we ourselves enjoyed. That is a failure of our political generation, an abject failure of our political generation. The Prime Minister's rhetoric yesterday, I'm sorry to say, feeds into that. To be called out by Lord Dubs, a Labour member of the House of Lords, and yet praised by the leader of Alternative for Deutschland, should surely cause Labour members some pause for reflection, some reflection, to see themselves as others are seeing them right now. I'd expect it from Reform, I'd expect it from others. I didn't expect it from the Labour Party. I'm sorry. I oppose you sometimes, you suit against me, but I did not expect that from the Labour Party. The worst part of this is we're getting this from a Labour government that doesn't really believe in what they're doing. I know that from working with them over the years. They don't believe in the damage it's doing. You know what's damaging us in politics right now? And I'll finish here, Madam Deputy Speaker. What's damaging us in politics is that people are standing up for things they don't really believe in. They don't say what they believe in. I believe in leaving the European Union. And he talks about Parliament. I just heard that. In a Parliament where the idea of sovereignty that we've heard is not even, we do not have an idea of British sovereignty. The definition of Scottish sovereignty, and I'd encourage him to read McCormick versus HMA, is different from the idea of English sovereignty, where the supremacy of Parliament does not exist. And I will on that point.
I think it's fair to say that in the years I've been here, generally most people have known what I believed in. Yeah. But is the reason he's so incredibly angry this afternoon because from his point of view he lost not only one referendum but two, one on Scottish independence and then on the European Union?
You know, I'll give the point. I know what the member believes in.
Thank you.
I was not surprised that he didn't want to take me on the substance of what I said, but rather on some of the semantics, because as the Secretary of State for Scotland said, a democracy ceases to be a democracy when it ceases to have the ability to change its mind. My appeal would be this. Yes, I believe in independence. I believe that the European Union provides a model that the UK Union doesn't. That's something I believe in. Members disagree with me and I respect them for that. Okay. And I know that Scottish Labour members disagree with me on that and I respect them for that as well. What I struggle with is that we know this is a bad deal with Europe. We know that staying outside the customs union and the single market is making us poorer every day. I would encourage members to stand up and say what they really believe in, to put the cases of what they believe in, because that is the way to return respect back into politics. Not repeat what's been said in the past, but truly look to the future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Joe Morris.
Speaker, and just I'll keep my remarks fairly brief. We've been treated to a lot of very good and very well-informed speeches, and just on the point of respect and speaking up for what you believe in, I think it's important to remember the poison that was brought into the body politic much before I entered this place. And on the local election night, I was particularly concerned in my constituency the return of a Reform councillor whose Facebook page has been described by Hope Not Hate as a slew of anti-Muslim content. That really worries me. It worries a lot of my constituents, and it worries a lot of people across the country. And I'm very disappointed with Reform. I'm here to answer some of their vetting processes. But to return to the matter at hand, I meet every week with businesses in my constituency, with farmers, with small businesses, businesses that export, that want to export, that don't feel that they have the facilities in place to do so, they don't have the support in place to do so. And there are failures in the Brexit deal. I know that there are many sober and mature members on the other side who recognise those shortcomings. And what this summit is an opportunity to do is to recognise that we live in a world that is changing every single day, where the demands of yesterday are not the same as the demands of tomorrow. We have a government that is looking to the mature, the reasonable and the responsible thing to do, which is to improve the day-to-day lives of our constituents, which is what we are sent here to do. And when I speak to farmers who suffer from the red tape they're caught up in trying to export, or small businesses who do not have access to the Rolls-Royce trade show access programmes that larger businesses do to go abroad, and that was one of the major failings of the previous government's trade policy. And I do hope in his winding up this, the Minister will address how we can get small businesses exporting across the world as part of the slew of trade deals that we've just signed. I think it's really important that we don't go into the kind of conspiracy theory baiting on backsliding on the EU and what this means and what this doesn't mean, because I don't particularly care about chasing views from Elon Musk amplified accounts. I care about getting good results for my constituents and good results for them, good jobs for them, good outcomes for them, because for far too long my constituency, in my view, was denied a voice because it was a Conservative safe seat. It was one where you went up every 6 weeks and you didn't really engage with the solid issues. And actually, we have a school in my constituency built 8.5 years ago and is already structurally unsound, which is a pretty damning failure of the party opposite. But we need to make sure that the current system that we have, the system that we've inherited, works properly. And what I would urge the Minister to do, and I would urge the government to do, is to go, get to the negotiating table, work out the kinks in the deal that aren't working as they should be, work out what's going wrong, work out what's holding businesses back, and approach it with a mature, honest and genuine discussion on how we can improve things, because ultimately it says on my party membership card that we achieve more by our common endeavour, and that is what we need to approach with an internationalist approach rooted in pragmatism that does not fall victim to some of the appalling cynicism and rather brutal mischaracterisation that we often see on the other side. Thank you.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for calling me to contribute to this important debate on the forthcoming UK-EU summit next Monday. As someone who has, I hope the House will concede, followed these matters reasonably closely for a number of years, There are three broad areas I'd like to focus on this afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to say something about the summit itself. Secondly, to make some points about the very worrying suggestions that we're about to waive a large part of our fishing rights. And thirdly, to raise my concerns and those of many others about the potential for so-called dynamic alignment, by which the United Kingdom would effectively become a passive rule-taker, despite having voted peacefully and democratically to leave the European Union in the first place. But before I do that, can I just pay my own personal tribute to Sir Roy Stone, who tragically just passed away. He was my constituent, living just a few minutes away from me. I once inadvertently canvassed him some years ago during the local elections. As a highly professional public servant, he was completely inscrutable about his voting intentions. I subsequently worked with him closely for 2 years in the Coalition Whip's office between 2010 and 2012. He was always very patient, especially with me. When I was the Vice-Chamberlain, he always gave well-informed, indeed canny advice. He believed passionately in the institution of Parliament and the principle of representative democracy, which he served so well. Our thoughts and prayers are with his widow Dawn and her family. May he rest in peace, but always warmly remembered. Thank you. Now, a crucial summit will now take place between leaders of the UK and the EU in London next Monday. I recall being told repeatedly during the referendum campaign that if we left the EU, we would be isolated and friendless. Well, all the meetings which have taken place in London recently, including virtually every EU leader at Lancaster House regarding the so-called coalition of the willing, shows how absolutely ludicrous that assertion actually was. However, according to multiple media reports, it seems as if this summit could involve some kind of defence pact between ourselves in the UK and the European Union. As I have front-bench responsibility for defence, I should not dwell at length on those matters today, but hopefully we'll have a lot more to say on those matters next week, once the details of any such agreement have been made public, and crucially, we've had an opportunity to read the small print. Nevertheless, I'm sure that the government's tactics will be to try and talk almost exclusively about defence, as a form of camouflage, in order to mask likely concessions both on our fishing rights and potentially relating to our food as well. When the British people voted democratically to leave the European Union some 9 years ago now, they did so in order to decide their destiny for themselves. It would be completely against the spirit of the referendum, under the guise of some kind of reset with the EU, to surrender that principle next week. Moreover, after the absolute chaos over the Labour government's proposed Chagos deal, only yesterday, the Spanish Foreign Minister was asserting the UK should make concessions over the sovereignty of Gibraltar as part of our reset at the summit. This despite the fact the Gibraltarians themselves voted by 99% to maintain the current position in their own referendum on the subject. That's a margin so emphatic that even the SNP would have to accept it. On fishing, in early 2020, during Boris Johnson's premiership, the United Kingdom came to agree what was known as the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the TCA, between the UK and the EU. Whilst there's been much talk recently of trade deals, including with India and now the US, this was in effect a major comprehensive trade deal with the EU, negotiated in the context of having left the European Union. For the benefit of the member for Bournemouth, who's no longer in its place, it was 1,245 pages long. I know, because I read it. In essence, the TCA guaranteed virtually tariff-free trade between the UK and the EU. Moreover, because we left the EU, including the customs union, that meant we were then able to negotiate unilateral trade deals of our own around the world in a moment. Whereas whilst in the customs union, it was only possible to negotiate those agreements collectively via the auspices of the EU itself. That is a fundamental difference. It's important to note that using this critical Brexit freedom Since we left the EU, we've been able to negotiate almost 80 independent trade deals with nations around the world, including important Commonwealth partners such as Australia, New Zealand, and now with India as well. We've also joined the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which materially improves our access to Asian markets, worth literally trillions of dollars. Moreover, if you just let me finish this point, and I promise I will. Moreover, because I want to enjoy this bit, we now have the delightful visage of seeing our ambassador to the United States, one Lord Mandelson, having to acknowledge, albeit through metaphorically gritted teeth, that we've only been able to negotiate a trade deal with the United States, albeit one limited in scope, because we left his beloved European Union. I think our Peter is struggling with that. The Honourable Lady's been patient.
Honourable Member for giving way. If those trade deals were such sunlit uplands and such wonderful deals, can the Honourable Member explain to me why our seafood sales, our seafood exports to the EU plummeted by 80% since the Brexit deal? Why, if it was so good, did that happen? Under his watch.
She preempts me. If you just give me a moment, I'll get to fishing very shortly. Within the TCA, specifically under Part 2, Heading 5, there were transition arrangements relating to fishing. In essence, this allowed for a period of over 5 years during which there would be temporary arrangements on access to UK waters by EU fishing fleets, after which, under international maritime arrangements, the United Kingdom will become solely responsible for its own territorial waters out to 200 nautical miles in some places. As this transition period is now approaching its expiration in 2026, the EU are pushing very hard in order to maintain their access to our fishing waters, and it would seem even to try and expand their access in certain cases were we naive enough to give in. It would therefore be a complete betrayal of our fishermen if the United Kingdom Labour government were now to grant major concessions to the EU in what will become indisputably our own sovereign waters once again come 2026. In a second, whilst the bourgeoisie will have to wait. While our sovereign rights are enshrined both in the TCA itself as well as in wider maritime law, we've yet to see the final details of whatever Faustian pact the government has agreed with the EU on fishing. But our fishermen and those of us on these benches, not reformed, they're not here, will be watching the government very closely and will be highly alert to the prospect of a sellout on fish. And then we come to veterinary matters and SPS, and ultimately, therefore, on food, which would involve the United Kingdom in a process known as dynamic alignment. In essence, this means that if the EU were in any way to change or modify its rules in those areas, we would then, in turn, be compelled to follow them regardless of the wishes of our own Parliament. In other words, we would become a rule taker in these areas, even though we've left the European Union. Moreover, these arrangements, it seems, would apply across the whole of the United Kingdom, and in the event of a dispute, that would be arbitrated by the European Court of Justice rather than the UK Supreme Court or even an international tribunal. Again, in a moment, to have left the EU but then to submit to becoming a passive rule taker would be entirely contrary to the spirit of the 2016 referendum. That's why time and again today no government minister will admit they're going to do it next week. No, when Labour talked about a reset in its general election manifesto, there was absolutely no reference to rule-taking as part of any such accommodation. Labour would therefore be giving away our rights entirely without the consent of the British people. This has to be something which is fiercely resisted and, if necessary, overturned. Moreover, there's the prospect of additional concessions over everything from so-called youth mobility schemes, a euphemism for a return to freedom of movement under another guise, to capitulation over net zero mechanisms and specifically the EU's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, which would make our remaining heavy industries even more internationally uncompetitive than the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North has achieved to date. So as someone who sat here during the previous Parliament, as the Right Honourable General Lady for Walthamstow has kindly referred, and witnessed night after night and week after week the then Labour Shadow Secretary of State for Dexu, now the Prime Minister, attempting to pull every single procedural trick from the depths of Erskine May in order to try and keep this country in the European Union at almost any price, and despite the referendum, I'm in no way surprised that his government are now attempting this act of capitulation. Our Prime Minister has always been a passionate Europhile. In short, he remains a Remainer, and in his heart of hearts, he always will. So what Labour are up to, and I say again, they'll try and use a defence pact in order to hide it, is to begin a process of gradually taking us back towards and even back into the European Union if they thought they could get away with it. They'll never risk another referendum because in 2016, almost up to the last minute, the polls were showing that Remain might win, and yet when it came to it, the British people had the temerity to vote to govern themselves, despite the best efforts of the British establishment and Project Fear. Therefore, what Labour will try and do is to take us back in very gradually by a process of grandmother footsteps, or to make another analogy, like trying to slowly boil a frog. If they get away with submission next week, despite their manifesto commitments, they'll eventually try and take us back into the single market, although no doubt under some other name. They can get away with that. Then they would suggest, well, we might as well rejoin the customs union. Having done that, they'll put the argument to the British people that we're so far back into the blooming thing, we might as well go the whole hog and rejoin it entirely. All without a vote or the consent of the people of the United Kingdom at any stage whatsoever. I'm delighted to give way to my honourable friend.
I just want to draw something out on this, because dynamic alignment is not a small thing. It's huge, because it is rule-taking. Now, could you imagine any other trade arrangement that we would engage in, say in the USA, or the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or Australia, where we would be in a position to say we will accept your rules and your adjudication?
It would be far better to do this via a process of mutual enforcement, of which my right honourable friend has always been a staunch advocate. We will ask the Minister, summing up in this debate, if he will very clearly rule out any prospect of dynamic alignment at the summit next week. In a moment, it's a yes or no question, and perhaps the Minister on the bench at that time, because he wouldn't answer my right honourable friend yesterday, could just give us an honest answer to an honest question. In fact, if he wants to do it now, I'll give way to it. A stunning silence. Well, as he hasn't got the guts to get up, I'll give way to his backbencher.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the nomenclature. My Jacobin friend is taking my question, and I'm most grateful. I just didn't want you to finish because you're... Sir, excuse me, I didn't want the honourable gentleman, the member, to finish without having had the opportunity to answer the question which my honourable friend put to him. The export of UK seafoods to the European Union has fallen by 80% since Brexit. There's been lots of new checks, new paperwork and bureaucracy. What would he put this down to? Would he put it down to Brexit or to something else, that the exports of seafood have collapsed?
People have made market choices. But under the common fisheries policy, we had the absurdity of the so-called discards process, where to comply with EU quotas, our fishermen had to throw back into the sea fish, many of which were already dead, in order to comply with the absurdities of the CFP. Hopefully we'll never return to that. My honourable friend.
This is something I've looked at quite closely. The reason is the United Kingdom's not in the internal market. We don't give direct applicability and direct effect to EU SPS laws. Therefore, the EU procedure is to check every consignment of shellfish coming into the EU to see if it complies, even though all the EU law in terms of safe, clean rivers and clean beaches and clean water and checks all exists probably to a superior standard in the United Kingdom than it does in much of the EU.
I defer to my right honourable friend, who is clearly a subject matter expert in this area. So, to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, because others want a chance to speak as well, Labour are going to go for dynamic alignment. They're going to sign us up as a passive rule taker at the behest of the EU, despite the British people voting in 2016 to take back control of their laws. I have absolutely no doubt that if they get away with this surrender summit early next week, that is precisely what Labour are going to do. It's therefore very important that we alert the British people and the media who serve them to exactly what Labour are up to in an attempt to both expose and then to deter it before it gets any worse. In summary, if we are not going to allow our obsessively Europhile Prime Minister, in this context our white flag man, to surrender our right to govern ourselves, we will oppose this process of surrender to the EU, which has absolutely no democratic mandate, tooth and nail, and, if necessary, eventually overturn it. Remember that booklet in the referendum. This is your decision. The government will implement what you decide. The British people decided to take back control of their own laws. It is not for Labour to give them away.
I call Richard Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been an interesting debate, but reflecting on the unhappy nostalgia of the member for Walthamstow, it's quite clear that some people are having trouble to move on in this debate as we need to do. This summit is there because of the process agreed by the party opposite when they were in government. This is not a surrender summit. This is a summit for success, a success for business, a success for business people. And we can only achieve that if we move on in this debate. I thought at one point Bill Cash was going to stand up and contribute. We are not moving forward as we should do as a parliament to think about the real priorities of the British people and our future relationship with Europe. But other people are prepared to move on. I want to move on. Earlier today I was pleased to have the chance to meet with the Scottish Advisory Forum on Europe, known as SAFE, an event I had the pleasure of co-hosting with the honourable member for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. It was an excellent event reflecting all their great work, collaborating with their colleagues and their counterparts in Europe, not just government, but civil society, for academia, for a whole range of organisations collaborating because it is in their interests. It's about growing the Scottish economy, it's about growing and forwarding the interests of the Scottish people. And I have to pay tribute to my good friend, Dr. Irene Oldfather, who as chair of SAFE has done so much to promote ongoing collaborations with colleagues in Europe and a happy constituent of my honourable friend, the member for Central Ayrshire. What great people they are. And she is doing vital work. And this is the spirit in which we should be going into these negotiations of collaboration, of mutual benefit, and seeing a future, a better future relationship for the UK with our European Union colleagues. And it's so important then that, and so welcome to hear that the Minister for the Constitution and European I will of course give way to the member of it.
All I want to do is to put on my record the thanks to Irene Oldfather, who on an issue that is very difficult, and we've seen that today, is very difficult, is doing something extraordinarily constructive, and I think we can all learn from Irene's work.
Agree more with the honourable member for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry. And in this issue of learning, so good, so welcome then to hear that the Minister for the Constitution and European Relations, ahead of this vital summit, attended a meeting with SAFE in Edinburgh yesterday. I understand it was held at the Scotch Whisky Association, so I hope the Minister enjoyed a very excellent afternoon. And on the issue of Scotch whisky, this is a good point to mention, Madam Deputy Chair, that through our trade deal with India, this is securing £1 billion to the Scottish whisky industry over the next 5 years, and 1,200 extra jobs. A fantastic deal, in no way frustrated by pursuing a new deal and a better deal with the European Union as well. And I know the Minister met yesterday young people at this event, keen to look at our future in Europe rather than to debate the battles of the past. And they asked the Minister to find ways to ensure that in the future they have opportunities again to work and to study in Europe. And I hope the Minister can think inventively about how this can be achieved within the policy framework the government has set out, because it is the case that the previous Erasmus Plus scheme was not only important for those young people who participated, but also to Scotland's economy. It was worth £340 million annually, delivering £7 in value for every £1 invested. And as economic growth is the priority, rightly, for this government, it would not be putting national interest first for the government to change course in these negotiations in the way proposed by the opposition, rather than proceed with the vital work I know the Minister and his colleagues have taken forward with their European counterparts ahead of this summit. This is the right thing to do for economic growth, for our national interest, and it is for the government's current approach is absolutely essential, which actually recognises the EU status as our biggest trading partner, accounting for 41% of our exports and 51% of our imports. So I'm encouraged to hear from the Minister that vital areas for growth in my constituency of Glenrothes and Mid-Fife, including closer cooperation on energy policy, which I hope might include increasing cooperation through the North Sea Energy Cooperation Group, that these are the issues which are on the agenda for next week. I hope such measures will benefit small businesses in my constituency, particularly in the creative sector. It was absolutely right that this party, at the election, committed to make it easier for musicians to tour in Europe, which is vital for the future of our brilliant creative sector in Scotland and the UK. I hope we can make progress in this area as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course we have to respect the decision of the Brexit referendum, but while we should not simply repeat that debate here in this House as we have seemed to do, neither should we repeat the mistakes of the previous government, who failed to ensure our new relationship with the European Union created the right environment for trade and cooperation in key areas of policy. This government has already made significant progress in resetting the relationship of the UK with the European Union in our national interest, and in particular in line with this government's policy on economic growth. I urge my right, I will certainly give way to my honourable.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's covered there a range of different groups. He's mentioned farmers, businesses, young people and the creative sector. Is the truth that all these groups are simply looking for practical measures that this government can take to improve their lot and improve the relationship that we have with Europe? And that can involve cutting red tape, unlocking energy, deepening security cooperation, without being to the detriment of the previous agreements?
I could not agree more with my honourable friend. It's absolutely the case that this will be in line with previous agreements with our new relationship with Europe, but doing far better than the very poor deals agreed by the previous government, which resulted in economic decline compared to what we could have achieved with a different approach. So I urge my right honourable friend to regard this certainly as an area of policy and this government's priorities where the government should go further and faster. I urge him not to be deflected by those on the opposition benches who wish to fight the battles of the past. Instead, the government is right to seek a better relationship with Europe and ready for the opportunities and indeed the tests which lie ahead for our continent.
Sir John Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in human affairs, there is persistent fascination with novelty. It is curious that people clamour for what's different, for the other, whatever that other might look like. And it is this fascination that leads to the similar interest, indeed preoccupation with internationalism, even to the point where that means giving up power to someone beyond these shores. It's a damaging preoccupation. At its most curious, it leads to the peculiarity I mean, I'm sorry he's not here because he made a remarkably articulate speech, as I told him after. The member for Dundee, the representative of a nationalist party, making the case out against nationalism. A member who believes in sovereignty, making an argument that sovereignty didn't really matter, although he did qualify it by saying that sovereignty in Scotland meant something different. He and I will have an opportunity, no doubt, to debate that at some length in the future. It is what fuelled, of course, the sentiment that pervaded after the referendum, particularly on the benches opposite and amongst Liberals. It's a matter of record. I don't have a Liberal bone on my body, Madam Deputy Speaker, of any kind, social, cultural, political, economic, none of them. And I shall be making a case against free trade in a few moments, but let's come back to that in a second. It led to that cadre of people who populate a good deal of the establishment, as the honourable member for Chelsea and Fulham will know, because a lot of the establishment live in his constituency. Not surprising, they picked one of their own, really. It led to a cadre of people who couldn't bear to come to terms with the result of the referendum. For the people had spoken. And, of course, the people's will directly contradicted the assumptions, the presumptions of that establishment, which they foisted on the people for donkey's years. I don't say, by the way, that all the guilt lies on the other side of the chamber. It began with Harold Macmillan, then Ted Heath, who sold out our fishermen, and it went on and on. Roy Jack, I mean, the gallery of sins, of villains, is almost endless. I mean, one thinks of Roy Jenkins, and there were noble exceptions. Peter Shaw for Labour. Tony Benn made the case for national self-government in what I think was one of the best speeches that my right honourable friend has told me he heard on the chamber. Made me cry. In his donkey's years here.
Not many people do that.
And on our side, there were noble exceptions too. Enoch Powell stands proud amongst those, but there are many others too. Our lamented friend. Michael Foot, of course, on the other side. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the whole list, by the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, just in case you thought it was. A lot of them But I was thinking of Bill Cash, Sir Bill, who gave such great service. Seen as a bit of an outsider for the great bulk of his career, and then in the last part of it, proved right. My goodness, what's better than that in politics? They say all political careers end in failure. Well, Bill Cash's didn't, did it? Bill Cash's political career ended in success. And it is that I will happily give way.
It hasn't ended.
It hasn't ended yet. He's still a sprightly 83. He's been texting some of us throughout the debate. But would you agree with me very quickly? His great success was the sovereignty clause that finally said, after years of campaigning, this Parliament is sovereign. That is on the statute book, and that's because of Bill.
Well, of course, my honourable friend is absolutely right. His political career has now ended, his parliamentary one has, and I can, alongside him, acknowledge that indeed Sir Bill has texted me this afternoon, along with no doubt many other of his dear, and my right honourable friend, I just gathered. So, this tension, if you like, between the will of the people expressed in the referendum in 2016 and the remaining prevailing assumptions of what I described earlier as the Liberal establishment underpins this debate. Now, I want to, in the spirit of generosity, which I tend to employ, there are exceptions, by the way, intervene on me if you like, but in that spirit, I want to say that there are those on the benches opposite, we heard it from the honourable member from Walthamstow, who, albeit grudgingly, but nonetheless, acknowledge that the referendum result can't be reversed. We can't go back into the EU. That wasn't what they said immediately after, of course. They fought hard for ages to try and frustrate the outcome. They used every parliamentary technique they could conjure and extra parliamentary techniques in well-funded legal cases to try and derail Brexit. So the scepticism personified by my honourable friend from Beaconsfield, who has said she was doubtful about the government's intent, is well founded. I know the Minister will want to reassure us when he rises at the end of this debate that scepticism, in his case at least, won't be proven to be a prediction of what might happen next. But the scepticism is well founded because of the history. It was a Labour politician said that you don't need a crystal ball when you've got the record book. Aaron Bevan, of course. And we have the record book when it comes to the party opposite, and worse still, the party to my left. So I hope the Minister will, for example, be crystal clear, as he's been invited to be throughout the course of this debate, on alignment, dynamic alignment. Better described, I think, as dynamic realignment, realigning our relationship with the EU, an alignment that will bring us closer to the EU, not to our friends and neighbours in Europe. Of course, cooperation and collaboration is a natural part of mature policies, but closer to the EU in terms of governance, in terms of regulation, in terms of law, in terms of interference in our affairs, and in terms, crucially, of jurisdiction. For it is the exercise of authority we're really debating here, not the ability, indeed the willingness, to share, but the danger of succumbing to a power that takes authority further and further from the British people. The member for Bournemouth, it was either west or east, let's just say Bournemouth. The member for Bournemouth talked about some of the challenges which face the world, the global challenges. The answers to those global challenges, he was right to do so, by the way, and I thought he made a first half of his speech, I thought was very good, actually. It got worse as it went on, but it was, he made some good points, as I said at the time. The answer to those challenges is not to become more globalist, not to give in to those forces he described that are exerting power in an unaccountable way. It's actually to bring power back to the people. When we spoke of taking back control, those of us who advocated Brexit, we did so in part because we want power to be vested in this Parliament, accountable to the people who that power affects. You, Madam Deputy Speaker, are almost a model for this, and others would do well to follow that model. We are answerable to our constituents. We are known by our constituents. They understand that we make decisions on their behalf. We, newer members of the House, will be coming to terms with what that means, the relentlessness of that. I don't mind it myself, but I can see how it can wear down less forceful and robust souls than me. But that constant interaction with our constituents is the lifeblood of democracy. Whoever knew who their member of the European Parliament was? I couldn't remember who the Tories were, let alone the people from the other parties. And they certainly didn't enjoy, when we were members of the EU, that kind of intimate relationship, that sense of mutual ownership. You know, we kind of feel we own our constituency, and they feel they own us, and quite right too. They do. Do they not? Well, I don't know. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm being chided. I'd only heard of the Honourable Gentleman when he arrived here. I didn't know him. I never knew who he was before then. But and I say that without disrespect. Without disrespect, I happen to give way to him.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The right honourable gentleman is correct, and whilst I was in the European Parliament, we got some opinion poll research on whether members could name their member of the European Parliament, and only 2% of British people could name any member of the European Parliament, and regrettably it wasn't me.
It is typical of the honourable gentleman's humility and good humour that he should acknowledge that in the chamber in such an open and frank way, and I pay tribute to him for it. Thank you so much. So the scepticism that I've described and tried to articulate takes the form of real doubts about what realignment will really mean. Let me just deal with 3 or 4 specifics. I spoke earlier in intervention about security and defence. Of course it's right that we have a continuing relationship with our neighbours in those terms. We do work with the agencies across Europe, but the critical security relationship we enjoy is with the Five Eyes countries. We enjoy relations with many other countries in the world that are outside the Five Eyes and Europe, by the way. And it is vitally important that we reinforce that relationship. And that, of course, overlaps with our commitment to NATO and defence. Now, there may be some virtues in information sharing, well, there certainly are virtues in various kinds of cooperation. But anything which undermines the sovereignty, to use the word again, of that security and defence alliance seems to me to be highly questionable and possibly worse, risky. In terms of free movement, when we think back to the referendum, whilst of course it wasn't all about immigration, immigration was perhaps the most pressing salient during those times. People resented and resisted free movement, and they wanted to bring it to an end. And when they heard the term take back control, for many of them, that was epitomised by the need to control our borders, to decide who came here and who didn't. And whilst it may be understandable that people want to wax lyrical about young people being able to travel across the continent, what they say less enthusiastically, or perhaps they don't say at all, is that young people from the entire continent will want to travel here. And until we know the terms of that, that could easily mean those people competing with Britons for scarce jobs. We have large numbers of people, young people, not in education, employment and training. No government has dealt with that satisfactorily. I started speaking about this more than 20 years ago. Previous Labour governments and indeed Conservative governments didn't really grasp that nettle as firmly as they ought to have done. Sadly, the trend is upwards. Disturbing. And I don't want people in my country to have to compete for education places, for training places, for other opportunities with a large number, and we could be talking about tens of thousands of people entering the country by these means. And there will be suspicions that it is the beginning of a return to free movement. What did that do? What did mass immigration do? Prime Minister was right about this. I mean, he's a very late convert, but nonetheless, the Bible says we must welcome all converts, of course, with enthusiasm. What mass immigration did was displace investment in recruitment, training and retention of workers, displace investment on automation and improving workplaces, making us ever more dependent on low-skilled labour. It had the effect of stultifying the economy. And any suggestion we may return to that will inhibit, perhaps ruin, the government's intention of improving productivity. Because if you really want to deal with productivity, you have to create a high-tech, high-skilled economy. And I'm fearful that that broader consideration won't necessarily hold sway when we get into negotiations with the EU on this issue of some relaxation of the bar on free movement, which was brought by the referendum. So mindful there are enthusiastic, insightful, bright colleagues on all sides of the House, but mainly on this side, that want to contribute to the debate. I will draw my remarks to the close with this thought. I can hear colleagues saying, no, go on. But I'm going to resist those overtures, Madam Deputy Speaker, and draw my remarks to a close with this thought. You know,
Encore. Encore.
How short a close?
C.S. Lewis said, we are what we think we are. Now, I think we're a proud, independent nation that's made a disproportionate contribution as part of Western civilization to world history. I think our past is noble and something which should give us a sense of achievement and pride. I don't buy this self-loathing which seems to have taken hold with too much of the very establishment that I derided earlier. Oh, now I don't know if the honourable gentleman's a self-loathing individual. Well, let's see. I happily give way.
The honourable gentleman giving way. I trust I'm not. I hope that the honourable gentleman appreciated earlier how that I said how excited I was for the prospects ahead of us. I just wanted to thank him, though, for not only identifying me a couple of times and identifying me as associated with my constituents, which I'm certainly very proud to be, but also not just the honourable gentleman, but also a number of his colleagues, for making me feel that I've been in this place not just for 10 months, but for 10 years, and had the privilege of seeing the Brexit debate live and writ large again. It's a rare opportunity I thought I'd get as a member of this House, and I'm most grateful.
Warts and all.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. Let him see it in this way, through this prism. I am, for all intents and purposes, Brexit. Okay, I stand for Brexit. I am a patriot, proud of my working class origins.
I think I want to rejoin.
Proud of my working class origins, determined to do my best for my constituents and my country, driven by a combination of the national interest and the common good. That was the spirit that inspired Brexit. Inspired those of us who campaigned for it and those who voted for it, which 75% of my constituents in South Holland, the Deepings, did. I'm a bit resentful that Boston and Skegness next door was even higher, actually. It was only 1% higher. So C.S. Lewis said we are what we think we are, and I do think we're a proud country who can stand in the world in collaboration with the nations, of course, but free and sovereign. I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't say we've done a great deal with India because we didn't have to kowtow to the EU. Yep. You can't say we've done a great deal with the US because we've escaped the clutches of the EU, but actually we want to creep back in. We want them to have more say in any future deals we might do. And very finally, let me end with the words of one of my political heroes, Joe Chamberlain, who understood that to protect our economy, we need to protect the jobs, the industry, the enterprise that's part of it, and not to give in to the free trade liberals. Chamberlain said, a democratic government resting on the confident support of the whole nation and not on the favour of any limited class would be very strong. It would know how to make itself respected and how to maintain the obligations and honour of the country. No member of this House should do less than that.
Well done, John.
And now, with an immediate 3-minute time limit, Luke Charters.
Speaker. Next Monday is a really important day as the UK rebuilds our relationship with Europe. And this is a big issue for my constituents in York County because they were failed for far too long. But let me be clear, before I get started, I cannot believe the party opposite think that they have the credibility to run an opposition day debate on this topic. The absolute cheek of them is off the scale. They come in here to talk down the merits of a youth mobility scheme, an arrangement, frankly, we've got with many non-EU countries already. But what they're really doing is demonstrating, yet again, Madam Deputy Speaker, a prehistoric approach to young people across this country. No wonder support for them amongst that age group is virtually extinct. They want to deny a reset that benefits our national security, food security and economic security with our biggest and most proximate trading bloc.
On that point, I thank my friend for giving way. Would he, and he's making an excellent and powerful speech, would he agree with me this summit isn't about giving away power, it's about working with our European neighbours in our own mutual interest, of which there are many?
Well, he's spot on, and that's why I think the party opposite are completely irresponsible. They're so out of step with reality that, frankly, I may as well be asking them to take advice from the Stone Age. They said they wanted to take back control once upon a time, but the reality is they've completely lost control over the last 8 years. Lost control of our economy, of our borders, of our future. And they don't want a pragmatic, sensible summit next week, which is focused on the future and not the past. A far cry from the chaos and Conservative circus they presided over. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me move on to something that we should all be welcoming, which is a youth mobility scheme. It's important, though, we strike the right balance with this, just like we have with other countries who we already share deals with. But unlike the party opposite who are focused on themselves rather than the public, let's just talk about how this would matter to ordinary people. Nobody would want an 18-year-old at the start of their adult life, eager to explore the world, to be limited to just 90 days in Europe. It's natural for young people to swap Bishopthorpe in my constituency for Barcelona for perhaps a year or so, or Cotmanthorpe to Copenhagen. And now, as a parent in York, I'd love for my own children to one day have the privilege to enjoy an experience like the Youth Mobility Scheme, the kind of opportunity that can open minds and broaden horizons. And actually, research from the University of Oxford has shown that mobility schemes lead to returnees that come back and launch their own enterprises, start social ventures, reform hospital practices, launch tech startups. That sounds good to me. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, a really important topic that we must address in the forthcoming summit is the issue of defence.
The Honourable Gentleman. Before we leave, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before we leave young people, the point has been raised by the opposition benches that we are not doing enough for our own young people, and this will cause problems. But didn't the Prime Minister yesterday say, and don't you welcome the fact that he said we must put British young people at the front of the queue for skills and training? And the government's already committed £625 million for training up 60,000 young engineers and chippies and brickies and...
Luke Charters.
For that intervention, I think the Youth Mobility Scheme could be sensible and pragmatic and lead to opportunities across the continent. And let me just briefly touch on defence, because last week I held a Westminster Hall debate around the benefits of a multilateral defence bank, and I was pleased to have the founder of the DSR Bank, Rob Murray, actually an inspirational ex-army officer, with me. And I really believe that the UK could anchor a multilateral defence bank at the heart of any future defence pact with Europe. And actually, I believe it would be the single most transformative lever the government could pull to fortify our collective security, acting as an industrial deterrent to Russia. And I'd really welcome my honourable friend, the Minister, to think about that running into next week. The final topic I wish to touch on is holidays. I know over the next few months, hard-working families across this country will travel to airports up and down the UK to go away for some hard-earned summer sun. Now, since leaving the EU, many of us have landed at a foreign airport and seen a huge queue and waited with envy as other people pass straight through. Let me just continue. I'd really welcome if, as a small gesture, we could give back to the grafters of this country whether we could look at a new arrangement with the EU to ease airport congestion. I won't. We're on a 3-minute time speech. Maybe he doesn't want to give back to the grafters of this country, but I think we should be helping hard-working Brits get through to the gates and straight to their sunbeds. Could we have some cooperation with the EU on airport congestion? Look, I'm going to leave it there. There's lots I could talk about, but this is about moving on, securing our future, just like we have done pragmatically with India and the US recently. Thank you very much.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week, the EU and the UK will meet in London for a much vaunted reset of our post-Brexit relationship. And if that delivers real benefits for our country, then great, let's hear them. But forgive me, because I am a doubter. I've learned 2 lessons from my miserable direct experience of how Labour operates. First, do not trust the Prime Minister. Between 2017 and 2019, I watched him, as others did here, then Shadow Brexit Secretary, twist every parliamentary rule to block what the British people voted for. And that wasn't principled opposition, it was sabotage. And in so doing, he connived to empower Brussels in a way that directly and actively undermined our national negotiating position. He wasn't alone in this endeavour, but it was a spectacle that disgraced this House.
Can I just respectfully suggest to the Honourable Lady that she needs to be very careful in the language she is choosing to use about the Prime Minister? Julia Lopez.
I was deliberately careful to adhere to the rules of the House, but I hope my intent was clear. So let's be clear. I don't think that the Prime Minister is a straight dealer. He says what suits him, poses as a man of decency, and hopes...
I would like the Honourable Lady to suggest whether she is going to withdraw her comment that she's accused the Prime Minister of not being straight. Julia Lopez.
If that's outside the boundaries of what's acceptable, then I will withdraw the comment. When Labour negotiates, is my second lesson, then Britain loses. We've already seen it in this Parliament, from the Chagos Islands to the backroom deals with the unions. Ideological naivety dressed up as serious and very sober diplomacy. Labour thinks signing a deal is the same as securing a good one. It isn't, and all that will become clear. Now let's remind ourselves, Brexit was never a rejection of Europe and its people. It was a demand for democratic control over our laws, our borders, our trade and our future. The British people...
Hi, Martin.
Thank you for giving way. She's a great fan of honesty in this chamber, so I'm sure she'll give me an honest answer now. One way of understanding Brexit is that it replaced a circular flow of people with a one-way flow of people. So does she think that Brexit increased or decreased migration into this country?
Brexit allowed us to introduce a points-based system, and that's what we did. And I will accept that there were mistakes made in the introduction of that points-based system. The key is that we can tweak that and tune that to accommodate the needs of our economy, but also of the people that we represent.
Absolutely.
The British people could feel the world changing around them, and they knew instinctively that the UK needed to be nimbler, faster and more accountable in responding to those currents, be it on the movement of people or the regulation of businesses. So do not let it be said that there have been no Brexit benefits, because it's simply not true. We no longer hand £11 to £12 billion a year net to Brussels for a start. We've secured trade deals, including from the fast-growing TPP nations. Whatever you think about last week's US-UK tariff deal, we're not paying the same prohibitive trade taxes as the EU. We're setting out our own course in areas like AI, financial services and agri-tech. These aren't abstract wins. These aren't nostalgic impulses. They are real opportunities for a modern, outward-facing Britain. So if next week's summit can ease practical frictions, that's all well and good. I want what works for British people. But I am worried. I'm worried that Labour doesn't know what it wants, only that it wants a deal. I'm worried it doesn't grasp what the EU will demand in return, and I'm worried that Labour thinks slick comms matters more than real outcomes for the British people. So today we're laying down a clear marker on immigration, no youth mobility scheme, which might sound harmless, but actually let's not be naive. Let's not have partial free movement by stealth. On defence, and on the regulation, no dynamic alignment. I'm fascinated by the Minister's refusal to say anything further on that matter. So if Labour really thinks it's a great deal, there's a simple thing it could do. It could bring that deal back to this House for a vote on it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So we're here to look forward to the UK-EU summit next week, not to relive the past, although I do feel like I've gone back about 10 years in history listening to today's debate. As we look forward, it's very important that all of us here in this place do whatever we can to make the lives of people across the UK better. That is our job. And even though the Right Honourable Member for Harwich and North Essex, who is no longer in his place, probably wouldn't like to agree, times do change and opinions change. And we know that very many people now realise that Brexit has damaged our economy and our country, even some of those that might have voted for it. We only need to look at the result of the election in 2015 compared to the result last year for the party on my right to see that opinions can change quite drastically. So, looking forward to the summit next week, I'd like to focus on reality, not rhetoric. And the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson said in May 2016, "We think that leaving the single market and customs union would weaken our economy and hurt jobs, trade and investment." And that is exactly what we've seen. An act of economic self-harm that no other country is dreaming of. Research by Aston University has shown that exports to the EU have fallen by 27% since Brexit. And the OBR has projected a long-term reduction in GDP, as we've discussed, of 4% relative to remaining in the EU. Whereas, in contrast, the Great Brexit benefit of the Australia trade deal negotiated by the Conservatives was projected to increase UK GDP by just 0.08%, and the government's new India trade deal, while welcome, is only estimated to add 0.1% to GDP. Neither of these even come close to touching the sides of what we have lost through Brexit, which is why the Liberal Democrats are calling on the government to approach next week's summit with ambition and boldness, to agree a roadmap and a timeline for the creation of a new bespoke UK-EU customs union to free up the red tape that is strangling our businesses. We've had lots of examples. I could give you many from my constituency, but in the interest of time, I'll just move on quickly to say that I also want to see us agree a youth mobility scheme as part of next week's summit, a win-win for young people and delivering a boost for our economy. And yes, we do want to see young people coming over here. I no longer want to see the pubs in my constituency closed 2 days a week because they cannot get the staff. I do not want to see cafes closing down because there are no young people, there aren't enough young people to staff the hospitality business. 120,000 young people are estimated to have left the hospitality industry since Brexit. We need progress. We need to improve the terrible deal which was done by the Conservatives. So I hope the government will be bold, will forget some of this rhetoric and bluster and sign a deal and bring it back that we can all, across this House, celebrate.
Hear, hear. Kieran Mullen.
And I'm grateful to speak in this Opposition Day debate ahead of next week's UK-EU summit. I campaigned for, believed in and continue to believe in the promise of Brexit. At its core, Brexit was a vote for the importance of national democracy, a vote for national sovereignty, and it was a vote against regionalisation and government by bureaucrats. I believe strongly in international cooperation, but I don't believe in institutionalisation. I don't believe decision-making gets better in aggregate. My experience has taught me it only gets worse. It gets more remote, less well-informed, riddled with compromises that barely satisfy and please no one. I believe in and continue to believe the UK, its people, its government deciding its own future, not locked into continental bureaucracy, provides the best possible future for us. Because behind all the carefully choreographed language from ministers about resets, there's one inescapable truth. This Labour government risks laying the groundwork, taking the first steps to betraying the full promise of Brexit. Should it be any surprise? They're led by a man who campaigned for the leadership of the Labour Party on the basis of restoring freedom of movement. He supported a second referendum and he voted against Brexit 48 times. We on this side of the House are not prepared to watch this slow train wreck in silence. I raised two issues that are of particular importance. Many others have been raised by others in this House. The issue of a youth mobility scheme. The fundamental issues that made freedom of movement so unpopular would remain at the core of any youth mobility scheme. The level of economic disparity across EU member states is fundamentally incompatible with the scheme becoming anything else but yet another route for mass, low-skilled migration at a time when the government tells us it wants to drive that down. Secondly, there can be no dynamic EU rule-taking or ECJ oversight. Any agreement on food standards, services or carbon trading must not come at the price of automatic alignment. We did not leave the EU to find ourselves bound in it by everything but name. We must demand, and the only thing we should accept, is mutual recognition and independent dispute resolution. That would reflect a relationship of mutual respect. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not unreasonable demands. They're the bare minimum any sovereign state would expect engaging in talks with a foreign bloc. The United Kingdom voted to leave the EU, whether the Prime Minister and his ministers like it or not. Is it any wonder that they are looking for answers internationally, of course, when you look at their domestic picture? Restricting winter fuel payments, inflation still biting us, business confidence shaken, hammering working families with job-destroying taxes, growth stalling. We must not allow this to serve as a diplomatic distraction from their domestic failure. We will not allow Labour to return a reset into a rollback, and any future Conservative government will not be bound by any agreement that breaches these clear red lines. We will not allow Brussels to disguise control as cooperation, and will not let the democratic choice of the British people be eroded by stealth. Madam Deputy Speaker, Brexit was not a pause, it was a pivot, a huge opportunity for our country, and I believe the benefits will accrue for decades to come. They might be able to hide their true intentions this week, but they won't be able to hide them forever, and we'll be here to make sure the British people know what they really believe in, and it isn't the freedom and sovereignty of Brexit.
With regret, it may not be possible for all members to speak in this debate, even with this time limit. I call Jim Allister.
No one more than me, representing Northern Ireland, wishes for a proper reset of the relationship with Europe. But to be a proper reset, it must acknowledge and respect the fundamental concept of international agreements and that is this, that the agreeing parties each give respect to the territorial integrity of each other. And that is the fundamental flaw and failing of the present arrangements. There is not, and there was not required from the last government, territorial integrity to be respected for the United Kingdom. And that is how and why it came to be that in my part of the United Kingdom, in 300 areas of law, we are now subject not to the laws of this House, but the laws of a foreign parliament. Because the EU insisted, and alas, the British government accepted, that Northern Ireland should be under their customs code, which treats GB as a foreign country and treats Northern Ireland as EU territory, and that we should be in their single market subject to all their laws. In that, we had the most dramatic refusal and repudiation of that fundamental concept of mutual acknowledgement of territorial integrity. And unless and until that is addressed in a reset, then we will never have a fair deal with Europe. And that is what I would dearly like to see. And therefore, when I hear talk about dynamic alignment, it's not academic for me. We experience it every day of the week. And we experience the indignity of being subject to laws we don't make and can't change. We are subject to the indignity of the other part of this United Kingdom being described as a foreign country whose goods must be checked coming through an international EU customs border. So if the government is going to do an SPS deal with Europe, then it inevitably follows, as it has in Northern Ireland, that it will be submitting itself under the yoke of dynamic alignment with EU rules. That is the price that the EU extracted for Northern Ireland. It's the price which it will extract for for an SPS deal with Great Britain. And therefore, that is not the way forward. The way forward is to retrieve sovereignty over all of this country and to retrieve respect for territorial integrity.
Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In mid-March, in my role as a Vice Chair of the EU-UK Parliamentary Partnership Assembly, I formed part of the delegation which headed out to Brussels for the Assembly meeting ahead of the 19th of May summit meeting. Whilst it was a convivial affair, I came away with great concerns about the tone of the conversations and contributions made by members of the benches opposite. Because whilst the Prime Minister is on record as saying, as part of his red lines, that there would be no return to freedom of movement and no rejoining of the customs union or the single market, the Assembly would not allow me to include such a statement in the recommendations of the committee which were published. It was said it was implicit. But if that is true, surely it is not controversial to include it as a statement of fact. So the tone of the conversations and the debates indicated a different direction. The red lines seemed to be drawn in disappearing ink. And it very much felt that the leadership and the members were singing from different hymn sheets, or perhaps the members belied the government's true intentions. But if that is the case, then the government should be much clearer with the British public and those in this House about what it is trying to achieve. Going into this summit, the conspiracy of silence cannot continue. Brexit at its heart was about restoring powers to Britain, allowing us sovereignty. But despite the results of the referendum, the goal of the members opposite seems to be getting ever closer again. Talk of youth opportunity seems innocuous, but they must explain their terms and be realistic about what that would mean in terms of opening up free movement of peoples between the UK and the European Union by the back door. We also have to be alert to the trade-offs in this debate. To secure the veterinary agreement, I fear we will concede on dynamic alignment. And the Minister has another opportunity, if he so wishes, to intervene, but silence once again. I also fear that our fisheries may be the next sacrificial lamb. Fisheries which were not mentioned once in the Labour manifesto. Now, in the recommendation from the PPA, which the Conservatives dissented to on the whole, it states in regards to fishing that the Assembly would provide a signal on or before the summit that a fair deal on fisheries would be reached, building on current arrangements. But what does a fair deal mean to this government? If the French insist on a multi-year agreement which naturally shifts the favour further to their industry as a grounds for getting an SPS agreement, and our government concedes, then this will be another community harmed by this government. First they attack our farmers, now our fishermen. At the PPA meeting, members said that everyone should be clear that this Labour government was clear in its ambition to reset the relationship with the EU. But a word of warning, we must not betray our fishermen and risk our food security in doing so.
Joe Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. There are so many aspects of this Brexit renegotiation that the government is entering into that I could rise and speak about today. And indeed we've heard a lot of those issues spoken about by honourable members, and particularly on this side of the chamber. But the issue I want to talk about is fishing and farming. It's always of worry when this government goes into bat for a negotiation, because when Labour negotiate, Britain invariably loses. Indeed. The current agreement with the EU over our fisheries should be a baseline, preferably a springboard, that if the government is going to renegotiate, it improves on that deal. That was always the intention. What is a negotiation if you go into it with a mind to sell out and come away with a worse deal? That is what's on the mind of UK fishing communities right now. And when my honourable friend, the member for Chester South and Edinburgh, asked the Prime Minister to rule out giving away sovereign British waters to the EU only last week, he refused to do so. The Minister can intervene on me to give that reassurance to our communities, our fishing communities today, that the government will not sell out to the EU on our sovereign waters. We know what the French want. The French want to send their trawlers closer inshore to our fishing waters in order to catch fish from UK waters and then take them back to the EU and sell them. But we're already in a situation where Dutch trawlers travel up and down the English Channel. These are 4,000-ton vessels trawling the bottom of the ocean with a huge bycatch of fish like bass right in front of small British vessels like those fishing out of the Isle of Wight, where my constituency is, who have a set of rules that restrict the bass catch while having to watch Dutch boats scrape them up by accident and take them home. So, if the government is going into a negotiation, the current arrangement for fishermen must be a baseline, they must go and improve on the deal, and they must absolutely rule out any concessions to the French, any concessions to the EU on sovereignty over British territorial waters.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's stated aim of negotiating a closer trading relationship with the European Union. I wish the Minister well, though given this government's record of negotiating international agreements, I do worry about what the Prime Minister will agree on our behalf. We have seen his weakness in the negotiations on the Chagos Islands.
Indeed, yes.
The government intends to give away the sovereignty of a territory we already own and then pay billions of pounds to lease it back.
Clever.
I can assure the Minister that when he comes to negotiate the details with the European Commission, he will find them a great deal tougher to deal with than the government of Mauritius.
Yeah.
The government says that the agreement will improve growth in our economy, and that is commendable. We on this side would take that assurance far more seriously if the government hadn't spent the last 10 months making life more difficult for British business.
Indeed.
The Employment Rights Bill will increase costs to businesses by £5 billion a year, borne mostly by small and medium-sized enterprises. And the £25 billion national insurance jobs tax will make it more expensive to employ people. Unless, of course, you're an Indian business importing workers from India. Then you'll benefit from the new trade deal negotiated by the Secretary of State for Business and Trade. Madam Deputy Speaker, a closer trading relationship with the EU would be very welcome. Trade frictions could be diminished easily. If we look at sanitary and phytosanitary measures, an agreement on that could be agreed were the EU and the UK to recognise each other's standards. Our standards are already the same or higher than the EU, and the EU knows this. But we also know the EU has no intention of doing this. It intends to wait until the UK has a government that will agree to their rules, and then agree to the dynamic alignment of those rules, and then agree that the Court of Justice of the European Union is the final arbiter of those rules. And it would seem that their patience has been rewarded, because when I asked the Minister earlier in the debate to clarify what approach he intended to take, answer, there was none. It is clear that this government intends to sign us up to EU rules, over which this House will have no say. And when those rules are changed by the EU, Britain will simply have to follow. And I agree with my friend, the Right Honourable friend for Rayleigh and Wickford, that this is the beginning of a process to bring the United Kingdom within the regulatory control of the EU. And thereafter, perhaps, an attempt by the party opposite to make us join the EU. Thank you.
I now call James Wilde.
Thank you very much. There's been an astonishing lack of transparency by the government ahead of the dud deal that they look set to agree next week, and that was personified by the Paymaster General, who refused to engage on any of the substantive issues. And the briefing suggests that they are preparing a deal, to sign a deal, putting the UK back into the EU's regulatory and political orbit. And anyone listening to the debate will have heard ministers repeatedly refuse to deny that the government is preparing to make the UK a rule taker once again. And one of the frustrations when we were negotiating the trade and cooperation agreement was the EU refused to back a veterinary agreement based on regulatory equivalence. Given our record and our commitment to high SPS standards, this was clearly the common sense approach. But the EU simply refused to engage. Instead, it's imposed higher costs and regulation falling on businesses and consumers. And now, extraordinarily, it seems that this government is simply just going to roll over and concede that the UK will have to follow EU rules over which it has no say, and also bring back ECJ jurisdiction. This isn't necessary, desirable, or consistent with a democratic vote to leave the EU and restore our sovereignty. And once again, let's see if the Minister will actually rule it out when he speaks. And having spent 3 years in the Ministry of Defence advising the then Defence Secretary, I'm concerned that the approach the government is looking to take on defence and security. NATO is the cornerstone of our defence, and it's the alliance that should be our focus. Yet a leak reveals the deal will pull the UK into the EU's common defence and security policy, duplicating many of the functions and institutions of NATO. And for what? A deal that doesn't even guarantee British firms access to this rearmament fund. Instead, that will be subject to future separate negotiations where the UK will have to pay. How much and what terms is completely unclear, and it's very disappointing, given the need to defend our continent, that some in the EU want to link access to defence programmes to fishing rights, and once again the government has simply rolled over. And I know from my time, France indeed, I know from my time in the Cabinet Office in Number 10 working on Brexit issues, the EU were determined to be inflexible from the start. Michel Barnier, the negotiator, embodied that rigidness. And unlike the man from Del Monte, he delighted in saying no. So there are improvements to the CTA that can be made. The agreement provides for that precisely and deliberately in the review mechanism. There are easements that the EU could easily agree to get trade flowing, benefiting businesses and consumers. But instead of pursuing those from a position of principle, this government is negotiating a backroom deal that looks set to do so badly and undermine our national interest.
Well done.
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by paying a small tribute to the government? Because just last week they passed secondary legislation, albeit made possible by this side of the House's groundbreaking Precision Breeding Act 2023, that will mean more resilient crops, further food choices and enhance our food security. Because although it may pain some on the government benches, They have to admit it, they are making some use of the hard-won Brexit freedom secured by these benches. Why would we give those away? The example I use might seem somewhat niche, but this is exactly what a modern industrial strategy focused on technology, productivity and the future looks like. And in doing so, we've got a head start on the continent, which is now fumbling to produce regulation of its own in this area. We should be going further still. Gene editing has the power to reduce the impact of animal disease and stop pandemics in their tracks. Researchers at Imperial College London and the Roslin Institute Edinburgh are now close to making breakthroughs on bird flu-resistant poultry using gene editing. The government needs to introduce secondary legislation for farmed animals as it's done for plants. I visited Imperial's Silwood campus in my constituency. The students there are doing incredible things. When they make breakthroughs, our regulatory framework should allow us to nimbly make use of them. But there is a very real risk that, with next week's reset, the government could kill the progress with the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement they are negotiating. Companies who are at the forefront of the agricultural industry have raised their concerns about this reset, and I know that my colleagues, the Honourable Member for Mid-Norfolk in particular, the DEFRA Select Committee and the APPG for Science and Technology and Agriculture have done the same. This is a rare and much needed, as they hammer our farmers on the opposite benches, competitive USP for British agriculture. Reports suggest that this government will concede concessions on an SPS to give them more bartering power on other issues, setting a precedent for the wider agricultural relationship with the EU. Bending over backwards for an establishment that the British people voted to reject. We would also be signing ourselves up to the rules we have no power to influence. There were good reasons to leave the EU. There were good reasons to stay in the EU. Reasonable people could and did disagree. But there is no good reason to leave and opt into the rules under which you have no say. That is the worst of both worlds. If we look to Switzerland's agreement with the EU, they must align with almost all of the EU's food safety demands and replicate any further regulatory changes made in the future. Now, this agreement may well be in the best interests of the Swiss, but it would not work for Britain. Every time we want to diverge in a way that could benefit the British people, we'd have to supplicate to those in Brussels once again. Carve-outs are possible, but we all know what tends to happen when the Prime Minister negotiates. When Labour negotiates, Britain loses. A reset deal with a deep SPS agreement would be short-sighted, offering maybe a quick boost in the near term, but taking the wins from the sails of longer-term, game-changing investment that is starting to flow in. We need to maintain a competitive advantage to supercharge investment in areas like the Thames Valley, where we have a world-leading life sciences sector. So I would warn the government not to chain Britain to the economic anchor of the EU and the dead hand of its precautionary principled regulators, especially when last week's secondary legislation on precision breeding is such a clear example of what regulatory autonomy for an innovative UK could do for us. Thank you very much, Madam.
I call Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate and to highlight the impact of the botched Brexit deal on businesses in my constituency of Eastleigh, including pharmacies and the local hospitality industry. Stuart Yolden, the Managing Director of GW Martin, an engineering SME in my constituency, has raised concerns over the additional costs and regulatory requirements their business now faces when trading with the EU. In one recent case, they exported a small volume of products to a customer in France worth around £5,000, but the combined costs of paperwork, export licences and transport came to £2,500. This is not a sustainable way to trade. So I hope that the Minister will give this important matter some consideration and that he will raise these issues next week and give my constituents some reassurance that it's going to be looked at. We also cannot ignore the opportunities that have been taken away from young people for no good reason and with no benefit to anyone. I have listened to the arguments from the party to my right, but I still cannot understand why anyone would want to stop young people from experiencing all that the world has to offer. I hope the Minister will agree with me that giving young people, including young people from disadvantaged backgrounds, the opportunity and freedom to live, study and work in Europe with a youth mobility scheme would be hugely beneficial to them and to the country. We must also recognise the negative impact Brexit has had on our creative sector. We need urgent action to renegotiate touring arrangements with the EU, ensuring that British artists can showcase their talent abroad without excessive red tape. The Liberal Democrats have set out a clear roadmap to reset UK-EU relations. We must start by restoring trust, rebuilding cooperation in key areas such as research, climate policy and security, and removing the barriers that have been strangling our economy. It is time to take meaningful steps to repair our relationship with Europe and restore the prosperity our country so desperately needs. I sincerely hope the government will use the EU-UK summit to turn a page on the chaos of the last 5 years.
The people of Wales have been let down by those who promised that Brexit would lead to a brighter future. Instead, it has caused huge damage right across our communities and economy. The hard Brexit pursued by the previous UK government has cost the Welsh economy up to £4 billion. It has reduced the value of Welsh exports by up to £1.1 billion. And post-Brexit trade deals such as with New Zealand and Australia has been unfavourable for the Welsh agricultural and manufacturing. Since Brexit, Wales has also lost out on £1 billion of the European structural and rural development funding, which could have been used to support our deprived communities. This was despite the promise made by then Conservative UK government in 2019 to, at a minimum, match the size of former EU funding in Wales and the other nations across the UK. In my constituency, the Port of Holyhead, a strategic, vital port for the UK-EU trade, has seen dramatic falls in traffic since Brexit. I note that following the closure of the port after Storm Dara around December last year, the value of trade going through Holyhead has dropped by £500 million. At the time, I called the government to establish a hardship fund to support the businesses impacted by the closure of the port. I now urge the government, as part of this strategy towards the EU, to make clear commitments to safeguarding the port against future crises, given its strategic importance. We need a relationship with Europe that works for Wales, and the opportunity to improve relations at the upcoming UK-EU summit is welcomed. Given that Wales is more reliant on exporting to the EU than the rest of the UK, it is crucial we make trading between Wales and Europe easier. I have seen the challenges that exporters in my own constituency have faced, with local businesses, lobster pots, telling me that they have struggled to export under the post-Brexit system. A veterinary agreement covering plant and animal health to cut red tape and cost of our exporting businesses will be vital. The government should create an youth mobility scheme and join Erasmus so that our young people can study and work abroad, creating new skills and opportunities for the next generation. We also need to see cooperation on the environment, the arts and defence. I hope next week's summit will be the start and not the end of strengthening our ties with Europe. This government has said its first mission is to grow the economy. I can see no better opportunity to improve growth by committing the UK and Wales to a long-term goal of joining the single market and customs union. Wales has suffered badly by those who championed the false promises of Brexit. This government must now take action to fix our damaged relationship with Europe to protect the Welsh economy.
I now call Shadow Minister Andrew Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we've had a strong debate here this afternoon with many contributions on both sides. I'd like to thank so many of my honourable and right honourable friends, the members for East Wiltshire, Beaconsfield, Chingford and Woodford Green, Raleigh and Wickford. There's a great deal about this subject. South Holland and the Deepings, Harwich and North Essex, Hornchurch, Bexhill and Battle, North-South Northamptonshire, the Isle of Wight East, Bridgewater and Windsor. What a fantastic set of knowledgeable contributions and real concern about the impending EU surrender summit. It's the spirit of such rigorous debate that this House finds its strength and purpose. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's taken less than a year since the general election. This Labour government have tanked the economy, crushed British business, seen, as we've learned today, 100,000 fewer people in employment, driven wealth creators overseas at the rate of 1 millionaire every 45 minutes, and they have shattered any signs of economic growth. And I'm afraid to say the next item on this bleak agenda of declinism is the betrayal of the 17 million people who voted for this country to leave the European political union. This should come as no surprise to anyone, because those on the benches opposite, and some of those, I regret, on benches to the left of me, voted against Brexit on no less than 48 different occasions. And if this debate is reminiscent of the past, that is precisely where some members wish to take us back to. Ever since being seduced by Jacques Delors, the Euro-socialist, their hearts have never been in the mission of taking back control of our laws. And next Monday's EU Surrender Summit formally marks the start of Labour's plan to dismantle the powers, not just of the government, but the powers of this House, to push us back into the European Union as a passive rule taker. And we on these benches ask, to what end? Why is the government capitulating the very same hard-fought Brexit freedoms which permitted the signing of 2 trade agreements, notwithstanding their limited scope, in the last 7 days? Had we followed the policies that Labour were advocating in opposition, this government would never have been able to reach an agreement with the USA or with India. They wouldn't even have been in the room. They would have been resorting to one of 28 member nations, begging Ursula von der Leyen to potentially consider putting British interests first. Madam Deputy Speaker, we were right not to follow their advice then, and they would be right to listen to our advice now. And yet it appears they still have not learned. As we heard from many speakers this afternoon, the opportunities of the future are for those states who are agile. Artificial intelligence, genomics, space, the creative industries, financial and professional services, the life sciences. Madam Deputy Speaker, the country already has a good deal with the European Union. We have a mutually advantageous zero tariff agreement valued at £184 billion in services and £174 billion in goods. Nothing is perfect, and where there are sensible measures, such as pursuing opportunities for mutual recognition, they should be explored. For example, one of the biggest frictions our businesses face today is the denial of the use of e-gates, which was imposed by the European Union out of spite. No such small-mindedness from us. But the problem we face today is that the government has failed to come to this House and explain exactly or at all what the Prime Minister's EU reset will look like. We have seen nothing on their negotiating objectives, on their red lines, the supposed benefits, an impact assessment, or even an interim update. And I know and understand, of course, there will be finer negotiating details that the government won't want to share. But that's very different, Madam Deputy Speaker, from sharing absolutely nothing. That is disrespectful of Parliament, forces this House to rely on leaks and to read between the lines of Downing Street press handouts. If those leaks were to be believed, we know that Labour is planning on signing up the British Armed Forces to an EU army, binding our strategic military decision-making powers to bureaucrats in Brussels. When it comes to, well, the Minister will be very happy to rule these things out. Perhaps he'll be more forthcoming than the Paymaster General earlier. When it comes to security, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no bigger challenge than our borders. I think even the Prime Minister on Monday recognised that. Yet the UK's request for shared access to a joint illegal migrant database has already been rejected by the European Union. So much for cooperation on security. Madam Deputy Speaker, defence procurement must never be pay to play. And I have no idea why the European Union member nations would cut themselves off from the UK's excellent defence primes unless this is once again a protectionist industrial policy cloak. And what twisted deal-making trades fishing rights to the French in working more closely together, as we have so many times, on Europe's defence? We warned that Labour would betray our fishermen. They've sadly proven us right by putting fishing rights back on the negotiating table. And just as... I'll give way.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And on betraying our fishermen, I wonder if the Minister would take the opportunity today to deny media speculations that they're about to agree to multi-year agreements with our fishermen. They want single-year. It's an international norm to have single-year agreements. Can he rule that out today?
Well said.
I'm afraid I'm afraid he's as talkative as a haddock when it comes to clarifying his objectives, but perhaps he will confound our expectations as he sums up. But just as the Prime Minister pretends to talk tough on immigration, by the same token, he plans to open our borders to an EU youth mobility scheme. Again, perhaps the front bench will deny this. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, could be millions from Boulogne to Bucharest. Limited volume schemes with comparable economies where the UK gets to decide who comes here are fine in principle. We have such a scheme with Australia. But Australia is 10,000 miles away and a very different type of economy. The wrong type of youth mobility scheme would disadvantage young British workers who are already, thanks to this government, struggling to get their foot on the ladder for a job, again unemployment up to date, or able to secure a roof over their head in Britain's housing market. And what part of the government's objective is to make it harder for our young people? What we do see is the government proceeding at breakneck pace with the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill. Beware of bills with boring-sounding names, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is a Trojan horse, blank-cheque bill giving ministers the power to roll back Brexit, sign us up to EU rules and abandon imperial measurements for good, all at the stroke of a pen. Unchecked ministerial power to make us a passive rule-taker of Brussels' diktat. Let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservatives are certainly not opposed to cooperation as one amongst many other markets. That much should be obvious from the hard-fought trade agreement which we obtained after the last government. But we must not, under any circumstances, surrender our Brexit freedoms so the Prime Minister can reassure his next law school reunion that he's undermined our sovereignty. After the earlier equivocation by the Paymaster General, I give the Minister today a final chance, Madam Deputy Speaker. They've been chuntering all afternoon. This is a final chance to answer these questions once and for all. Can he reassure the millions of people who voted to leave the EU that his surrender summit will not betray their wishes? Will he confirm there'll be no backsliding on free movement or compulsory asylum transfers? Can he reassure taxpayers, or perhaps those who've lost their winter fuel allowance or whose benefits are set to be cut, that the UK will not be agreeing any new payments of money to the EU? Is he able to confirm, for the benefit of our coastal communities, there will be no concessions on fishing rights? Can he assure the House there'll be no rule-taking, dynamic alignment or extension of European court jurisdiction? And will he pledge, in deeds as well as words, there'll be no compromise on the primacy of NATO as the successful cornerstone of European security? Because if he's not able to provide those assurances, then this government is betraying Brexit. All of the evidence that we have seen today suggests that Labour are limbering up for a surrender summit to damage Britain's interests. They're determined to deal away our hard-fought freedoms. We'll lose control of our borders, our laws, our fish and our armed forces. So I urge the Minister to come clean in his wind-up have the honesty to explain to this House and this country why Labour are preparing to surrender the right for British people to choose their own destiny. And we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, because when Labour negotiates, Britain loses.
Minister Stephen Doughty.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very grateful to have the chance to respond to the debate this afternoon. And I did not know that there were so many fans of Quantum Leap in this House. It was a favourite show of mine when I was younger. Of course, fans of the show will know that Sam Beckett was advised by a hologram, Al, US Admiral, who would come in and give good advice on how to get through challenges, and instead we've had the spectre of Sir Bill Cash coming in by text to members on the other side. But who'd have thought it? It literally was a journey back to the past, and I think that's been the biggest contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, that on this side of the House we've had people and a government who want to take this country forward, not back. Stark contrast to the other side, who seem stuck in the last decade. And of course, that also means that we will not be rejoining the EU, we will not be rejoining the single market, the customs union, or returning to freedom of movement. But what we do look forward to, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to welcoming Presidents von der Leyen and Costa to London next week for the first ever UK-EU summit, the first of annual summits to take place between the UK and the EU. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was the Leader of the Opposition who recently said, we announced that we would leave the European Union before we had a plan for growth outside the EU. Those mistakes were made because we told people what they wanted to hear first and then tried to work it out later. And of course, the lesson that we have learnt, and the party opposite might want to pay careful attention to, I won't give away right now, is that failing to plan is inevitably planning to fail. And this government will not take the same reckless, chaotic and dogmatic approach when it comes to the British people and our national interests. And that's why, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, this government was elected on a mandate for change, and that is what we are delivering. And we have been resetting our relations with our EU partners and indeed with our wider European partners, and are using those strengthened relationships to deliver growth, prosperity, safety and security. And myself and the Paymaster General, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and others have been working to do that, and including just this week, Madam Deputy Speaker, we of course hosted the Weimar Plus Foreign Ministers meeting on Ukraine. We've had high-level engagement with many European leaders. We've been travelling around the continent, driving forward growth, driving forward action on illegal migration, driving forward relationships for our security and our defence. And we are also setting up the structures to ensure our European partnerships deliver in the long term, and this includes treaties or leader-level summits with some of our closest partners, such as France, Germany, Poland and Ireland, not to mention, of course, the very exciting and successful state visit by His Majesty the King to Italy last month. And also, I am delighted that Buckingham Palace today have announced that President Macron, accompanied by Mrs Macron, has accepted an invitation from His Majesty to pay a state visit to the UK, and the Prime Minister and President will hold their next summit during the state visit. And increased engagement has already delivered results for the UK on growth. £250 million in Czech investment in Rolls-Royce small nuclear reactors, modular nuclear reactors, £600 million investment by Polish logistics company Impost, Iberdrola doubling its investment through Scottish Power over the next 4 years. On security, new defence agreements with Germany and Romania, new negotiations on defence agreements with Poland and Norway. On migration, a joint action plan with Germany and new migration deals with Serbia, Kosovo, Slovenia and Slovakia. And we've also agreed new measures to tackle people smuggling gangs with France. On energy and climate, new civil nuclear cooperation with the UK and Finland. And other European countries are responding positively to that. And crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, on security and defence, they want some answers to some of the questions they've asked. They want some answers, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to give them some answers, and then I'll happily take some interventions. Madam Deputy Speaker, on foreign security and defence policy, let me be absolutely clear. NATO is and remains the bedrock of our security and our transatlantic alliances, but there are many strands to a muscle, and whether it's the GEF, whether it's our bilateral security and defence partnerships, whether it's our work through other pan-European bodies, through the EPC, through our work in the Western Balkans, through the Quint, or indeed through a new UK and EU security and defence partnership, A muscle gets stronger when its multiple strands are flexed. These are not in contradiction to each other. They are strengthening this country and strengthening our place in the world, delivering on defence, delivering on technology, on jobs, on industry and on security. And I will happily give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, and as I said, we've worked past quite a lot. I just simply ask a very simple question. The government has constantly said they will not breach their red lines. They've said that apparently publicly in Europe. They've said it here. My simple question is dynamic alignment one of the red lines?
I'll be absolutely clear. I'll come on to that in a moment, but we are absolutely clear. I've been clear, so has the Paymaster General. I'll come on to answer that question specifically in a moment. But can I just say, talking down Britain's role in NATO at a time of war in Europe, when we're showing such leadership, is quite frankly irresponsible, and I will not take lessons on NATO or European defence and security or on the defence and security of this country from a party that shrunk the British Army to the smallest size since the Napoleonic era, and we've made the tough choices of investing in defence. And let me be absolutely clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no suggestion that the UK would ever join a European army, and no formal proposal for that has ever been put forward. And indeed on Gibraltar, I answered questions on this earlier on. We absolutely will stand with the sovereignty of Gibraltar, of the importance of our military base there, and I spoke to the Chief Minister earlier on that, and it's hugely unhelpful to have some of the wild speculation that is being put about. On fisheries, we should be clear, there was of course a Brexit deal negotiated by the last government, and we are looking for an overall arrangement that is beneficial for our fisheries and our coastal communities, but I'm not going to get into a running commentary. On SPS, and indeed the question that the right honourable gentleman has asked, let's be clear, since 2018 the UK's agri-food trade with the EU has fallen by 20% for exports and 11% for imports after adjusting for trade inflation. So it is in both sides' interests to seek an SPS agreement that removes those barriers to trade. We are not interested in divergence for divergence's sake or a race to the bottom on standards. We won't get into a running commentary on this, but we've been absolutely clear. And of course there need to be appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms. And similarly, Madam Deputy Speaker, they ask questions. They may not want to hear the answers.
Minister.
They ask questions. They might not want to hear the answers. We are absolutely clear. We are taking serious action to reduce net migration, but we support controlled schemes that create opportunities for young people to experience different cultures, travel and work. There were important questions raised about issues such as the Pan-Euro-Mediterranean Convention. Of course, it's right and responsible we look at that, ensuring that any final decisions are made in the national interest. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address a very, very fundamental point. This absolutely absurd and nonsensical suggestion of surrender. What absolute disgrace, talking Britain down. Talking Britain down. In fact, what we see is strength. We see strength from this Prime Minister and strength from this government. In a world, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a world of turmoil and uncertainty, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've answered that question already. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've answered that.
Order. The Minister will be heard. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been absolutely clear. Surrender, what nonsense. Instead, we see strength, standing up for our steel and our car manufacturers, delivering trade deals with the US and India, investing in green energy, leading Europe with our key allies in the defence of Ukraine, tackling illegal migration and serious and organised crime, and boosting funding and support for our national defence after shameful disinvestment by the previous government. That is talking down Britain. We're standing up for Britain.
Point of order, Joy Morrissey.
Now be put.
I just go straight to the question. Pardon?
Straight to the question.
The question is that the original words stand part of the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No!
Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No.
Aye.
Tellers for the ayes, Richard Holden and David Symonds. Tellers for the noes, Vicky Foxcroft and Anna Turley. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 104. The noes to the left, 402.
The ayes were 104, the noes were 402, so the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. Order. The question is that the proposed words be there added. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No! No!
Tell us for the ayes, Vicky Foxcroft, Anna Turley. Tell us for the noes, Richard Holden, David Symonds. Lock the doors. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 321. The noes to the left, 102.
The ayes were 321, the noes were 102, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. I declare the question as amended to be agreed.